Hi guys, Akko's late. Don't know where she is. Not answering my messages. Um, Also my Discord died. What the fuck?
I
Well,
can hear you.
you can. Okay, well,
Hello.
on my side, the Discord is just dead. So everything's going fantastic tonight, chat. Um, Terribly sorry. I'm gonna get you guys some music, but I can't use Spotify anymore because I'm not paying for Spotify Premium anymore.
What's up, chat? How's it going?
Yeah, we brought Rima on this week, and then Akko slept in again.
Uh-oh. Somebody wake her up.
I wish I had her phone number, and then I'd do that. How's this? Oh, that's loud as fuck.
That's really cute how you guys have all the windows set up. I didn't even know you could do that.
Oh yeah, so what I do, and it's probably not the most effective thing in the world, but I have 3 different VTube studio sources set up, and each one of them is cropped to a certain part of the screen.
Oh.
And that's the only way I could really figure out how to do it.
So you moved me?
Yeah. So see, if I scooch you over to the side, now you're in Lumi's room. And now you're back.
Wait, I'll see it in a few seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Nice.
That was the best way I could come up with to do this.
How cute. I'll stay in the room with the coffee. Plus, I'm not drowning underwater here. I got a cat.
When we get more money, we are planning to commission 3 different background scenes for the rooms that are more like uniform in art style.
Mm.
Mine is animated because I wanted to be special.
Oh, I thought you added the bubbles yourself.
No. Also, when it pops back up, I have to type some MommaOcco. Do not start stream. I got it. So, take it you were horsing around for the first 10 minutes. Well, we were waiting for Akko to come back, but Akko is just nowhere to be seen. And Lumi's doing child stuff. Lumi said she would be here, but she's gotta handle the wee ones first. So chat, this is Rima. I got to meet Rima at Anime Expo. Did you enjoy your meet and greet?
I did. I don't know. I always think no one's gonna show up, but it's always a full meet and greet, actually.
Yeah. From what I could tell, basically everybody that was there for you. There was one guy that showed up that I think was trying to stir trouble.
Really?
Yeah. So he showed up and he's like, "So who is this weirdo?" Like he's just in line and he's like, "Who is this weirdo?"
No way! And it was 2 guys that were like, "Oh, this is the first time I meet a VTuber," but they were anime fans. They had bought a bunch of stuff. They seemed kind of excited. They seemed a little bit disappointed that I was a newstuber, though. They thought I'd be playing video games.
Yeah, I don't think it was him because as soon as because I told him who you were, and he just immediately goes, "Oh, whatever," and then he just walks off.
What the fuck? Yeah, to be fair, I am a weirdo. True.
But you were at one of the nicer booths in the hall.
Really?
Yeah, and you could see you were right by the front door. So that door was the entrance to the hall. There's another entrance on the other side. So there was a lot of traffic coming through.
There was like a lot of people that were stopping by and pointing at me. And I was like, are they pointing at me or behind me? And I was like, yep, what are you pointing? But, I was talking to people, but I just could see them behind them. It's it's a weird experience being able to see people from a screen.
So a lot of them were possibly pointing out right next to where you were. There was a big wall, which is where the line was. And it was, you could probably see it in the picture I sent you. It was entirely covered in like artwork. Some of it was kind of sus, some of it was fine. But it was all like big VTuber artwork. Mostly, I think Snuffy is the raccoon that they had over there.
Yeah. How dare they put something else beside me that attracts people's attention? That's pretty insulting.
Some of them I think were curious because from what I could tell, the only other 2 places that had a lot of meet and greets was one in the hentai section, which is in the very back corner of the expo, and it's completely walled off so they can track like who comes in and who comes out, make sure everybody's 18 or higher.
Oh, okay.
And then there were other meet and greets going on at like the actual big company booths, like Hololive Vshoujo and Niji Shanji, which were literally all right beside each other, by the way.
Did you go to any of these?
I actually stopped by to say hi to Henya. Mostly because my friend really
cute.
loves Henya and wanted me to get a picture
And she
of
was
her.
on a monitor?
Mm-hmm.
How long does the meet and greet last? Like, do they speed run because there's too many fans? Because everybody gets about the same amount of time.
The big corpos tend to speedrun it a lot more.
It's like what? Like, hi, hello, what do they say? I'm just curious.
It's very much like a hi, hello thing. As far as I could tell, Niji Sanji didn't do any. Their booth was dead.
Was it actually dead, or were people just, grabbing pictures when it was looking empty?
No, every time I went by there, nobody was there.
Oh.
And I think part of the problem is that I don't think they did any events, as far as I could tell.
Yeah.
Vshoujo constantly had like little giveaways and stuff, and they would have the meet and greets. Hololive had the meet and greets, and they also had a bunch of monitors playing like videos and music videos they had done. Niji Sanji was literally just a couple figures and a couple like cardboard standees, and they didn't really even have any videos playing of any of the VTubers.
Okay.
I don't know what they were thinking. Or maybe they just didn't care. Like,
I think they just, I don't know, once the concert was annulled, maybe they just didn't care.
That still could have been a
the
good
Vshoujo was
chance.
great. They outsourced somebody else to like plan the booth out, which it showed in the quality of the booth.
Oh yeah.
They had somebody dedicated to it, which is pretty cool. I think they had the coolest like booth. It was very interactive.
I'm pretty sure HoloLive had like 3 booths.
Yeah, people said the HoloLive booth wasn't like that special either. People really praised the Vshoujo one.
Yeah, no, the Vshoujo one was, from just a booth standpoint, genuinely better than the other 2.
Okay.
I think...
Yeah.
I've said it before, I think to some degree HoloLive kind of rests on the fact that they are the biggest organization, or they are the most popular, so they don't feel as much of a need to try.
Yeah.
But it still feels like they do try, compared to Niji Sanji, who it felt like they gave up.
I mean, they have the best talents. They don't need a lot of bells and whistles to go around it, to go with it. But at the same time, Vshoujo, they're in their home turf.
Yeah.
They're an American-based agency. It would be lame if they didn't come out on top of things there. Was FaZe, did FaZe have a booth there or no?
I didn't see it, but there was plenty of FaZe merch, like, hanging around. Especially Pippa stuff.
I'm actually pretty interested in the anime thing. I'm trying to follow more anime-oriented accounts on Twitter to curate my feed. And I followed a couple people that were talking about conventions and stuff, and talking about the differences between Japanese conventions and Western one. And they had some interesting commentaries.
So, if you don't mind me saying, I think you mentioned it before. You're in Canada, right?
Yeah.
So, Anime Expo is opening up a secondary expo that is going to be in Ontario.
Wait, really? No way.
They announced it at the closing ceremony of Anime Expo this year, is that they're doing a second smaller expo in Ontario. And I don't know like how big that's going to get, but Anime Expo is the biggest like anime themed expo, so the Ontario one might be fairly sizable on its own.
Is it 2024 or 2025?
I believe it's in a couple months. Anime Expo.
I'm writing to my agent right now.
They're calling it Anime Expo Chibi because it's smaller, and it is in the Ontario Convention Center. November 9th and the 10th.
Wow.
But yeah, it's this year, and they said the early bird ticket sales started about a week ago.
Oh my god, I want to have a panel there. I don't know. I feel like in terms of content creation, because there was a point where I was like, oh, I could start messaging all the conventions to land meet and greets there, and there's only a certain amount of time that I have that's free.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, how important are the meet and greets actually, in order of important things that I have to do? And I was like, okay, so probably my content is number one, just making new videos, then streaming, then I don't know, I'm trying to think of other stuff, Twitter presence, merch, messaging sponsor. And I was like, okay, the meet and greets probably in last. It's a nice bonus to have, but it's not really what's gonna make me grow more or reach more people. It's more to reaffirm the relationship you already have in your audience. So I was like,
yeah,
I'm not gonna waste my time messaging people just so they ghost me, but I was like, if I get invited, I'll go. So I was happy to get at least 2 this year.
If you are with another booth, that is typically you're just kind of reaffirming your connection with your existing
exactly
audience. If you get your own booth, that can be advertising, but that is also a lot more expensive and a lot more effort.
Yeah, it is.
You also typically want a lot of stuff to populate that booth with for advertising's sake. Lots of artwork, figures if possible, maybe a big docu on the background. Stuff like that. I think it can work a little bit for advertising. For you, if the people running your booth were actually a bit more kind of proactive in getting people in line, it could have been a good advertising opportunity because you were right by the front door.
Oh.
But they were just kind of very content to let people line up naturally. When I think they would have done a really good job if they were just hey guys, we're doing meet and greets over here with VTubers. Come see the up and coming VTuber so and so. I think that would have been really good.
And that's a good idea. Maybe you should organize things at cons.
I'm not good with all that mess.
Dude, but what about, I'm just curious, how does it work for all these, because a lot of VTubers come in with third parties, I came in with Box. For Offkai, I came in through Our Culture, and then Offkai and Anime Expo invites their own people.
Yeah.
So why do these third party merch booths invite VTubers? Do they get money per head that they come in? Is it to populate their booth? Why do they do that? That's what I'm wondering. Is it a requirement that the convention asks them? What's in it for them? It's a lot of organization.
It's basically advertising for their advertising to a degree. So obviously they've got their booth where they're selling all their merch and they're doing pre-orders and stuff. But that alone doesn't really make them stand out because they are specifically in the artist alley, and the artist alley, every single booth is selling something. It's just rows and rows of artwork, of merch. So they really need something to make them pop, something to advertise themselves. So they're look at us. We've got a massive lineup of VTubers that we're doing meet and greets with. And it makes their booth just stand out that much more than the ones next to them. Honestly, though, their problem was they were 2 booths down from somebody who, had a giant building-sized booth.
What?
I forget what company it was, but it was like a VR company from Japan that were advertising some of
Jeez.
their latest technology. Yeah, I'm still a little sick from the con.
Aw. Drink some wine. I'm having a glass.
Oh, I've never had alcohol in my life.
Really?
I'm a good little boy.
Oh my god, you're straight edge.
Completely. The closest I've ever gotten to alcohol is I had an uncle one day that spiked our Coke with just some regular beer. But
what?
my mom was
That's
like,
a disgusting mix.
yeah.
Legit.
My mom tasted it though, and she was like, "Oh, no, little Mizu, you're not allowed to have the Coke."
She's your Coke tester?
Yeah.
Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I don't even like Coke anymore. It leaves like a weird taste in my mouth.
Oh, I like Coke, but I like the fountain Cokes better than the canned Coke. Is
the
that
fountain stuff
weird?
is great.
Right? Oh my god, I'm not the only one that thinks that.
Well,
Everybody thinks it's
'cause,
gross because they don't wash the machines. Maybe that's what gives it that extra taste.
Well, no, because like the drinks, they mix it at whatever plant they're at, and then it sits in a can for who knows how long. But with the fountain stuff, they send the restaurants the mix, and then the restaurants make the drink on site.
Mm.
It's also
It's
like
less gassed. Yeah.
it's also like cheap as garbage for restaurants, which is why they offer like unlimited refills.
I actually really prefer the fountain drink version than the canned one. The canned one is too fizzy and it's too strong. Like the carbo, how do you call that?
Carbohydrates?
Yeah.
Or carbonization?
No, is it carbohydrate? The carbonization, yeah, it's too strong for me. I actually don't really like sodas. I just like Cokes and Pepsi.
Yeah. I can get on board with Pepsi. Coke has always just left like a weird aftertaste to me. The actual drink, I think, is fine.
Wait, it is the same.
I don't think it is. I think there's a difference.
You could do the Coke Pepsi test with like your what do you call it?
I could do it with every soda. I always had family that said that Mountain Dew tastes just like Mountain Lightning, which is like the store brand.
What the fuck?
It does not. Do you drink your Pepsi with Wendy's Chill, Mizu? What? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what that means either.
Sometimes
I haven't been to
people
Wendy's
just say
in a
stuff
while.
in chat, and I don't know what you're talking about.
What is the Latam Cola?
Latin America.
Yeah, no, I know that, but what is it? What is it called?
It's the same. It's Coca-Cola, but in Latin America, they make it with regular sugar cane instead of artificial preservatives.
Oh.
Some people love it. I genuinely don't like it.
I don't think I've had it.
Sometimes stores in America and Canada will sell it under a different name. I don't think it's the zero version. They'll like try and market it as like throwback or retro. I think Mountain Dew Throwback was when they were doing the actual sugar cane in it to see how much they could sell it for, and people just didn't like it.
Ugh. Well, they should bring back the Coca-Cola from the 1950s. That one will sell.
One that had Coke in it. Rima for president chat. She's bringing back Coke. The real Coke.
Make Coke again. Yeah, classic. Makes your teeth fall out faster.
Thank you for the gifted membership, Sir Tortillas.
It's Douglas Diaz.
I do not eat Wendy's Chill. I haven't eaten Wendy's in years in general.
Yeah. Hi, guys.
Do any of you guys got questions for Rima? I know Rima has some fun news coming up with drama stuff going on.
I do, yeah, but I always do old drama. And it's funny, every single time I release a video, there's comments, oh my god, what is going on? Before the video starts, because I do a waiting room. Oh my god, what is going on? Are they in trouble? I made a video about Henya. What's happening with Henya? Oh my god, is my Oshi okay? It's like, bro, I've been doing this channel for a year. Look with your special eyes. Do I ever cover current events? I think it's pretty funny. I always freak out, and then I feel bad. And because they made me feel bad, then I get angry. It's like a cycle.
Chat says, when's the new model coming out?
I don't know. Fuck. Barrett and Mizagi started their model process after me, and they're gonna fucking debut before me at this rate.
Oh, that's rough.
I asked for some revision on the rig because I wasn't too happy about some things. My new model has like an uwu mouth and is really cute. She's like cuter. She looks more like a gremlin than my current model. I hope people are going to be on board with that. But because of that, I felt like I lost a lot of eyebrow movements and a lot of mouth movement. And I was like, no, I need my face to be really expressive because I'm a reaction VTuber. So I was like, can you please fix it? Oh, thanks for the 5 gifted.
Thank you. For the 5 gifted subs, Ira Karasu. Also, La Familia wants to know, Rima, did you ever settle on Oshi marks?
No, everybody just gives me boring ass Oshi mark suggestions. Like
they send you the horse.
The horse with the newspaper, but I don't know if news lady is really my thing. Like when people are like, "Oh, are you some kind of news person?" I say yes just because it's simple and I don't have to explain it. But am I really a news person?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is that like what you want to tie your whole brand to, kind of thing?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of boring. Am I doing V-Bridger? I am, yeah. So, yeah, I am having Cuddy model. Anyway, so the rigger's fixing it, but on top of that... Model. Yeah, I'm also getting a Laura animation video, which I've had to voice, and it was like my first voice acting experience, so that was also... It was so much more work than I anticipated, and I cried like 5 times recording the voice lines. I was like, I can't do this anymore. Why is the world like this? Why do I do this to myself? But then I got over it and I did it. But now the production is like super long. They were like, since you couldn't send us the voice lines right away, it's going to be delayed by a month. And I was like, what do you mean? I sent it to you like a week late. How is it delayed by a month? But apparently that's how it works. And you know what? Fuck it. I'm going along with it. So hopefully the animation is done by the time my model is done so I can debut like beginning of August. But now Advent is getting their 3D model. And every time somebody else's event is with mine, I have a bunch of people in my chat being like, oh, Rima, but I gotta go watch Gatekeeping do this, or I gotta go watch Advent do this, so I just don't want it to overlap. So I'm just trying to find a date either before Advent 3D debut or after.
Yeah, I will be getting my new one sometime in September, or possibly the month after. But I don't know if I'm doing like an actual full debut. I kind of just want to be like, hey, this is the day we're starting with the new model and all the new stuff, guys.
Nice. I still haven't figured out what I'm going to do on the debut. I want to go full on. I don't know if I'll do the slides. Maybe. I don't know how I'm going to like fulfill like a full hour, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And am I going full lolly? It's not a lolly. She's very curvy. She's got a huge tits. No, she's not a lolly. Well, it depends, I guess, because everybody lolly is different. Like, I gave her I have like a MommaOcco face.
Yeah.
I wanted to have the MommaOcco body, but I didn't end up with it for some reason. I ended up with huge titties, and I don't know how.
Well, maybe
she's got a lot of hips too.
Did you share your old model with them? They might have been like, "Oh, you want to keep like the same bust size."
No, it started with I was like, give me like a Pecora / MommaOcco body, but the way like Pecora's model was designed like a while ago, right? So if you notice, the top of her body, like her bust, looks kind of weird. It's all flat and there's no like boob crack.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that looks kind of weird. can you add a boob crab? And as soon as she added a boob crab, it was like boom. They were like 10 times bigger for some reason. But I was like, they look kind of nice. You know, they stand up on their own, well-shaped. I was like, let's just leave them. And I don't want to shock my viewers too much. I think if I change too much, especially if we lose the boobs, they might riot. So it's already a lot of change. I don't want to give them too much whiplash. I got a little scared, like halfway through. I was like, oh shit, am I making a terrible mistake with this model change? Like I started freaking out actually. Oh, by Lolly short stack, got it. And she's she's a short stack.
Yeah, no, I kind of get that. That's why I've kind of put mine out there as like a soft rebrand as opposed to a new model. Because I know some people are going to be a little turned off by it. Although so far, I think everybody really enjoys new Mini Mizu.
Nice. I think. What do you think of the Canadian comedian Norm Macdonald? What? I don't know this. Does that have anything to do with the fast food McDonald?
No, Norm Macdonald is he's pretty funny. He was the pigeon in Mike Tyson Mysteries, right?
Huh? Nani? I don't know.
You never seen Mike Tyson Mysteries?
No.
Somebody said, you know what? We could remake Scooby-Doo with Mike Tyson as the main character.
No way. Wait, who is he playing? Scooby-Doo?
No, he just plays Mike Tyson. The show's called Mike Tyson Mysteries.
Oh, what?
And it's basically just Scooby-Doo, and their version of Scooby is a pigeon, played by Norm Macdonald, who's just constantly talking about fucking Asian women. Oh yeah, he had the famous quote, this may come off as a little harsh, but I think everyone involved in this story should off themselves.
He was the pigeon. I don't know. I'm in my Game of Thrones / House of Dragon vibe right now, and I'm curating all my feed. Like, my YouTube algorithm is cooked, and I love it that way. It's only Game of Thrones conspiracy theories on my videos. And sometimes before a stream, I watch like a video that really tilts me, like the 99 abandoned plot lines for Game of Thrones, how they ruined the last season of the show, and I get so fucking upset. And then I get on my stream and I start like yelling my news and stuff. It makes me unhinged, but I love it. Like even when the whole Trump thing was going on, all I was getting was the Game of Thrones memes of the Trump assassination. It was pretty good.
Oh yeah. Right now, all like Twitter is still about the Trump assassination, and I think my favorite.
It's gonna be like this for a while, I think.
Have you seen the HoloLive one?
Wait, no.
It's got all the HoloLive girls dressed as Secret Service, and they're trying to hold down Gura.
I love that. I asked my fan base to make me a version of that. I really want one of me. I really want one of me. It's so good.
It's funny. There's so much like meme potential with everything that happened with that, and it's gonna be memes for years.
Yeah, I mean, I've a lot of my memes are like based off things Trump says. I'm definitely not like I'm not a Trump supporter, even though probably people think I am. I don't know, because I guess I'm anti-woke. People probably think that I'm a conservative. But I'm pretty moderate actually, in the middle.
Well, here's a fun question I saw one day. Are there any Trumpisms that you have just adopted into your regular language? Like, for example, I just use the word huge whenever I need to say something is big. I don't say huge anymore, and I don't say large. I just say it's huge. It's such a huge thing.
I say stop the count all the time. But that's what's worrisome, because my thing is being a dictator. So what does it say about Trump if I use a lot of his lines? That he's basically a dictator. I don't think this is a good thing for America. But I'm in Canada's hat. I'm in America's hat, so I'm good. Although some people are saying the first thing he's gonna do is annex Canada. You realize that?
That's just a joke we Americans have always had. We're just gonna annex Canada eventually.
Yeah.
And then we're either going to annex Canada or we're going to cut off California and just give it to Canada.
And people say that Canada's about to give back their land to the Amerindians because we're too nice.
You can give California to them too. We don't want it.
No, I was telling, I don't know who I was telling this to, but I actually think the internet LARPs way too hard on California. Like, you guys have this picture of California, like it's this super woke state. Every time anything about California is mentioned, people are like, oh, cringe. But I swear it's not like that. I went there like, what, 5 or 7 years ago? It's not woke. It's one of the most populated places in the United States. It's where Hollywood happens, you know, sex and rock and roll. It can't be that woke. This is where all the sexual allegations happen too. It can't be that woke.
We've talked about this before. There is a trend of whenever you're like in a woke community, a lot of them just assume everybody's fine. But predators tend to use that to like their advantage because they're like, oh, everybody is here is woke, so like nobody would ever do anything bad. And then you've got like 5 predators all along the like corner of the room. They're like, yeah, we're all woke here, guys. We'd never do anything to hurt you.
I think it's we tend to catastrophize things a lot because we are like kind of alternately online. So, you know, we watch YouTube videos and all these things. So like we know all the bad traits from every region. Like if I watch a video on how bad Canada is, it's going to be like that. It's always the same talking points that come back, like the inflation. And then we have this euthanasian law that got passed, and they make it sound like it's super easy for somebody to get euthanized. I don't even know how to say that word. But
yeah, it's euthanasia.
I spoke to my friend who is actually studying medicine, and he's like, you can't just do it like that. You need to go through like so many steps. It barely happens. But of course, if I watch a video on a content creator, how do you make money with outrage? So of course they're gonna make it sound so bad.
Well, here's a thing, right? Because I kind of disagree with the euthanasia just because of how Canada has been using it. And I didn't really realize how bad it was until somebody put it in this perspective. Canada, through its MAID program, has euthanized 4 times more people in 1 year than mass shootings have been in America in the last 100 years.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I'd have to talk to some people on the ground.
In a 3-year period of Canada tracking how many people got made, it was 45,000.
Wait, what's MAID?
Medically
That's
assisted.
Their MAID program? Oh.
I don't know what the other 2 letters stand for. I know the D is
Why do
dying.
they call it MAID? And when I think MAID, I think like cute anime waifu maid girl.
Yeah. It's an acronym, but like
It's not a great statistic. It doesn't make me feel great, but
it is medical assistance in dying.
Oh, it's MADE, MADE. Okay.
But yeah, they are. No, chat, it is MAID, medical assistance in dying. MAID.
I think what transpired on the internet lately is I think it's just a proof that the left and the right, they're pretty much just the same. I guess this is my hot take. I don't know. The right really cried about free speech all this time, but I guess it's only free speech unless they're the one doing the canceling.
I, to a degree, understand that. But I also understand the perspective that after you just keep saying every year, guys, it's free speech, and then you just keep getting shut down, eventually you're just going to get mad and say, all right, you know what? If I don't have it, you don't have it either. Let's do this. Gloves are off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the no one has it part, or everybody has it, but it's just, I don't like that it's okay to cancel somebody. Like it's I don't like this line of thought where it's okay if canceling is okay when it's with the right people, to the right people. I don't know about this one. Yeah, everyone is totally unhinged and everybody's acting on emotions.
We just sit back and watch. I know Akko and Lumi have been getting more into it, but my political phase was when I was a teenager, and I am done. I don't want to talk about politics anymore. Like, as an adult, I'm like, I will vote how I want to vote, and then I will just not tell anybody because
it is a personal choice. That's why they say it's a personal choice. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the trouble comes when oh my god, you saw this woman, this guy, I think she made a joke about Trump, like something along the line that Tricky did, and somebody found her at her job. Like, bro, how much do you have to care to dox somebody and go find them at a job?
So I will say this, because I've told this to VTubers before as well. Doxing is not as hard as a lot of people make it out to be, because a lot of you people are super stupid, and I can find your information in 5 minutes. And I always like to use this as an example, there was a woman who, when I thought because I thought I was trans for a while, she had basically threatened...
Oh, you thought you were trans for a while? Oh, yeah. Wait, I want to know more about this after. Okay, continue your story and tell me about this.
She had basically, like, threatened to out me to a bunch of people. And I was like, well, that's quite rude. You shouldn't do that.
She's quite rude.
She's like, what are you going to do to stop me?
Well, that's unbecoming.
I was like, I don't know. What am I going to do to stop you? So I took their online handle, and I found their Google blog. And through their Google blog, I found a blog where they accidentally linked another blog that had their real name attached to it. And then by using their real name, I found out that their state had public voting records. So in about 30 minutes of searching using just their Discord name, I had their house address.
Oh.
And that just because on one of their blogs they'd accidentally mentioned their real name at one point and confirmed that they had in fact donated to a certain group in a certain state. So that's all I needed to get their home address.
This is why I never voted. Easy. Easy fix.
And I tell it to VTubers all the time. Be careful what you post on the internet, because you might think that one little piece of information just isn't enough. Trust me, it is almost always enough.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've covered so many. I mean, even when I was covering the Keffel thing, I didn't cover a lot of it in my video, but I learned about the whole Keffel story from my Pippa video. I just didn't get into it because it was...
Oh, it's a shit show.
I mean, she's not a VTuber. So who cares? But
that
people found her because of her hotel bed sheets. Literally, people found her because of a doorknob.
People found the flag in the "He Will Not Divide Us" thing from fucking cone trails in the sky. Like, you gotta be careful what you post.
Yeah.
I think a famous recent one is a Japanese guy found a girl he was stalking, an idol, because of the reflection in her eye.
Yeah, I saw that news post. Actually, Azahara sent it to me. I think I used that B-roll in one of my videos. That's insane.
People are crazy. Didn't a lot of VTuber stuff get leaked lately? I mean,
yeah, but that was a data breach. Like, how do you? It's like if YouTube
data breach stuff.
Are you talking about Nico? It's like if YouTube got hacked, and everybody that receives a paycheck by YouTube, all of your personal info is there, your tax ID and all of that. They got access to all of it.
Yeah, with that you just have to kind of bite the bullet. There's only so much you can actually do to prevent that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
VTubers link their own information all the time on Twitter. They do. And we always tell them, like, you can if you want. We're just warning you this could come back to bite you in the future, and no one ever listens.
I mean, if it's about the whole selfie thing, if you don't care what it's gonna come out one day. It's almost like it's kind of like, who cares? Like, when you think about it, all of the big streamers, XQC, Valkyrie, and all of that, you know all of their full names. It's out there. Because it's not gonna stay secret for long anyway. Sometimes I think it's just better to out it.
It's another Philip Dimmick that donated to the OnlyFeats account.
Yeah, Azuhara had a post that blew up on it too, but I think it's because I don't remember the post wording exactly. I don't know how to feel about it too. It's hard to explain. I don't think it's I don't think posting a selfie is doxing. I think there's different people have different definitions of doxing. For me, doxing is posting information that personal information that somebody wouldn't want to have online.
Oh, so because this always comes up when the doxing conversation comes up, and a lot of VTubers are like, well, or like when their address or something gets leaked. I think that happened with somebody a while back, and everybody was really mad about it. It was
like
Kinji.
An address is fucked.
It was Kinji, and a lot of people were saying that he should sue them because that's illegal or something. And we just kind of told a bunch of people like that sucks, and they shouldn't have done that. That's not actually a crime.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it all right, and it's not even worth defending doxing ever. It's just always going to be an optic L. Like,
it's not defending doxing. It's just like explaining to people like some of you need to kind of understand what's going on in the world, because everybody seems to think, well, if somebody just releases my information, I can just get them in trouble with the police. It'll be okay. Well, no. In at least America, doxing only happens when they release your social security number, basically. That is about the only time the government will consider... Yeah, about the only time the American government will consider it doxing is if it's your social security number. Sometimes with medical documents, and sometimes with credit cards. But other than that, they won't even humor a doxing allegation.
Okay. Yeah, this is why you should never update your address. Easy. Easy fix.
Just never update your address.
I haven't updated my address in at least 5 years. Easy fix.
If you are like semi-serious about being a creator and you want to hold off on doxing as long as possible, because the reality is if you ever get big, you're gonna get doxed. It's just how it happens. Probably your first thing you should do is get a P.O. box.
Really?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but people, like, so people can send you stuff, or just like to have a P.O. box?
Just for anything.
Even like, passively.
Have it for like all your online stuff. If you have PayPal, use your P.O. box as your address. If you sign up for websites that need an address, use your P.O. box. Basically anything that would be publicly tied to your online persona, use the P.O. box. Even if it seems like it doesn't matter.
Okay, but because I saw this content creator, I don't remember who it was, but somebody put a tracker on a package they sent to her P.O. box. So that's actually insane. Like, even if you receive package from fans to a P.O. box, you need to open them in another facility, or I don't know.
That's wild.
Yeah.
At that point, I would legitimately be fearing for my safety if somebody's sending me trackers so they can find out where I live. I'd be very uncomfortable.
An air tag.
Unless you do like what's his name? What's the guy that gets really angry at League of Legends? It's like Tyler or something. Tyler 1.
I love Tyler 1.
You could be like him and get a completely separate house to do your streaming in.
Wait, is that what he does? But Makilla is always there, and I thought she lived there too.
Tyler 1 has a completely separate house for his streaming where he can destroy everything in it. He has 2 houses.
Based. I mean, I think that's cool. Some streamers have a completely, like, they have a whole new other computer just for streaming, so they don't really care what they show there either.
Yeah. Unless you end up like one of the smaller YouTubers that really can't afford it, and you end up showing your furry fetish inflation porn on stream, like Pyrocynical.
Based. I love Tyler 1. He's actually one of my big inspirations. But people always told me that like girls that rage isn't cute, so I couldn't rage.
I think for a time that was probably true, but with the rise of the idea of Minhara, I think it's become a lot more popular for women to be like angry and upset. Like we've got a VTuber anime coming out now where the girl is an alcoholic that just rages and is completely unhinged.
Yeah, but she still sounds cute when she's raging.
Yeah, I mean I get that. But there's plenty that don't. I don't think Pippa sounds very cute when she's raging, but it's cute.
I think she
and, like...
sounds cute. It's like very shrill. I think she would kill me if she heard me saying that. She's got a very shrill shriek when she screams.
She might. Tenma rages all the time. She does. I actually don't think the rage.
She
is
rages,
like...
but she doesn't rage like Tyler one, like your mic gets blown out.
I also don't think the rage is like Tenma's draw. I think Tenma's draw is like the unhingedness of how she talks.
Yeah. Like I actually rage a lot, but off stream when I play with Nuzagi and Parrot. They make that side of me come out.
You wouldn't believe how many times, like, off stream, I'm playing something like Call of Duty, and I'm unironically the person that's just sitting there slamming the desk going, "You fucking cheater! You cheated! You know it! You hacking bitch!" Like, sometimes you just need to vent that out and get it out of your system.
It honestly feels good to yell. I love it.
See, that's
not actually that mad. I don't know. It just feels good to let it out.
So this has come up before, and I've told it to people, why it's like a bad thing that you're not allowed to rage in video games anymore, or like you have to do it like privately. But they did a test to see if video games made you more violent, and they found that while people got more violent while playing games, the fact that they got all that venting out while playing actually made them substantially less stressed and less angry than the average person by like a massive margin.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, no, they found that the venting in video games actually made them in their everyday lives just a lot more chill and laid back with regular people.
Interesting.
It was a
like
pretty...
in game they're calling their teammates slurs and then they're so behaved in the outside world.
Yeah. They basically attributed it to the fact that they got all of it out of their system playing games. Not everybody, but it was such a high percentage that they actually found that video games making you angry is actually beneficial to you on the whole.
Interesting.
And I mean, it makes sense even more nowadays that we have concepts like rage rooms where people can go and just tear up the room.
You mean like those rooms where you break stuff?
Yeah. It's the same concept, just you could do it with video games instead of paying however much a rage room is, which I assume is expensive.
I don't know. I think the rage room, there's some physical release at the same time that you don't have when you're playing games.
I think that's why people slam the desk, though.
There's something just triggering about dying over and over again, or, you know, glitching or lagging and getting killed. And it's like the combination. I think I rage the most when I'm not being healthy or I don't have an outlet to release my energy. Either if I didn't exercise enough or something like that. If I just rolled out of bed and started gaming, that's probably when I'm going to rage the most.
True. I actually haven't been raging too much lately because I only play single player games nowadays.
I don't play anymore.
Why not?
If Nuzagi fails a gank in my lane, I'm going to rage though. You bunny fucker.
So I'm surprised this hasn't come up with chat at all yet, because we had mentioned it, or we had mentioned it in the past when talking about bringing you on. But do you have any questions about our little beef with Alara? that has only been escalating.
Yeah, what the fuck is happening?
I mean, the only recent thing is somebody sent us a clip from her stream where she's like, I don't understand why they would unban Rina. It's completely unprecedented. They shouldn't have done that. It's like, what? Like, they didn't even give her a reason why they banned her in the first place. Why are you so invested in her staying banned? They
didn't give a reason for her ban?
Nope. She could never get one.
But I first of all, I don't understand where the beef comes from. And what's the point of it, really? And then secondly, I also feel like I want to play devil's advocate here. I don't understand the other side of that's the thing. It's like the pro lollies, they get so offended when they find out that other people aren't okay with sexualizing lollies. But it's like, if a furry was bragging about, I don't know, fucking a cub or something, you guys would also be grossed out by it. So this is how they see it. Like,
it's not the
both sides kind of lack empathy.
It's that they can't leave it alone part. Because it's okay if you don't like something. Like, I say this all the time on here. Shouldn't be yucking somebody else's yum. The world would be a lot better if people just left everybody alone. Because my dislike of her originally started when a smaller lolly-tuber called Arena Cumia was doing a Lolly Smasher Pass stream, which she had like a very safe for work branding. So she didn't even do a smash or pass. She called it a kiss or miss stream. And first person to pop up in her messages in the bottom there is Alara going, Arena, you really need to rethink this. You're sexualizing children. This is a bad thing, and you should delete this tweet.
Wait, Rena was in this?
Yeah. No, Irina.
Okay.
It was a lolly-tuber called Irina Kumia, who's like a little bear.
Okay.
And as soon as Alara does this, like, all of her fans immediately start dogpiling Arina, calling her a pedophile, saying that she needs to get off the internet, trying to mass report her. Because that's what happens when you call somebody a pedophile. People take it, like, super seriously. It's not a word you should use lightly.
Yeah, but Ilara doesn't mind lollies. She's just not comfortable with sexualizing lollies, which is actually like the pretty... Like, I know in our audiences and in our groups, that's not the popular take, but it's the popular take everywhere else.
But that's the thing. It's not that she doesn't like it. It's that she goes out of her way to mess with people that do. And then she'll pretend like she doesn't later. It's perfectly fine to, like, be like, I don't like this. But she doesn't need to go to everybody that does like it and say, by the way, you're a pedophile, you shouldn't like this. But she does, because she wants the attention. She wants to feel like she's morally better than them. And
no,
it just
I don't
causes
think...
people problems.
I don't think Ilara is like that. I actually think Ilara is a pretty nice person. I don't get that vibe from her. She's not a malicious person.
But that's because she likes you. I've had to bring this up with Lumi before, because Lumi has some friends that are also people I would consider morally bankrupt. And I've told her before, they're nice to you because they like you. If they don't like you, they will throw you under the bus quicker than you can, like, say the words. Because that's what happened, like, when our thing happened. It was perfectly fine with any criticism she gave. But she immediately started taking stuff out of context to try and paint us in a worse light than we were, including me talking about being sexually assaulted in high school, which she cropped and clipped to make it sound like I was insulting somebody else.
But I think everybody was dunking on you guys during that time. So the thing is with Ilara is that she's on the Twitch side of stuff, so she'll usually take the general opinion of things. She doesn't have the same audience that we do. So, and I guess she just doesn't go down all the rabbit hole. She doesn't go on the forums, so she doesn't have the other side of the medal. like I do sometimes. But I think her biggest crime is just maybe not covering the topics the way you would want her to, like not being so thorough. But I don't think there's any like maliciousness behind it. It's more like some kind of carelessness. But I actually think if you guys do talk to each other, that she'd be open to understanding, especially if you explain that, you know, this was hurtful to you because it was a personal experience.
We have. She's ignored it. Because that's what I'm saying. Like, she likes you, so she'll talk to you about it. She hates us, so she will actively lie about us every chance she gets. Which she has. She has continued to lie about us on streams. Sometimes just completely making stuff up. Because that's just kind of the person she is. I mean, I get that you like her, and I think we're fine with that. We don't try and police who likes who. But she is just kind of a dick to people she doesn't like. And she refuses to listen to anyone who tells her otherwise.
Well, I think it depends who. If she feels like you guys are attacking her, of course she's not gonna listen. But Ella proposed to tell the news, though she has to go down rabbit holes. If so, not necessarily. Like, other big channels that you guys watch also aren't okay with sexualizing lollies. Muujin isn't okay with sexualizing lollies. He took Kenji's side in the whole situation because that's the normie take. That's what most people will side with.
But they're not normie
when they
community. And I think that's what a lot of people forget, and why Alara gets so much pushback, why Kenji gets so much pushback. They joined a community where this is normal.
No, it's the opposite. They are
very normal.
Bro, Kenji has hundreds of thousands of subscribers. What do you mean? You're gonna say that all of these VTuber fans
he doesn't
are
have
normies?
A bunch of VTuber fans.
We're just more edgy than them. Of course,
people
dude,
forget Kenji was a live streamer, an IRL streamer who did fitness work, and he's kept that audience.
No, I think he has a lot of VTuber fans. If you're an IRL person that only watch IRL person, you're not gonna watch a VTuber avatar talk on screen. That they're gonna think it's cringe and it's weird.
Read his post talking about the lolly thing and see how many of his fans say everybody in HoloLive is a pedophile. They're not VTuber fans.
They are. They're just not traditional VTuber fans that are on the Japanese side. That's just the Twitch VTuber fans, which is also the platform Alara's on.
That still doesn't make sense. Like,
no, VTubing is far and wide. You guys think it's just, oh, VTubing, I must know about the HoloLive, I must know about Japan. No, the VTubing community is very big. Some people, they don't like the anime style and they still love VTubers.
Let me explain it to you this way. If the only anime I have ever watched in my entire life is Naruto, never watched a single other anime, only Naruto, am I an anime fan?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You are a Naruto fan. Because I have not watched a single other anime in my entire life.
Well, if you like the anime style, you're an anime fan. Just like if you watch VTuber clips, you're still a VTuber fan.
And I think that's where we, like, disagree. Kenji doesn't have, like, a bunch of people that are involved in the community. They have a bunch of people that are involved in Kenji. They are Kenji fans. They don't interact with VShoujo or HoloLive or Niji-sanji or anything VTuber related. They only interact with Kenji. And it's the same way you get people that...
No, I think they intersect with a lot of other VTuber Twitch communities.
They intersect with other Kenji people. Kenji has his own little community that he calls, like, the whatever they call themselves, the Bugalo Boys or whatever the fuck they went for. The Bungo Boys, I think, is what they went with.
And there are other VTubers.
Yes, but they're still Kenji. They're still Kenji's community. They're still his section. People are there for Kenji.
So, wait. So you're saying that, like, your little community, or our little community, that's a fraction of their community, we are the true VTuber fans, and they're not. That just doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't even make sense number-wise.
I'm saying the community, the collective communities of Niji-sanji, VShoujo, and HoloLive, which are all have multiple lollies in their organizations, are the VTuber community. And if you say that all three of those massive organizations that contain the full lion's share of VTuber viewers are bad company or like bad people in them and have bad content, you're not a VTuber fan. Because at the most base level, you don't care about the biggest VTuber content in the world.
It doesn't matter if you don't care about that's the thing, is you base yourself off some parameters that you've created in your head, but that's not what really constitutes a VTuber fan. And it's not going to be the definition of a VTuber fan in a couple of years. And it's already not the definition of a VTuber fan. Like the first VTuber I've ever found wasn't a whole live VTuber. It was like a random ass Twitch indie VTuber that was streaming in a game that had like 400 viewers. And then I found the rest, and then you
found the rest. You became a part of the community.
But you don't need to be an active part of a community to be a fan.
I think you do.
Like, I'm an anime fan, and I'm not active in the anime community. So that argument already doesn't hold.
Being a fan, by definition, requires you to be active in a community.
But by that being, then all of the Twitch VTubers that aren't active on Twitter, then they're all not VTuber fans. This doesn't make sense.
Why do they have to be active on Twitter?
But Kenji has collabed with a bunch of other VTubers too. How can he not be part of the VTubing community?
Because he doesn't believe in it.
No, he just focuses on his content and on his own thing.
Plenty of IRL tubers have collabed with VTubers. They're not VTubers or a part of the VTuber community. And they're pretty open about it. Just because you've collabed with a VTuber that's bigger than you doesn't mean anything. And a lot of people in chat are kind of pointing it out. Yeah, like you are coming into a community and saying, I don't give a shit about anything in the community. People aren't going to take that well. And that's how Kenji is.
Well, I don't agree with Kenji's takes.
Well, I'm not saying you have to agree with them. But we're kind of saying like,
but to say that he's not an influential part of the VTubing community, I don't think that's totally right. He's still a prominent VTuber. He's still a prominent indie VTubers. And indie VTubers hold a lot of weight.
He talked about a VTuber that was, by definition, much smaller than him. The person was like half his size, and he got ratioed into oblivion immediately.
Who?
Because his take was considered to be that anti-VTuber.
Who's Sayu?
Yes. Sayu is smaller than Kenji. I think a lot of people forget that. Sayu has substantially less followers than Kenji.
Well, no, I think people were pretty divided on this, actually.
No, Kenji's fans were divided. Kenji,
no,
though,
our circles were heavily pro Sayu.
Yes. Our circles were pro Sayu.
So
people
you're kind
that were fans of HoloLive were pro Sayu.
That's the thing, and that's something that I fight a lot with my chat with, because it kind of becomes an echo chamber, and that's the thing I never wanted to become. And this is what I'm seeing right now in the chat. It's also like some kind of echo chamber, which is something that I never want to fall into.
You have to say, though, are you trying to prevent an echo chamber? Like an actual echo chamber? Or do most people's opinions on this just align?
It's not most people. This 90% that are watching right now is not most people at all. And the person that are like in my circle, in my audience, I know they're not most people either. I don't delude myself to think they're most people.
Kenji got ratioed into oblivion by, again, people that support the big companies and the wider community itself. Our chat is just reaffirming what those wider groups of people said.
But saying that Kenji got ratioed is already like factually debatable, because where is the ratio? Okay, show me the stats then. Show me the proof.
What do you mean on his tweets? Ratio is just when you like have an overwhelming amount of either comments or somebody retweets your tweet and completely blows you out of the water with their own likes.
They both started I didn't see the ratio. They both started like a civil war, and there was casualties on both sides till they had to call it quits.
No, Kenji started a civil war. Sayu was pretty open about, like, I'm just hurt that you said this about me. And Kenji got absolutely destroyed by everyone.
No, I think that's because, like I said, our circles are heavily pro Sayu, so we're only seeing that side. But I think on the wider side, there was a lot of people that were also pro Kenji, because they don't know of all the background that happened before.
If you looked at the people replying to Kenji, though, they were pro Kenji because they hate VTubers. A lot of them were pretty open with the fact they despise VTubers, and they thought Kenji was coming in to fix our community and shape us up. You can't go into a community with that kind of thinking, and you can't say you're a part of a community when all you want to do is change what it is.
But Sayu did nothing anywhere near on the level. But we're not even arguing about what Sayu did. Obviously, I don't think Sayu did anything wrong. Rima, Kenji was slandering Sayu with a horrendous term. If Kenji was in the right, he would not get ratioed. If Kenji was in the right, he wouldn't have backed down. He was geared up to keep digging. Yes, Kenji slandered Sayu with a horrendous term. That's not even what we're debating right now. But Sayu came out swinging out of left field and took an optic L because she sort of insinuated that his doxing was okay because he brought a lot of bad attention on her.
She never
Sayu was valid.
That.
Sayu was valid with her take and feeling hurt with him.
I do have to push back
but
on that.
Coming out
Sayu
of left
did not
field
come out in left field with that.
Was a little weird.
Sayu did not come out of left field with saying his doxing was real or was valid. She said, you should know how much it hurts. I know you recently got doxed. You should have known this was not okay to do.
Yeah.
That's not saying it was valid. That's saying you've experienced the same hurt I'm experiencing. Why are you so quick to do it to someone else?
Wait, you're talking about Sayu or Kenji now?
Sayu. That's what Sayu said. She never said it was valid. She never hinted it was valid. She said, you got doxed. That was a bad thing. She very clearly said it was a bad thing. So why do you want to try and do it to me?
Pull out the screenshot. Twitch indie VTubers and corporate VTubers are two different communities. Well, yeah, I mean, they're vastly different. They have very different opinions. Sayu's L was speaking about it and prompted him. She shouldn't have commented, but she didn't advocate for it in any way. She didn't advocate for it.
Here is her exact tweet.
But what I'm saying is that you can see from an outside perspective, not knowing the background that happened between the two of them, that it was like sort of a shocking tweet to read. Like, we know what transpired. We know what Sayu went through, but not everybody does.
I have her exact tweet here. Sorry to comment on this more, guys. I honestly don't like this kind of heated back and forth. I really hate that people can't just be ourselves in peace and not exploit others for content. Yes, the video he did that slandered me and his chat was doxing me happened a year ago. Back then, I blocked Kenji and said nothing because I knew he and his community would continue to blow things up and spin the narrative to their liking. Because after he posted about me having him blocked recently, I unblocked him and invited him to have a proper conversation in good faith.
That wasn't the first tweet. That wasn't the first tweet. I'm talking about the very first tweet that started it all. And don't get me wrong, I love Sayu. I collabed with Sayu just last Sunday. I love that girl. When I saw her first tweet, I got scared for her. Because I was like, holy shit, she's gonna get so much heat for this. Because I knew how this is going to play out from an outside perspective. And I was like, oh my God, I hope she's okay. And I got I got legitimately terrified. I got terrified for her. And that's why I didn't want to speak on this for the longest time, because I was afraid it would bring more heat to her or it would draw more attention to it, but it just blew out of the water. And then I had no choice but to address it. But I was like, oh my God, this is not going to end well. You've been watching VTuber since 2020. I never heard of Kenji until this drama. I had heard of Kenji. I had heard of Kenji. I had to watch a couple of his videos. Yeah, the first tweet wasn't as well done as this one, which is why she released that tweet to kind of clarify things, because it's easy to assume things.
Well, I'm trying to
what
find
he did to her was horrendous, by the way, and the way he doubled down after was even worse, because he was like, oh, fuck you, I'm re-putting the video out or something. No, I remember now. I remember. He privated the video when the whole Nijisanji thing was going down, because she kind of became, more like I don't know if pariah is the right word, like a martyr at that time. So he privated the video, and then he was like, oh, I'm going to pull it out. And then he doubled down on the PDF file accusations. That obviously is wrong. Yes, people got upset with Kenji, but some people also got upset with Sayu. It's not realistic to think that everybody got upset with Kenji. It's just not factually true.
Everybody got upset with Kenji.
No, it's just not factually true.
It is.
No, get out of your echo chamber.
No, there's a reason you can check any
of
Sayu's
you will see
posts,
the light.
and it's always like no comments, no quote retweets, millions of likes. And then you go to Kenji's post, no likes, thousands and thousands of comments, hundreds and hundreds of retweets. Nobody liked Kenji.
That's impossible. Just saying that a Twitter discussion or any controversy will have people on both sides fighting. Just saying that everybody was unified on one opinion, already there, you're losing me. You said everybody hated him and everybody supported Sayu. That's not true. Even I supported Sayu. I know that people didn't always support Sayu. I know because people were commenting in my chat.
So
people were commenting on my videos.
I will warn you, both our audience and probably people in the future will take offense to saying things like that. Because when you hear somebody make a hyperbolic statement, like everybody was on my side, it is by default understood that not literally every single person was on their side. And it comes across like you're intentionally trying to obfuscate the point when you say stuff like that.
What do you mean? Words have meaning. If you say everybody, that is everybody, or you're saying like maybe 99% or 90% plus.
What's the meaning
of the word? It was
much more
divided than that. That words you're exaggerating?
Yes. So words have meaning, but you have to understand that that is a way people use language. People are hyperbolic. People are sarcastic. You have to take that into account when you're talking with people. If somebody says, I literally spent all my money going to this event, and they come back home with like $100, they quite literally did not spend all their money. But they are being hyperbolic in saying that they spent a large amount of money. Okay, so what did you actually mean by your sentence? That Kenji had very few people who were on his side, and the overwhelming support was on Sayu's. I think that's almost the same thing. I still don't agree with this. I'm sorry. You can disagree with it, but when you tell people things like, well, not literally every single person was on his side, it comes across as disingenuous. Because it should be understood that the statement was hyperbolic, because there will never be 100% of anything on any side. I never thought everybody meant majority, but then she said majority, so I don't know what. Yeah, so
it's the same in this sentence. You said everybody, and you said majority. I also disagree with the majority point of view. I think it was more. I would be down to settle with like 60-40 or maybe even 70-30 if I'm going to be generous.
That would be considered an overwhelming majority. Definitionally, that's considered an overwhelming majority.
We need graphs and data, yes.
I'm just pointing out, Kenji had a substantial follower lead on Sayu at the time he said this, with a substantially larger community, and immediately got shit on by everybody.
Think Kenji is a bigger creator than Sayu? I guess number-wise he is.
He was at the time, because Sayu had to restart.
But again, I feel like, when people recall past events, they always recall them from like their perspective or their biases. And I think you are recalling these events with a little bit of your biases, and you're putting a lot of emotions in it. And I think I'm just trying to look at it more of a unbiased opinion.
I think you are, and I think you are because you're coming at it from the perspective of being unbiased. Because there's a problem where people with a desire to be unbiased actually create bias by trying to make both sides equal, when in reality it was overwhelmingly one side or the other. I see this a lot of times in politics, especially, where people will try and make an issue both sides did wrong kind of thing. But when you're actually downplaying one side's actions and upplaying another side's to make them more 50-50, that is actually bias.
But I didn't say, well, no, I actually think because you're just pulling out of these arguments out of your ass, though. You're like, yeah, I was overwhelmingly this and overwhelmingly that, and I just see this so fucking much in this community. I covered this situation super closely.
So did we. We had a 4-hour stream on it. I had a whole PDF and everything made up for it. All the screenshots, everything.
Yeah, but you said it was overwhelmingly on one side and the majority was on Sayu. I just disagree with that assessment of the situation. Like on 4chan, it was a literal war going on for the whole time it went on. There was all kind of opinions there. Same as on Twitter. So I don't know where you're taking out this assumption that it was overwhelmingly on one side or the other.
Because I was there and I saw it. We covered it.
If we take the conversation to who I think it was right, obviously, I think Sayu was more correct there, and I would say that she was more overwhelmingly correct. If the fans, but I guess it depends also what you consider a VTuber fan. If you only consider the VTuber fans the people that believe in, Japanese corporate lifestyle and all those kind of VTuber fans, then of course those people were overwhelmingly on the side of Sayu. But like when I was in a call with Barrett when all this came down and he cooked that tweet up that got a lot of traction. We were looking at the quote replies and the answers to the tweet, and there was a lot of people dunking on it too. So it was definitely more divided than you think. And it's not a bad thing. It doesn't take away anything from her. Admitting to that doesn't change the topic.
But that's the thing. I think you have kind of a rose-tinted glasses to make it more middle ground. I didn't see middle ground. I saw Kenji was overwhelmingly hated.
Well, I think that's also affecting because your community probably overwhelmingly hated him too. I mean, same with mine. And you probably dislike him a lot too.
Hello? I'm sorry, I'm late.
Hello.
Oh my god.
Me.
I'm happy. I'm actually home. I was originally not supposed to come home till tomorrow. Well, you know what? It is what it is.
Yeah, I hope it went okay at the hospital. Parrot Fortune threw her life under the... No, he didn't. He didn't. What?
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about what, honestly, this conversation is kind of going in circles. We're arguing or whether or not people were overwhelmingly with Sayu, or if I'm saying people were divided on this topic, and Mizu saying that people were overwhelmingly with Sayu on this topic.
When
If
Sayu and
was,
Kinji were
if
fighting,
Sayu was winning so hard, they wouldn't have settled on like apologies. I think if you're winning a fight, you keep on pushing. You don't fucking call it quit.
unless
about
you're a
to win.
corporate person, which Sayu is.
She's indie.
Corporate person, not with a corporation, a corporate person. Sayu comes from a very corporate mindset of you were supposed to make friends, you're not supposed to be super controversial. She wanted it to end, so she chose to end it. She isn't like us. She doesn't want to have like her
Because both sides were taking a lot of damage. That's why they called it quit, because they were like, this is never gonna end. That's why they decided to bury the hatchet.
She was taking damage from just talking about it. She wasn't taking damage from Kinji. She even says this in her own tweets. I don't talk about drama. We don't fight here. We're not negative people on this channel. That's her thing. Kinji wanted to call it off because he was getting shit on. And Sayu wanted to call it off because she doesn't like to talk about drama. It had nothing to do with her actually taking damage from Kinji.
Well, I think it's unreasonable to think that she didn't get or receive more harassment during that time, and he probably did as well.
I'm not saying she didn't receive more harassment at that time, but more doesn't necessarily mean a substantial amount. Sayu was overwhelmingly winning that, and we even said it on our stream, looking at the numbers themselves. Sayu could have just kept going and ruined Kinji's life if she wanted. She chose not to. She chose to be the bigger person.
She probably could have gotten him on, like, not necessarily defamation, but like slander.
Oh, she could have done it.
Yeah, legally, yeah. But that's another topic. But yeah, I agree with that. Sayu doesn't have the mental health. Well, not the mental health. Maybe you mean mental energy.
It would have been mental health because it was right after she got fired. She was openly struggling and talking about it, which made it even worse. What do you mean
fired?
She was removed from her organization around that time.
From Nietzsche?
I think that was like probably almost 5 months, 5-6 months since then. But she was still like building up her indie stuff. I don't know. I don't pay attention to corporate.
Wait. You're talking about when she got fired from Niji Sanji?
She was still in a lot of like legal garbage. She was talking about it while that was happening. That's why Kinji went after her. That was part of his original thing.
Oh, you're talking about when he made the video, not when they had that spat on Twitter.
No, it was when they had the spat. She was dealing with legal stuff. That's why he did it. He even says it in his original stuff.
Yeah, but she got fired from Niji Sanji almost a year ago.
Yes, I'm saying
the Kenji stuff happened a few months ago.
They were dealing with legal stuff when the Kinji stuff happened. Just because she got fired then doesn't mean all the legal stuff had been settled. Niji was still haranguing her. That was a huge part of why Kinji took a swing at her.
And also, like, because I know he re-uploaded that video that he made of her, which when he did, I swiftly archived.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
Yeah, it was extremely fucked up.
Yeah. About the legal side, I don't know exactly which is going on.
Yeah, we'll never know about like what's going on the legal side because, you know, NDAs, hush hush, and, you know, all of that fun stuff. But yeah, like what Shark said, legal stuff can go on for years, especially, you know, depending on how messy it is.
I mean, Mika Neko just settled one of her legal stuff with HoloLive. and that happened 2 years ago. But it's kind of stuff that's on and off or on the back burner and a lot of waiting.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't even remember what started this whole convo. It was about the VTubing community.
You believe that people like Kenji are representative of a large portion of the VTuber community.
They're not representative of the large portion of the community, but they're part of it. And
My
I don't think
argument
it's...
is he is not a part of the VTubing community.
Yeah.
Just because he is a VTuber.
Well, that's where the meaning of VTuber is going. Somebody who uses a VTuber avatar. That's simply what it is.
I didn't say he isn't a VTuber. I said he is not a part of the community.
Granted, the VTuber sphere isn't even a community, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of little cliques and stuff that sometimes overlap, overlap and everything. And then some people find out that other people are friends with other people. They start hating each other. And then that's where call-out documents come from.
Yeah, the argument started because they claimed that Kenji's fans are now real VTuber fans.
Which they aren't. They only watch Kenji and his friends.
Yeah, but what if his friends are other VTubers?
Are they watching them because they're VTubers or because they're Kenji's friends?
Probably because they're VTubers and they're Kenji's friends to some extent.
Actually, we have facts on this. We know it's because Kenji's friends. Because as soon as Kenji cut them out as friends, their viewing immediately declined into nothing.
Yeah, because they got exposed for horrendous stuff, no?
No, because if anybody actually read the stuff, they'd know they actually really didn't get exposed for anything that mattered.
Yeah, but it's public perception that matters.
And the reason they had bad public perception is because Kenji said they were bad. That's the only reason. Kenji said these guys are bad. Which proves that the people are only there for Kenji. They could care less about his friends. They were there for Kenji, and as soon as Kenji said these are bad people, everybody's like, okay, they're bad now.
No, because if you say that somebody doxed somebody else, even if you argue like, oh, he licked his face in the blah, blah, blah in the past, it doesn't matter. As soon as people hear dox, that's the most horrible thing you can do to somebody else in the VTubing sphere. So obviously they got dropped right away. But the fact whether it was true or not, it doesn't matter because the only thing that matters is public perception. And it's like that. It shouldn't be like that. But it is like that, unfortunately, in a lot of content creator spaces.
But it does matter in the sense that because he said it with no proof and they all believed it, it means that all that mattered was that Kenji said it. The doxing had nothing to do with it. If it did, people would have asked for proof. People would have been curious what happened. All he said was, these guys totally doxed me. Hate them now. And everybody said, okay.
It's like that can fall back onto the conversation of like the content creator being responsible essentially for their community. Some people like to argue, like content creators shouldn't be responsible for their communities if it's large, but they need to watch what they say because otherwise that can incite targeted harassment, even if they don't say go target this person. Just because like some of the people are younger and they're like, oh, well, this person hurt my favorite streamer's feelings. I'm going to go ruin their lives or I'm going to go harass them or X, Y, and Z. So it's a responsibility that people do need to learn, but some people just don't learn that no matter how long they've been doing content creation.
Doxing is worse than grooming, ?
Just to point out, chat, we covered the Kenji stuff. All he had proof of was that they were talking trash about him in a Discord. The quote-unquote doxing of Kenji was them posting his old profile where he was an IRL tuber, which was still active, and he still had linked on some of his socials. That's not doxing. I'm sorry, guys. You don't get to say it's doxing when it's stuff you put on the internet.
Wait, so, yeah, no, I get that, but the thing is, you dug deeper, but, like, okay, This is, wait, I'm gonna link you. This is Kenji's first tweet. It's got 1.9 million views. It's got 31,000 likes. Okay, he's posting the logs of the Discord chats. There's Shy Lily in the replies. There's me. There's Shibi VTuber. That was before Sayu came out, obviously, but still, there's Haruka Caribou, Fei, Quinn Lucius, Merryweather. You're saying all these people aren't VTuber fans. They're only Kenji fans. That's kind of what your first statement was claiming.
First off, Zentraya is not a VTuber fan. Zentraya,
well, she's a VTuber, content creator that is participating in the community. That's my point.
Yeah, these are people that are participating in the communities. It doesn't mean they're VTuber fans. Like, I'm genuinely not sure what you're trying to say by this. Big VTubers saw him say that it was doxing. Because you're
saying no, because you're saying the only people that were on Kenji's sides
in the Sayu
are Kenji fans.
In the Sayu thing, I never made any comments about this. You're trying to put two completely separate issues together.
Whenever somebody mentions doxing, people are always going to side with them.
Yeah. I don't know what you want me to say to that. Yes.
I'm still half lost on the conversation. I'm just here to
this isn't what we were
something.
talking about.
We're just arguing on cementing.
We aren't talking about these people are or aren't VTuber fans. We're saying that everybody who was quote-unquote fans of Kenji's friends that immediately dumped all of his friends just because Kenji said this, those people aren't VTuber fans. They were supposedly fans of all of Kenji's friends, yet they immediately dumped them without waiting for any explanation about any of this. Because they were Kenji fans.
Okay, so what Prune Juice Guy was saying, Mizu's point is that Kenji's fan base openly dislikes VTubers in general. There is a very specific context to what Mizu was saying. I don't know if I missed that context or what, but I don't know. I don't pay attention to half of VTubers, honestly, because I really don't care. I just see most of them whenever they get into drama or whatever.
That's a good way to see them. It's only the spicier stuff.
And some of the chats mentioning this all started with the Alara thing, because Rima's original point was that a majority of VTuber fans hate lolly stuff, and my point was
it's not the majority. I'd say it's the normie opinion is what majority. I was saying. And
I think okay, because I'm sure all of us are old enough to remember the mid 2000s, early 2010s fandoms where pro ship was normal. If you don't like it, everyone ignored it. You don't go and harass people and stuff. It was just after the mid to late 2010s is when, the more wider population and more quote unquote normie communities start getting into fandoms. And that's when sensibilities started going up and they wanted to, basically go puritanical on a lot of it. And that's when the whole ship and let ship, ignore what you don't like, went out the window. So say that if VTubing became a thing in the mid 2000s, early 2010s, we probably wouldn't be having this issue, honestly, because then we would know how to navigate it by now. But just because it's newer and just because a lot of the, Gen Z, younger millennials and stuff, they're just oh, this makes us uncomfortable, so you're the bad guy. You are this, that, and other, and we hate you. We don't want you here. It's just one of those things where people need to learn to ignore it. Unfortunately...
Yeah. No, sorry, go on.
Oh no, you're good. I was finishing up my point and then my brain fizzled out.
It just became a much wider community. Yes, it started with the Japanese side and the HoloLive stuff, but it became so much bigger than it is. So of course other opinions are going in. I just don't agree with the statement that the majority of that Kenji got no support in all of this, and that the only person that that supported Kenji was his fans, and that his fans are not necessarily VTuber fans. Maybe his fan base does intersect with other community, and they're not traditional, VTuber fans, but they're still part of the wider VTuber community. Maybe not the part of the community that we appreciate and we hang out with and we intersect with.
And my point is, if you come into VTubing and you say you're a VTuber fan, and then immediately say, I hate every single member of HoloLive, VShojo, and Niji Sanji, you're not really a VTuber fan, because you hate.
I don't know if they would hate
the
VShojo people. I feel like I think they wouldn't. They would say oh, I don't know who the HoloLive VTubers are. That's what they would say, because they're cringe like that. But they would probably know who Iron Mouse is, right? Iron Mouse is the poster child of VTuber. Every new VTuber person that wants to become a VTuber, they're I want to be like Iron Mouse. Everybody knows her, especially on the Twitch side, because a lot of the newer fans come from the Twitch side.
Mm-hmm.
I think my problem with your view of it is you seem to think that for a community, the only thing that matters is the aesthetic. And as long as people meet the aesthetic, everything else doesn't matter.
Unfortunately,
wait, what do you mean by that? But because there's this fairy girl that is not an anime.
Somebody uses a VTuber model, and somebody is fan of one person with a VTuber model, nothing else matters. They're immediately a VTuber fan, and they're a part of the community. I don't think that tracks.
I think it's the intent. If they want to participate, if they want to be part of the community, that doesn't mean that they need to HoloLive or even Niji Sanji. What does it live? What even choice? It's there's two choices, and now one of those two choices is not even trendy to like them anymore. So what if they don't like HoloLive immediately?
I'm not saying the company. The companies don't matter. We're saying the people.
The VTubers.
If you say I hate every single VTuber that comes out of HoloLive and Niji Sanji, I think they all are pedophiles and they all support pedophilia, you're not a VTuber fan.
Well, I mean, you're cringe if you're saying that, obviously, but you're
honestly,
you're a VTuber fan on the Twitch normie side, we would call them. Yes.
I just don't think that tracks still.
It's the majority of the newer Western VTuber fans only will watch, VTubers from the West, either indies or VShojo or whatever Western company decides to come out of the States. A lot of them do not like, honestly, the Japanese aspect of a lot of popular VTubers, especially when it comes to lolly and shota stuff. Because they're ew, that's gross. I don't care if it's normal or okay over there. They're disgusting, blah, blah, blah. Insert xenophobia here. They don't care. They really don't care. They will blatantly show racism. But as long as their feelings are okay and they have their little safe space, they don't care who they hurt. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, it's common for VTubers, anime, fandoms in general. And it's this is why gatekeeping is important. This is why you gatekeep your own community. And
yeah, but don't you think that there's just bad people that are going to insert themselves everywhere?
Which is why gatekeeping is important. To deal with the bad people that are trying to insert themselves, like Kenji and his community.
But I think it's a little too late for that. The thing is, how do you gatekeep? And then what do you start, with the purity test? And this is also what causes a lot of infighting. And the purity test, even in those communities that you would probably dislike, that are all about canceling each other, they also have these purity tests, and it turns against them too.
Here's the thing, and a lot of people use purity test as a negative term, but in a community, yes, you should absolutely have purity test.
And it's the other thing is I could also turn this around, and when I first started VTubing, that there was all these other taboos. You can't mention some forums. You can't talk about PLs. So they would have said that I'm a tourist because I was bringing a lot of those slowly. I didn't barge in and start changing all of that, but I made this post at one point saying that we should be more open about talking about PLs. It's only protecting the corporations. And a lot of VTuber fans, like the hardcore fans, the traditionalists, they would think that's wrong, and they would think that they should gatekeep people like me. So there is some people that come into a community that do bring, that do help with the evolution of the community. And then it's like, who gets to decide to gatekeep? Because they would have gatekept people like me and other people like me. Like,
what's the point of this line of thinking? Is the whole point just, well, I would have been gatekept, so we just can't gatekeep anybody now? All gatekeeping bad, which inevitably leads to the destruction of the community.
I mean, I think it's a case-by-case scenario where there's obviously some really bad actors, but
that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the case-by-case. And you're kind of saying, well, the case-by-case doesn't matter because some of the cases don't work.
I think people, when they say gatekeeping is bad, but it's like, who gets to decide to gatekeep?
The community.
That's my issue with it.
The people that built
But then
the
not
gate.
Everybody agrees. The people that get the gate.
Here's the thing.
I like that.
If somebody says you are gatekept out of the anime community, what is actively preventing you from watching anime? Why does them having a gate for their section of the community matter to you in watching anime? Why do you need to be behind their gate?
I'm not, honestly, I didn't think about this topic too much, but I can see the upsides of a community being more mainstream, at least for me as a content creator. For example, off the top of my head, I could talk about stuff that are not VTubers and have people watch me because they wouldn't be like, ew, anime girl, what the fuck, this is so weird. Or I wouldn't get my opinion disregarded for no reason just because I'm a VTuber on Twitter. So stuff like that, it would be nice if it was more mainstream. I could get larger sponsors. So with the HoloLive girls too, like with the Dodger collab, they could be more anime VTubers. It could be movies about VTubers.
But you want it to be more mainstream for personal acceptance and for personal benefit. Everything you've mentioned
for the whole thing.
Everything you've mentioned so far has only been personal benefit. How does that help the community?
Oh, I mentioned the Dodger collab too.
Yeah, but how does that help the community?
Well, that's more finance and more visibility for the VTubers that we love. Don't you want your Oshi to reach the stars?
And then
to get 10 million subscribers?
And then immediately get chased off the internet because they're hyper stressed. They're constantly trying to perform. And now they have a billion eyes on them talking shit about them.
Well, I mean, that's already happening.
I put it this way. So one of my favorite games ever is Fire Emblem. And Fire Emblem saved itself with a game called Awakening. Ever since then, every game released after Awakening has been the worst garbage the company has ever produced. Because
I know about Fire Emblem. That's recent.
There's several recent Fire Emblems, and every single game has been bad. Because Awakening reached a new normie audience that wanted it to be more of an anime dating sim. So now, instead of producing good, highly detailed strategy games, they are now just really boring, really easy dating sims. So it going normie has completely destroyed the community and the thing I loved. And there is zero value in what happened to it. Yeah, it got more popular. Yeah, the company got more money. Yeah, they're producing more games than ever. And the future for it is as bright as possible. But the games are garbage, and nobody who is a part of the original community actually wants to play them anymore.
What it reminds me of is kind of like I can only think of like some personal experience because I haven't really encountered that with games. But it's like, with indie music, when there's a bunch of friends that hang out together and they create indie music, and one of them breaks out in the mainstream and suddenly they become popular, then they kind of lose that kind of notoriety that they had being an indie, and they kind of get like shunned by their indie community. That's kind of what it reminds me of. But obviously, like the artists that broke out, I mean, they probably don't mind breaking onto the mainstream. That was probably their goal in the first place.
It's like, I think one VTuber that does do things, you know, fairly well when it comes to balancing like VTuber stuff and like other more normie stuff is probably Kirsha, because she has that balanced out pretty fucking well, and I commend her for that shit. She's doing great, and I'm sure other people who don't like Kirsha, it's like, man, how can I do that? Because, you know, she's doing this, and this, but I don't want to put in that work. So some people just want to try to take the lazy way as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's what's going to happen, is that the community just going to become more fragmented. And like Azahara said, it's just, there's not one big community of VTuber. There's just a bunch of groups that adhere to different values and sets of opinions.
Yeah,
Problem is their values include shutting up people who don't agree with them. We have seen it more than ever. People mass reporting people that genuinely do what VTubing has always been because the normie communities come in. And now they're like, all of this stuff that VTubers have been doing, that's all bad. It's got to go. And they just mass report you until you can't make money anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that sucks. But it's also dumb that... Sorry, I had a little burp. It's also dumb that mass reporting is a tool that works. Like, it should never work in the first place. YouTube needs to implement some tools against that. And Mujin's last video also got mass reported, and now they got partially demonetized. Same with Taiga, and same with that Rina girl.
Yeah, it's like the fact that Taiga was able to get almost an exact number on how many reports to YouTube it would take to get someone's account completely taken down is fucking wild. And with Rina, the fact that someone else basically told their audience, hey, go report this person, and another person who has like 15,000 followers did the exact same thing and got her taken down for 3 weeks. And now we got people who are like, wow, she's unbanned. Why did she get unbanned? And it's like, she's just pro-ship.
But I thought sending your community to raid another streamer, like hate raid, is also against TOS.
Yeah. It's like both people fucked up. But it's a little more fucked up when you send your community to...
No, I was talking about the person who tell them to mass report. I didn't know she also sent her community. I don't know. I don't know the whole story, TBH. I just found out about it.
Oh, I can send you the Google Drive of some stuff and some statuses that are still up on Twitter if you would like.
Okay. What's the TLDR?
The TLDR is that she was doing a lolly smasher pass, and you know that doesn't end well for anybody who is a lolly VTuber doing a lolly smasher pass. And she was talking about fictional characters, some from Corpse Party, some from other games, and Corpse Party, corpses and necrophilia, stuff like that. They're like, oh, that's disgusting. They're talking about minors on the internet, and it's like, no, those are fictional characters, my dude. And they're just like, oh, she's a pedophile, she's this, she's that. And so just sent people to start adding Twitch, emailing her sponsors, like GamerSups and shit. Yeah.
I think it's funny when people email us GamerSups because they're not even like, they're just an affiliate deal. They're not actually a sponsor, and that really makes me laugh. It's like, what, you're gonna make me lose my sponsor that gives me 50 cents a month? Go for it. I don't give a shit.
It's just like, sure, you can hate somebody, but never go after their livelihood, because that's fucked up. It's like, I would never tell people, or even myself, try to take someone's livelihood just because I don't like them. It's
Yeah,
like,
me
unless they
too.
do the most egregious shit in the world, no, you don't fuck with their money.
Yeah, 100%. 100%, I agree with that. I've said the exact same thing. Pretty based. I don't know. I don't. Yeah, like I think I said at the beginning of the podcast, right? Like I said, I don't believe in the canceling is fine when it's to the right people. I just don't like cancel culture. I don't like it from peer to peer. I think it's okay when it's against maybe an institution or somebody so powerful that we can't touch them going through like the systems that are already set in place. I don't like this whole like kangaroo court thing because it's a lot of opinions and there's no evidence and there's no due process, and then it becomes just a he said, she said, or they said, or whatever.
Hello.
Yeah. Because
Hello.
oh,
I'm
look,
so
he's
sorry.
awake.
My alarm did not go off at all. I am
It's okay.
so sorry.
You're
It's okay.
okay.
I put
You're
Rima
good.
in
You're
your
not
room.
gonna.
I saw that.
Yeah. You can come in the room with me. I'll move
Yeah,
a little.
I'll be up. I'm so
I want to
upset
get
right
more
now.
wine. I'm getting a little tipsy, and I feel like drinking more. Can I go get another glass real quick?
I mean, I'm
Well-
not going to stop you.
While you get another glass and Lumi catches Avako, I'm gonna go pee.
Okay, thank you.
Man, put me on the spot. I was an hour late too. God. I was doing the new raids on Final Fantasy and taking care of other stuff. Dude, the new
Okay.
raids are so fucking good.
I don't feel
Catch
that
up,
bad then.
God. But hello, everybody. I'm back from my week and a half long. Just not vacation because I didn't want to be gone, but I got a lot of yapping to do. I was so angry that things were just happening while I was gone. I'm like, I can't stream from the hospital. God damn it.
Oh gosh, I'm probably sleeping in the background.
But when I popped in, Rima and Mizu were just yapping about stuff, and they were having their own little, I wouldn't say argument, but debate on stuff. And this is what happens when we leave Mizu alone too long with somebody.
Yeah.
Oh,
I am so sorry, chat.
you're fine.
I started a new job, and I decided to take a nap so that I could not die at work tomorrow. And
Mizu is dying. Oh.
oh my gosh.
What else can I update you guys on since I am finally back? Well, for those of you who didn't see my Twitter post and stuff, I now officially have a new title. For Archcast, I am now Secretary Tortilla in charge of acquisitions. Or as Mr. Arch would say, Secretary Tortilla in charge of acquisitions. That's gonna be
Tortilla?
Yeah, I'm a co-host over on Archcast now, on Saturdays. So now I am Secretary Tortilla in charge of acquisition. So I get to start voluntolding people to come on on Archcast.
I'm back.
Okay.
Hello.
Welcome back.
I'm in your personal space right now.
Before we
Rima,
continue anything
Your
else,
tentacle.
did you fucking
What?
Clussy me, Akko?
Did I?
I was checking Twitter. Did you fucking Clussy me?
Did I? Wait, what's going on?
I don't know.
Hi.
There is a tweet someone put out tagging Luby, you, and our Twitter, and it says
Hold
the
on,
Under the
huh?
Tea trio is clowns.
Oh my god.
Wait, what the hell?
But they're mean.
Oh my god, I got
I did not
clussied.
I did not ask for this.
I got fucking clussied. Well, I'll accept it. I retweeted it.
She didn't come into my room because she knows I like tentacles.
Oh, I would have
Um,
put her in your room, but I actually don't have hers. I have like a slightly smaller space because of her fucking tentacle thing.
I want to see
I'm
Rima
sorry.
drunk. I was already drunk when I started the stream. I was tipsy. That's why
Oh,
That's
God.
why I started immediately talking about politics and shit.
Akko was here
man,
earlier. I could have
politics.
arranged this a little better.
I apologize again.
Sleepy bitch.
My alarm didn't go off, and I wake up and I'm like, maybe I'll get up slowly, and then I look at my phone. It's like that says it's 11:59. That's not right.
Yeah.
That's okay. We're
As long
just
as you
getting
saw my thing
started.
about not starting up the stream, because I've got it covered.
I'm not starting up the stream, obviously. Oh,
Wait, is Akko's model freaking out? Is it just me or does Akko have white lines around the face? It's probably because I've made her super small.
Yeah, probably.
In VTube Studio, some models with how they're made, if you make them small, you can see like weird mess ups on the details.
yeah, I can see where the model's cut.
Yeah. I know Royan has a chibi model that is way worse than any I've ever seen with the model cuts.
That's funny.
But
Oh well, it's one of those days.
the rooms are too small for me to like get anything else going.
No,
did I hit the sleep button? Absolutely not.
oh, it's okay. We can leave the models how they are. It's fine. Slightly cursed, it's okay. We got Clussy, so it's revenge.
I'm so... That was okay. The artist who I think they just randomly decided to do it because they told me this artist told me that they're learning how to draw, and they told me they might do it, and I was like, okay, because they're
I mean, for learning, that's so fucking good.
yeah.
Can you raise your mic a little bit, Mama?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Akko is notoriously quiet.
Really? Everybody says I'm really loud every time I join a collab. I'm like the opposite.
Yeah,
I
my
may
problem.
have got this worked out. There we go.
My
Nice.
my problem is I have a custom mixer,
Oh.
and the louder I make it on my end, the worse my audio quality is. So I just
Oh,
tend to
okay,
speak
okay.
up.
There
No,
may
you're
be
good.
some clipping, but it'll
I can
survive.
understand you. Yeah. Yeah.
There we go. That's better.
That works.
Do it on the fly, chat. Do it on the fly.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, are we really VTubers if there's not like some scuff?
True.
Like Akko being
I bring the
asleep.
scuff.
Well, now I gotta fix Lumi's room. God damn it.
Is that what you all assumed was happening?
Yes, even Temp sent that to me.
I was it was
So when we were 5 minutes past time to start, I said, fuck it. I'll just do it myself.
yeah I
Oh, man.
oh Rima, I told you what my new job is. Very demanding. I like woke up, got home and passed right out.
Yeah, you
I
have
set
a
an
very
alarm.
important job and you're a smart lady. I was very impressed.
Chat, I'm not actually gonna say what it is. I am we're gonna say just that I'm a clown, and that is very demanding and tiring.
It's
but
a very important job to be a clown.
it is, yes. I gotta beat out all of Twitter in order to be the biggest one. Oh,
Can't believe I got fucking clussied.
I
mean, you look cute. You look cute as hell.
Why did you two get like the cute mouths and I got like the Joker mouth?
What's Clussy?
We got clowned on. Hold on here. I'll post it in our chat.
It's clown pussy.
What?
Fucking bullshit. Hold on. I need to do fucking VX Twitter.
Akko's on some
Oh
weird
wait, I
thing.
love that.
Akko's on some weird thing now about being a clown in very tight latex.
Yeah.
No, Mizu, I think looks the best actually. I really like your outfit the most.
I appreciate it.
I love the jester hat. No, this fan art looks great.
It
Oh, no,
looks
it's
so
good
good.
fan
Mama
art.
looks.
I
Mama
just,
looks thick.
I just assumed because
What?
of Akko that Akko paid to have us clussied.
No, I
Yeah.
did not. It is fan art of the podcast.
I'm waiting for Rima to get clussied. With hooves. She has to have those.
My new model has some jester inspiration, probably
Look.
more than I intended to.
You gotta be real careful about doing anything with latex and horse girls, because there actually is like a whole real life community thing for that, and it is
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I know
absolutely
about
weird
that.
looking.
it's not.
Yeah,
that
they use
weird.
the bits and everything. Yeah.
It's the you know.
Give it a week, we'll see Rima fan art of her in horse bondage.
Oh my god.
There's already been some that Azahara has done.
Rima will never get the horse
Azahara is so
allegations.
good. Azahara is too good and way too fast for any sane person with
Yeah, it's a fetish
AI
community.
fan art. It's insane, man.
Oddly enough, the horse bondage people are typically not furries. It's very odd. Not too much crossover.
I don't know. I was thinking about doing a video on furries.
What about
But
them?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what they are yet. I haven't started to research.
They like
my
anthropomorphic
tip-
animals.
My tip for you with doing a video on furries, don't. They're scary.
Really?
Yes, furries are not only richer than a lot of us, they have way more sway and power. A lot of them are very high up in Discord and a lot of games.
I
that
thought you were
really
gonna say
like.
government.
No,
What do you
no,
mean
they
up
already
in
do.
Discord?
They might be.
They're
but
part of the
do you-
Illuminati.
No, do you know how many furries work for NASA? Do you know how many fucking furries work in the government? A lot.
Wait, what?
Here's
Do you know
the
how
thing.
many furries are doctors? How do you
Yeah.
think they can afford their fursuits?
A lot of the like very high tech jobs are typically stocked by people with a higher rate of autism than the regular community, and
Mm.
furries are like a solid 95% just autistic people.
Yep.
And there's like a culture war going on between furries and lollies.
Oh, furries have always hated
not really.
lollies, and our theory is that furries are very upset that the anime community has always accepted like lollies and lollicons, whereas furries on the early internet were constantly ostracized and bullied.
Yeah.
However, I think a lot of them forget they were typically ostracized and bullied because they constantly brought up furry shit all the time where it didn't belong. Like, you'd
Yeah,
be
but
in
that's
a-
also the comparison I made with lollies to try to explain it. Actually, I was like, I feel like some people get. Yeah,
where
no,
you
that
see
that was
lollies
one of the
brought up where
comparisons.
lollies aren't relevant.
Well, not relevant, but it's like it's kind
Exactly.
of like in your face around Twitter, and I guess
What's in your
I
face?
guess
'Cause
furries
everything
do
on
the
Twitter is
same.
public. That's where you just
Yeah.
mute and you move on.
well,
I mute
yeah,
people all
of
the
course I
time when I
agree
don't
with
like
that.
'em.
Yeah, but that's not the point. Like,
The
if you put
thing is
something
that
on Twitter, then
furries
people
weren't
will
in your
criticize you for
face.
it.
I think you misunderstood what I meant. Furries were not in
Okay.
your face. You would be like on a gun forum talking about a gun, and somebody would come in and take a picture of their fursuit and post it on the forum and be like, "Hey guys, look, I'm a furry. This is my fursuit.
Nice.
It's more expensive than your gun."
Well, yeah, he's gonna get laughed off the forum
But that
for
was
sure.
very
Yeah.
common on early era internet, is that
Mhm.
furries were just infect everything, and they would constantly bring up that they were furries. You would be on a forum for some obscure video game, and somebody would be like, "God, I wish this game had furries. This should be a furry game." And it was constant. It was YouTube comments. I bet this YouTuber is secretly a furry, guys. I guarantee he has a fursuit in his closet.
But like, technically, his mascots are furries, no? Like, don't mascots that you hug at like amusement parks and stuff?
Don't
There's-
remind them. There's so
There-
many like mascot Twitter accounts that got shut down or completely locked down because furries were
What?
constantly trying to fuck the mascot.
Yeah.
No
yeah.
way!
There
Have
was
you
a
never
Tony the
watched
Tiger
the
one that I
video
think-
about what happened to Tony the Tiger, the Kellogg's
Oh
mascot?
yeah.
No, can you send me that like tomorrow or something so I remember to watch? I actually want to watch this. I
Yeah,
wanna
they
put
made a
this on my
Tony the
watch list.
Tiger account that was supposed to like encourage kids to eat Kellogg's cereal and Tony the Tiger was also like that one that was always encouraging kids to get active. That was their brand thing, was getting kids to go outside and exercise.
Bro, it's so full of sugar.
Yeah.
You can't convince me that Kellogg's are healthy for you.
But every single tweet the Tony the Tiger account made had tons of furries under it, posting pictures of bad dragon dildos, going "Rail me, Daddy Tony." It got
Yeah.
so
Nice
bad they just
based.
shut the whole account down and they were just done
Yeah.
with it.
Bro,
It was great.
I actually wouldn't mind. I don't mind furries in video games. Like in Final Fantasy they have that race that are lions. Like, I don't
Oh, the
mind them.
Hrothgar? Yeah.
Yeah.
The Hrothgar are fine, but it's just when, like, mascots just try to exist
I think it's
to
the second-
entertain people, and then it's like instant, here you go, bad dragon dildo. Here you go, have some not safe for work fan art right underneath this post, and it's like,
Yeah,
please
the not
don't.
safe for work furry is definitely weird. But everybody's got their kink. Actually, I try not to judge people on their sexual kinks. Like it's kind of whatever to me. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
French, so we're literally so open minded about this. We don't give a fuck.
Man,
Oh.
first Canadian and now French. You're not beating the allegations, Rima.
Well, I'm French Canadian. I'm
Oh, no.
I'm not a real French. I'm. What do you mean? Oh no!
French Canadians are worse.
French people are literally so degenerate about sex that it is illegal to ask for a paternity test in France because they believe it would destroy every single family in the country.
Based. Not inside me, Tony. Shut up, Azahara.
I would have to ask my one or two French friends, but I think even they clown on French Canadians, which is kind of mean.
We're extremely rude.
It's because of the Canadian part.
Well, the French Canadians are just also, really bad drivers. Like, really bad.
They're almost
It's
worse than
actually-
women.
Whoa, other countries have worse drivers. Our roads are really bad.
Oh, man.
I'm
We
not
do-
related to XQC, but I do sound like him a lot sometimes.
We do enjoy
don't
the clown fan art. Thank you for that. I did not
Yeah, I
expect
love
to
the
get
clown
Clussy,
fan
though.
art. I like it.
Rima is the clown next.
Oh gosh.
True XQC is French Canadian. That's bad enough.
If I may make a request, if you decide to make Rima a clown, please put them in horse fetish latex. clown
No,
gear.
Yes.
no.
She needs to have the bit and everything.
The bit, they need the little floppy hoof things.
Oh,
It's like another thing about furries is
They
that,
said they're
okay,
on it. You're welcome, Rima.
perfect. It's like, how, for VTuber commissions, there's your character here art where it's like they can range from $20 to $200 depending on the quality of the art.
Yeah.
For furries, the minimum base price that I see is $500, and then it can go up to $5,000.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Yeah.
Artists are that's the other thing that you have to understand about furries is compared to anime artists, where you have people like Sakimi-chan that draw really good.
Oh yeah,
all
I love
furry
her.
artists start like that. They all make art like that.
Huh?
Yes, a lot of them are. Obviously,
I
not everybody.
I'm in
does,
the
but-
wrong business. I'm gonna start furry art drawing
Oh, furries pay a lot of money.
and make a
They
furry
do.
with a huge dick
They do.
However,
and huge
I will-
cojones.
you ever see the meme that it's Thing versus Thing Japan, and it's just everybody freaking out over Thing Japan because it's better?
Oh yes. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
This is a bizarre thing, but unironically, Thing versus Thing Japan applies to furries. And I can put a fun example for you in the chat.
What do you mean? I don't visualize it right now. I'm lost.
So there is a Japanese furry community, but it's
Okay.
interesting that they have a completely different concept of what a furry should look like.
Mhm.
Which is it's
Really?
actually kind of odd that there's such a wide difference. So I'll put
I
two
feel like
pictures in the
furry
chat.
art is inherently Western looking. Oh.
The one on the right is a Japanese fursuit, and that is
What?
traditionally how most Japanese fursuits come out looking.
Oh, that is beautiful.
The Japanese fursuits are
Yeah. Yeah, the other one looks like Tony. I guess they are all based off Tony the Tiger somehow. The Western one.
It is just very
A little bit,
strange
yeah.
to me how the exact same community ended up looking completely different across countries when it has like the same basis, which is like the mascot costumes.
All the dogs look the same, but I feel like the furries would give good hugs. Oh, I love the Japanese one. It's so cute.
It's got way more of an uwu factor.
Yeah, they look more like mythical creatures. The other ones are based like off cartoon dogs, like very animation.
It's very Disney.
Disney, yes, exactly.
And then the
You know what
Japanese
really
seem to like adopt more from like what's it, how do you pronounce it properly? Komonini? Yeah, I can never pronounce it right.
I don't know what that is.
The cat girls.
Mm.
You know what I think is a little weirder, but I try not to be judgmental, but it still gives me an eerie feeling. Those big suits, but they're like anime suits. But they kind of have like porcelain face.
Oh, you mean
Oh
Kigurumi?
yeah.
This is a
Wait,
mix of that and furry. It just popped up in the list.
Oh, that's so cute. That is cuter than the
normal
real
anime
looking.
face.
Yes.
It's a. This is another weird thing, right? So Kigurumi, some people say it's a mascot thing. From what I've seen from researching it, a lot of people are in it because it's like a bondage thing. It's a kind of like a BDSM play because of what they wear underneath it and sometimes how tight the suits are.
Are they wearing like beads?
Which again is another weird thing. Over in America, like we have the bondage suits that are always typically black latex and like dogs and horses and shit. And then in Japan, they do like these anime face like suits to seal into. Unironically, think Japan is better.
Okay, Rima, I think the masks that you are talking about are like these, right? Like the Gurgle Love mask?
Yes.
Yeah.
They look like
Those are
dolls.
Really nice.
I mean, they look
Really good.
expensive. Like you can tell that some of them probably cost thousands of dollars. And they probably, like, if you want to look like an anime, that's probably the only way to really achieve it.
It's
because
like
the proportions are there, but it still looks like
Yeah.
very eerie in a way.
It's like I love these specific types of masks. They're so cool.
Oh, absolutely amazing.
Mm.
It is
Wait, this
not
is an
just
insane-
the mask most of the time, though.
Wait, that
Yeah.
is not just the mask, the last one, right?
A lot of them are full body suits
Yes.
to
Yeah,
make the skin
this
look more
one is-
polished.
Oh.
And I know this one is just the mask. It's like I don't know how the inner workings work with it to make like, the mouth extend out more. I think it's kind of like connected to either your ears or the edges of your mouth.
Depends on the mask. Some of them seal your entire head in.
Yeah.
I think my favorite right now is the one that looks like Korra. Oh yeah, see the last one.
I've seen some people use that. However, I noticed they're not as popular as a lot of different other masks. I think, the thing that's kind of funny is that last one, a lot of people tend to try and clown on Western
Yes.
anime lovers. And it's just like, I know it's kind of cringy, but
People want to see the masks.
Post the
They're
link
like,
or not.
"Stop."
Oh my god, chat.
I mean, okay, if you want to see the masks that we're talking about, I'll look up a Gurgle Love. Gurgle
Here,
Love
give
mask.
me a sec, chat. I want to make sure, like, if I swap to my full display screen, it isn't gonna flashbang you with something illegal.
Just import the photo, no?
I don't want to accidentally show my balls on stream again.
I'm sorry, chat. I if I wasn't so late, I would have taken care of this.
You're okay.
I feel so bad.
It's like for like Lumi's like deep sea monster look and stuff. I am basing some of her face like this mask.
Here you go, chat. It's the
How does
Kigurumi
that
face.
work? I feel like the bottom part of her face is her face, no? Or maybe not.
It's like here. I'll show you the sketch that I got for it because it's still in the design phase. Let's see. Ham.
I think I'd rather hug a furry than the one that's on screen right now. The one that's on screen kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies a little.
Oh, it's really cool that like people spend so much time making quality looking masks like that.
There's some higher quality ones. This one looks a little cheaper. The blonde one that's on the channel.
Yes.
The one that you guys posted in Discord looked really expensive and realistic.
Oh, here you go.
I love the little.
This is the
Oh,
sketch
that's
so far.
cool. That's really cool.
Mizu, the blue furry one that you posted not too long ago looks kind of like you.
What?
Really, the blue furry one that you posted kind of like gives me Mizu.
What
vibes
if
with
it
the
was
hair.
marine? Yeah, I saw some marine one too.
Oh, chat
I
here.
don't
We'll
know.
do this. So
I had somebody in my Discord that really liked these, and they kept posting them in the cosplay section, and they got shunned out of it. They're like, "Stop! We want to see hot female women. Stop posting them." I felt bad for them.
So chat, for those of you who haven't seen it before, this is kind of a traditional looking furry suit. This is how most American ones look. This is typically how the Japanese ones look. Yeah. Normally the Japanese ones look about like this, which has a lot more of like a little moe aesthetic to it.
Oh,
Don't
I'll be
know
right back.
why.
They look more like cats, though. Are they even the same animal? They have like dragon horn.
Depends.
Furries are very friendly. I thought they were mean sometimes on Twitter and stuff.
It depends. The thing with furries is that, like, again, because of how ostracized I feel like a lot of them have been over the years, some of them feel like they are entitled to kind of give it back. Some of them, and then
Yeah.
others are just like mean. But I feel like most
I
of them
love
are
that
nice.
one. I love that one so much. I think it's my favorite so far. It's so cute.
Somebody says I don't like either. It reminds me of the Teletubbies. This reminds me of how crazy detailed Japanese sex dolls are. You know, you guys can get like a pretty good sex doll for like $500.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
They send them to you in a box, like a little
Is it-
coffin.
I want the one replica of Marine.
Depends
I
on
would
your
get
side
one
of
of Shin
furry,
Chao
yes.
Sensei.
The anime furries tend to be the most chill, in my opinion, because
Really?
they've embraced both sides of degeneracy.
If you are both a weeb and a
Mhm.
furry, you are typically not gonna you're not gonna yuck anybody's yum, except NTR fags, because they deserve it.
Whoa,
Yes.
whoa. Kiwasa was right there. And you don't know about the whole NTR
No,
debate I had during my hentai tag tier list.
Oh dear.
My chat
dear.
got very inflamed. I had just learned about NTR.
Oh no.
I will yuck people's. So this is a thing, and I don't know if you know this or if chat taught you this much about it, but a lot of websites will just say NTR, but there are there are 3 different types of NTR that are all completely different, but they're all included under the NTR tag.
Like,
So have you ever seen like a harem anime where a guy is sleeping with every girl?
yeah.
That is technically NTR.
Okay.
So there is NTR.
Because they're jealous of each other?
No, so the NTR people think about is the angry jealousy one, which is the one nobody
Shut up,
likes.
Flora.
But
Nobody likes that one?
then
Except
people like that
Nuzagi.
one.
Okay, okay.
But that's the one that people get really mad about, and they get really upset about that version. But then there is harem, which harem is technically NTR because the guy is technically cheating on every girl. Because NTR by itself just means cheating. It doesn't have like a specific quality to it. But in Japan, they have divided it into 3 subcategories, which is the deep emotional cheating that is the one people get upset about. That is just
Okay.
general cheating, which is harems. And then there is kind of a general cheating, but for women. Which
Nani?
is the girl going around sleeping with a bunch of guys. So there's basically...
I bet people hate that one the most.
That one's actually fairly popular.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm so surprised. Okay, but like, okay.
But yeah, if you And people have actually, in Japan, come up with slightly different variations to it. Somebody mentioned two of them in chat, Netori and Netorase. But technically, NTR by itself just means cheating, and there's a bunch of different media that actually falls under it.
Oh,
And
yeah.
a lot of people forget to make the distinction between the different ones. Like, it came out one year that DL Site's most popular tag was NTR, and people freaked out. And they're like, what's wrong with the Japanese? Are they okay? Do we need to send them like some mental help? But if you actually went through the list of the most popular, most bought NTR games of the year, every single one was harem anime stuff. And it's because they just don't make the distinction between cheating and the deep emotional hurt.
Because, again, people misconstrue a lot of different categories all the time. And I think I don't like NTR. I've never really liked the idea of cheating. Harem stuff is kind of cool, but like that is all pretty popular. It's kind of scary.
I'm just there for the sex scenes. I don't really care about the plot or whatever. I guess that's why the NTR is a popular plotline, because there's more people to do stuff with.
So I will never understand this, right? But, like, obviously when it comes to plot and story, I think it's typically accepted that women are more, like, plot-focused, which is why ladies like to read books a lot more than men on the average, whereas guys are more just, like, cause-effect focused. Except with porn.
Cause effect?
Okay.
I shoot gun, thing blows up.
Yeah, everybody
kinda deal.
says NTR has the best graphics. Yeah, I think graphics do. Yeah, imagine reading LOL, and imagine reading when there's an ad at every page you turn. I want value.
But for some reason, guys seem to be extremely plot focused when it comes to porn, and you can see that.
Really?
You can see that
Oh,
reviews
yeah.
on DL Site, where guys are excessively focused on like the nuances of plot in dojins. I don't know why, because you would think guys are just like visual creatures and we just like, oh, it's porn is porn, girl naked. But no, like they get extremely focused on like, well, isn't this plot point technically cheating? I don't really like cheating in my hentai
Wait,
games.
cheating isn't right no matter what? Wait, can't we? What about the this is just fiction argument? Now suddenly we don't have the just fiction argument?
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, here's the thing. There's definitely some reaming that you could probably do about cheating, but it is just fiction. So, because like I have a lot of friends that are into it for some very specific categories, and my whole thing is like, I just hope you aren't cheating real life. But if you like it, cool. I had like a guy explain to me one time that he liked the idea of, and this was one that I kind of was like okay with. But I had a guy that I roleplayed with that said he only likes cheating when he was taking the girl away from an abusive lover, and I was like, I don't know if that really is supposed to justify it all, but like I guess that's more.
I think
okay.
that's more of like a savior complex.
Wait. I have a question. So like, let's say like I'm trying to think, what is NTR in like popular culture? What about like Twilight? So is Bella in an NTR relationship because there's like two guys that are fighting for her?
I think it depends. I don't think it works with Bella because as far as I remember from the movie, she's never interested in Jacob. And yes, I did watch every single Twilight movie. Like from an actual relationship standpoint. I know she thought he was hot, but I don't think there was ever an actual like sexual relationship between the two of them. Yes,
but
I
they
watched
kind of
all
like
the Twilight chat. My mom
like there's a
loved them.
scene.
All right.
Yeah, there's a scene where they're in like the cuck tent, and like she's cold, so she's got to cuddle up to him. But the guy Edward is a vampire, so she can't cuddle with him because he's cold. So she got to cuddle up with Jacob, and then Edward is watching. So is that NTR? Is this what people like? Is it that feeling of like the tension that people like when they see NTR?
I think it's probably would be considered an NTR plot point. However, I have from my discussion with people on hentai sites, because I used to help out with some, people view it more
That's
from
based.
like a larger plot point, which is again, talking to people on different hentai sites has taught me that like a lot of guys really care about the plot. is that even if there is a smaller plot point that is based on something, a lot of them look at the larger context of what's going on to decide whether a medium fits into one genre or another.
Mm-hmm. It's a very big debate because we all have priorities.
I remember one thread where there was a massive debate where if monster fucking constituted bestiality, and there was like constant discussion back and
I guess
forth.
it is though. Isn't that just a yes?
I think
Wait.
most people fell on the side of yes if the monsters are like mindless creatures.
Yeah.
But if it's more like D&D, like where you have like orcs and elves and stuff, and those are your monsters,
Oh,
then that
those
doesn't
count as monster? No, that doesn't count as monster. At least not in my head. But okay, wait. Going back to the NTR, somebody said that it only it's usually NTRs have to have a decisive moment where the betrayal is exposed. Then it's for the emotional like outburst that goes with it. It's like how fan fictions always have this.
Well, yeah.
I guess a lot of fanfiction have NTR, I guess. Or at least a lot of the ones I read.
You can't have NTR in a harem unless the girls are aware of the other girls.
And that often comes with jealousy as well. Although I don't see very many harems where they're jealous of each other. They're just so enthralled with the dude, it's almost like they're hypnotized to not care.
I think that's why a lot of people don't register it as NTR, or why it's sometimes not filed under it, because a lot of harem anime is that way, where there's no real discussion. The guy just got all the girls, and it worked out because it worked out.
Mm-hmm.
I like the monster girl because the monster's on the outside.
Monsters only on the outside.
Random side point, because Twilight came up a minute ago. I almost loved the ending of Twilight because I thought it was actually an action scene where everybody got fucking killed. I was cheering in the theater.
I don't remember it now.
Do you not remember how Twilight ended? Twilight ends with the Cullen family vampires and their friends, and the werewolves squaring off against the, like, vampires from Transylvania or wherever the fuck the vampire cult was from.
Oh, yeah.
And they're fighting over Bella's baby, so they get in, like, this huge fight, and everybody gets killed, and, like, 3 people walk away alive. And then it's revealed the entire thing was a vision that they used to convince the evil vampires to leave. And for like 5 seconds, I was cheering in my seat. I was like, yes, they fucking killed everyone. This is great. And then it reveals it was a thing. And you could audibly hear me get angry at the movie and be like, how could you cheat me like this?
It would have been so cool. There's always like some dark vampire cult of like constituted of really like the vampire council that's gonna, if you break a vampire, unspoken vampire rule, they're gonna come for you. It's kind of funny. That's a plot line in every vampire thing.
Yeah. Except in Helsing. Helsing was great. I don't care who doesn't like it.
Oh, I love
actually
Helsing.
I haven't watched that.
If you watch it, watch Helsing Ultimate, and it is written by a guy who is so over-the-top emo that it loops around from being kind of cringe to being super based.
So what about the part where like Jacob imprints on like her baby?
I told that to my mom one day, and I was like, you say I'm weird for liking anime girls, yet your favorite male lead in a movie right now is a 26-year-old buff-ass werewolf who said he fell in love with a 2-year-old.
A 2-year-old, that's pretty old. I'm joking. I think he imprinted on her when she was in her womb.
In the womb.
Yeah, like that. It was younger than that. No one said anything about that, by the way. That was fine though, but Lolly's not fine. I don't get it.
By the way,
it make sense.
I think
written by a Mormon.
We actually talked about this last week. I think a lot of the hate, not just for Lolly, but for fan service and for other anime tropes, comes from the fact it's from anime. Because people will bring up Lolly stuff a lot. All Western cartoons are filled with Lolly shit constantly, and nobody ever bats an eye at it. They just ignore it.
No, yeah, it's kind of insane.
Like what?
Loud House, Owl House.
Okay, you know what? I don't watch any Western cartoon, so this doesn't help.
Oh, sorry.
No, I don't. I just realized I don't watch any Western cartoons, so I don't know.
That's probably
Except
a
like
good
Family
thing.
Guy, but there's probably none that.
I'm talking about
No.
like mostly children's cartoons. Adults' cartoons are typically very dull.
She was Team Jacob. Talking about the baby. Shut up. No.
Gwen Tennyson, yeah. Gwen Tennyson's huge
Yeah.
lolly icon in Western spaces. Even like, what's her name? God. What, the
Okay,
girl
but what?
that
I
voices
have a
Ben.
question. The one part about the lolly debate that I don't really have an answer to is like when the lolly, like, okay, lolly is fiction, right? But what if the
Mhm.
lolly is based on a real person?
Then it's bad.
Like,
Then it's bad.
Yeah.
okay,
We've
because
actually
there was
talked
like
about this
at
on
one
stream
point.
before.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, because
Yes.
a very popular artist, Shadman, actually did lollies based off characters from Game of Thrones, which is a real life show, and characters, or not characters, but Keemstar's daughter.
Yes, that's the example I was talking about, the Keemstar
Yeah.
daughter thing.
So funnily
And
enough,
no,
was
that
weird.
is
this
That
is
is
yeah,
messed
that is-
up.
oh.
we actually
Yeah.
brought this up, but in American law, that is the one time lolly artwork is illegal. You cannot
Yep.
make artwork of a real life named child because it is considered victimizing that child.
Yep.
I'd be so pissed if I don't know. It's I mean, just bringing somebody's kids into an online spot is messed up.
Oh, you
In
know,
the
that was
first
just bad
place.
in
I
general.
agree.
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah. Because
Mhm.
I think there was 3 or 4 times that he drew a fictional character that, was from a live action show. 11 from Stranger Things, that one
The girl from
girl from
Wolverine,
Logan.
Logan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The blind girl from Game of Thrones,
Yeah.
and then Keemstar's daughter.
And then Keemstar's
Yeah.
daughter. Yeah, that's the point when
Thought it was
people
illegal if it looks like a real child, as in photorealistic. No.
no.
It has to
absolutely
be
not.
a real named child. You
Yeah.
have to be able to
Mhm.
Yeah.
point to a victim. Did he do it to
Yeah.
Wednesday? I mean, if he did it to Wednesday Addams, I don't think there was a live action Wednesday by that
There
point.
Yeah.
was.
Was there?
Yeah.
Not at that
the
point.
I thought he's been in
original-
jail since the live action Wednesday came out.
No.
Possibly.
The original Addams Family was a live action show. It was from the 60s, 70s, maybe before that. It was in black and white. Hold on.
I think there's been a lot of cartoons since then too, though, and comics. That would be a lot harder to actually pin down.
No, the original Addams Family was a live action sitcom from 1964.
It was, but I mean, that's drawing just Wednesday as a character. That's going to be a lot harder to pin down, like, to a specific person. Especially because the original Addams Family, they were intentionally made to look as inhuman as they possibly could at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact, the actress who played the mother
Elvira
had
is
tons
based.
of trouble because they had to, like, tighten her corset so tight to make her look like that it actually
Oh.
hurt, like, her insides.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, and then there's Meat Canyon. Yeah, Meat Canyon with the whole Tom Brady son thing. Ugh.
That's
Yeah.
fucked up. I didn't even know
See,
he
what's-
did that.
I'm not aware of this.
Yeah. So what's
Oh.
funny is
Thanks,
Meat Canyon-
Sazahara.
This came out
Meat-
because Meat Canyon made a video trashing lollies and saying how disgusting it is for people to make lolicon artwork. And then people went to his account and found that he had made a video making fun of Tom Brady kissing his son after winning the Super Bowl, where he
Yeah.
just has Tom Brady basically sexually assault his son in animated form.
Oh.
And everybody was...
Ugh.
I didn't even know he made that. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, this is...
Jeez.
I really don't like including real children,
No,
in-
no.
not just sexual
Yeah,
artwork,
and-
but in any negative artwork in general.
Yeah, me too.
It's one of those
Just don't
things
bring-
where.
Mm.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was just gonna say, don't bring kids into feuds. They don't have anything to do with it. Like, fuck.
Mhm.
No, yeah, I agree. And it's one of those things where, have you ever heard of the DOS standard before?
No.
I haven't even heard
Okay.
of that.
You don't know what the DOS standard is? That's the standard that like police and feds use to determine whether or not something is counted as CP. And the only time it would count is, again, if you're using a real kid. So Shadman may have potentially broken it, but because he's never persecuted, we won't know unless they persecute him for it. And Meat Canyon potentially could have broken it too, because again, that's the only time we've ever seen people care about it is when drawn porn includes a real person, and that's something that people tend to forget.
It's also
what if it's a
important to
Trump
note-
Biden NTR fanfic? I'd read that. I'd read that on stream and watch you all cringe.
It's also important to mention with the Meat Canyon thing that when it comes to child sexual abuse content, it doesn't actually have to be like nudity sexual, because we have a much higher bar when it comes to protecting children. Because like obviously some predators will try and get away with that, right? They'll be like, well, I didn't have sex with the kid, so it's okay, right? Like, no, there's a much higher bar when it comes to children. So even just like drawing the Tom Brady kissing his son thing, that alone could be considered sexual abuse. He really shouldn't have done that. I don't know why he did that.
No,
That's
it's
fucked
very,
up.
and it's very, again, it's very hypocritical of Meat Canyon to like come out and do that, especially since didn't we like talk about how he might have had a friend who was a lolicon, and it
he
was
has
like very
plenty that are.
confusing.
Most large
Like-
artists have tons of lolicon friends. They just ignore it when it's convenient to them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just easy views to shit on this, I guess.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna Google who's...
It 100% is very easy to shit on lolicons because again, there's gonna be a lot of people like, oh yeah, obviously, you know, kids are important and all that kind of shit, but I just feel like they do it for the clout. They don't actually care because like even when the lollipop stuff was going on, it's just like none of these guys actually care. Like I think one of them said, oh, obviously I'm not going to the police because it's not illegal, but I want to shit on them anyway. It's just like you don't care then.
No, they didn't
don't actually
say, I
care.
don't want to go to the police because it's not illegal. They said, if it's illegal, why don't you go to the police? And they're like, they said, N-word, I don't actually care that much about this.
Jeez.
It's like, you probably should, because you're accusing them of abusing children. I think we should care more about that.
Which is a crime, by the way.
Somebody
Legal
put a
Mindset
thought
has said
in my
that over and
head
over.
that I had never thought of before, and then looking at everything in the past, I realized it. It's not that they think lolly is as bad as child abuse. It's that they have used child abuse as a catch-all term for so long. They think child abuse is as much of a non-issue as lolicon is. They're so like just completely desensitized to the idea of child abuse that they don't think it's that big of a deal anymore. That's why they never report it when it's actually happening, like with Kyle Carosa.
Oh yeah, that guy is so bad.
Yeah.
I actually looked a lot into the lolly stuff and the correlation between lolly depictions and and child abuse. And I spoke about it a little bit in my Gura video. That was the first time I did a research for it. I removed most of it because I was trying to be... I was like, that should just go in a video on its own because I'm getting too sidetracked from Gora. But I spoke about it a little bit because Brittany Venti was somebody who was like heavily against lolly, and she was calling like, you know, Gora's fan base pedophiles. And obviously it's kind of like you're saying that, I don't know, 3 million people are pedophiles makes no sense. And I had somebody in my comment that said that they actually went through some abuse and through their therapy to kind of simulate they were using some lolly depictions in their therapy, and it actually helped them a lot through their process of recovery, which I was surprised, and I actually wanted to look into this more.
So what I would recommend is if you are fine looking at lolly hentai, like it doesn't cause any like mental stress to you, because for some people it would cause mental stress. Really pay attention to like the actual lolly character themselves and how they act. So typically you'll notice that a lot of lolly characters in the more hentai side are typically much, much more sexually forward than somebody who is realistically that age otherwise would be. And it's because it is used as a coping mechanism for a lot of people. And the entire thing they're trying to do
Yeah.
through the medium is take back the control. And a lot of times the way that manifests is instead of them being a victim, they portray themselves in that position as the sexually forward one, as having control.
Mm-hmm.
And it helps them.
Oh.
And you see this with like all kinds of different like sexual abuse.
See this with
Typically,
Molly
the main
VTubers,
way a lot of people deal with like sexual trauma is they portray themselves as taking back control, as
Yes.
opposed to portraying sex in like what we would consider a traditionally healthy way. They portray themselves as more the aggressor because that's what they need. They need to feel like they actually do have the power to be like the prominent one in a sexual relationship.
Mm-hmm.
That's so interesting. Well, you put it in really great words. Yeah, thank you. I hadn't thought of it that way. Now I understand it better. Yeah, and I also saw a lot of research, and they a guy that was working with a lot of victims of abuse, and they were saying that it was really at the end of their research, that conducted research surveys, etc., and there was really no correlation between lolly drawings and CP. There was none.
Yeah, so
No.
I
I don't think you'll ever find it.
I think a lot
Yeah.
of that makes sense when you look at the two different sides separately. So, like, I think a lot of people don't know this, but a lot of times sexual predators choose their targets based on access. So, whatever kid they have closer access to, that's the one they choose. So, a
Yeah.
lot of them aren't seeking any specific material necessarily. They are seeking what is most accessible to them.
I also read that. That is true.
That's why a lot of times you hear that to like worry about close family members more than like some guy on the street with a white van. It's far more likely to be a close family member or a family friend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's messed up, honestly.
It is. It is.
Because
And... Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say,
I can't
They
imagine
just always
having
prey
that
on weak people.
conversation with your
I
kid.
know.
Like if you suspected something happened to your kid, I can't imagine trying to have that conversation with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Canadian
Sorry, I had
law
a
makes
thought,
no
but-
such distinction. It's all illegal if it's sexually explicit suggestive. Actually, I believe that until Sylvie Spark came in my DMs trying to tell me that, and he actually sent me links to the Canadian law. The Canadian law is actually almost exactly the same as the American law. Even the wording is almost exactly the same as our own law.
That's funny.
It's just the Canadian
Canada's
court has
based.
typically not upheld their own law when it comes to lolly material.
Yeah, but then how to decide what's lolly or not?
They just kind of wing it.
That's kind of the hard part because lolly is super duper broad in some cases. Like, just being a body type itself, like, you would almost have to bring in an expert to, like, determine it.
Yeah, for real, I'm gonna pull out my ruler. My, I don't know. What? Yeah, how do they determine it? That's so weird. That's such a.
Because like, you
Has
have a
there been any
situation-
cases?
In I've talked about this one before, but in Australia, they tried to do it by the character's canonical age. So this ended up with two massive problems. The first one was that any media coming out of Japan that had to do with high school or had to do with teenagers, which is basically all of shonen and shoujo, basically every single one, all of it got banned as lolicon material.
Wait, but Euphoria is all high school people, and they have sex all the time.
Yeah, Australia had
Yep.
to get rid of it because of that, and because of the other
Really?
issue, which led to people just drawing the youngest looking characters possible and then giving them a driver's license that says, I'm 18. Because they tried to make the distinction that canonical age was all that mattered, so all you needed was a driver's license to prove they were the canonically correct age. And they quickly realized that this was not working. It was banning way too much, and the stuff they were actually trying to ban, it was extremely easy to circumvent it.
So what happened? They changed the law there?
I think they did, but not in like a very useful way. They didn't actually go back to edit the law. They just did like a court precedent, and they're like, well, we did the court precedent. It works now. Which isn't very good. Like, court precedent is useful, but you can't use it to fix a law that you know is completely broken.
It just breaks the law even more. That's
Yeah.
why people either end up repealing them or like remaking the law. Period.
Oh yeah,
Which
Australia also
happens
banned
sometimes.
Kaufman, Vandy, and Lele.
For like
They
2-minute
banned
scene.
it until they got a proper rating done, because I guess it was processed incorrectly, had to be reprocessed, and now it's available.
But then what? Did they play Game of Thrones then? There's also incest in that show. Is
fascinating.
Andy and Lele,
Mm.
are they minors or?
That's the issue, is a lot of times they're just hypocrites about a lot of it. I think somebody mentioned it earlier, but like in France, all lolicon material is completely banned in general.
Mm-hmm.
But
I have a
they
friend
have-
who texted me about that.
But France has a ton of movies that, if they were in
Mm.
America, would be considered actual child porn. Because they always feature genuinely underage children doing extremely sexual, almost not clothed things. And Japan's like, oh, it's artistic. It's like, no, those are real life children. This is fucked
France. France. I don't think Japan does that.
And it's that way in like a lot of different places in the world, where they're just open hypocrites about what they allow because it's real, and real is somehow more okay than the drawings.
Maybe it's because the actors were adults, but the
Oh no,
character...
they use actual children.
Yeah.
Oh,
You remember Cuties? It's like that.
no. Well, I heard about the Cuties controversy, but
In order
wasn't
to
actually
decide
sure
the
what it
girls for the
was.
role, they had something like 200 young girls twerk for them so they could decide who would best fit the twerking role.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
It's-
so weird.
I
Is it was it a show on beauty pageants?
It was
No.
a movie that was
No,
supposedly supposed to teach people about how girls get sexualized through social media, but it just ended up being a movie where a bunch of actual 12-year-olds were dancing almost butt naked.
Okay, that's fucking weird. I guess this
On
is
camera.
why the high school actors, they're always like 20-something actors that they cast in all those high school
Yes.
shows to avoid that.
It just causes so
Pretty
many less
much.
problems.
yeah.
Just having-
yeah.
All of the high school musical actors were all adults because it's just like, yeah, high schoolers probably are going to have some mild romantic feelings for each other, but it's so much wading into the mud that they would rather just cast adults that look like they could pass as children, which none of them did.
Yeah.
But it was
I
still a
think-
good movie.
The problem with the Andy and Lele thing, I didn't get too much into it, but from my understanding, it's that they weren't glamorizing incest. Like, it was portrayed as something negative, and it's like,
It was a bad ending.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like-
yeah, it was like dark, and she was manipulating him or whatever, and people have such low media literacy that they just see this and they're like, oh my god, it's bad, it's scandalous, we gotta cancel it, we gotta hide it. But some, the author was just telling a story that had a lot of grit. It was a dark story. It's something bad. It's a plot with tension.
Mm-hmm.
People just saw the incest ending and they're like, no, we
And
can't do
stop
that.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's-
Yeah.
And again, wasn't it like I know Lumi, you probably haven't gone that far in the story, but like, isn't it only like a 2 or 3 minute cutscene?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
basically just a bad
literally
ending.
nothing.
Like, you don't even, because like I watched Lumi play a good chunk of it, and I had determined that I had to play it because there was more than just themes of incest in it, and I liked it. But like, literally the entire story is about how much both of them hate each other and how both of them
Yeah.
really kind of want to kill each other.
Are destructive, right? Yeah.
And so I think people were very quick to judge it for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
And still do, by the way.
It's in-made gatekeeping though. It immediately
It did.
gets rid of people that shouldn't probably be in the community to start with.
It did. And I wish the anime community did that more.
Some of
It's
it
like-
just doesn't work. Like, it's surprising how many people have like latched on to Genshin that just hate everything about Genshin and MiHoYo.
Yeah.
It's like, this reminds me of a video that I seen a few months ago that, like, it was titled "Horror Media That Went Too Far," and this is like,
It had
these
Andy
are
and Lele on it,
milquetoast
didn't
things.
it?
Yeah, I had The Coffin of Andy and Lele, Urban Spook, and the splatterpunk book, Playground, which one, splatterpunk is a subgenre of a subgenre that it will make a lot of people uncomfortable if it's something that you, if you are not comfortable with gore, incest, sexual exploitation, and stuff like that in fiction, you would not like splatterpunk. This book broke out into the mainstream just because there's like, oh yeah, you won't be able to read past page 42. It wasn't that bad, but I'm also seasoned in that type of stuff. But a lot of the, normal outside audience got into this book and started harassing and attacking the author because they're like, oh, this makes me uncomfortable. Here, I'm going to send you death threats. And it's like, no, this is just not your type of book, my dude. And then Coffin of Andy and Lele, very milquetoast. I have played so much worse games. And Urban Spook, it's like, it's not that bad in terms of analog horror.
I'm gonna say this as somebody who really enjoys like creepypastas and analog horror stuff. Those two things by themselves have absolutely ruined like horror discussion online. Because you have people that have never listened to anything but like low effort creepypastas. Like, I'm a huge horror fan.
Oh.
And they've literally never listened to anything but like Mr. Creepypasta.
They don't know anything.
Also, like Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis it's a fun doujin, but also it's not for everyone either. But they have they now have a hardcover copy that I want to get. I already have the paperback. I want the hardcover.
What? I didn't know they made like a physical release of it. That's kind of.
Oh yeah, they've had it out for years. You can order it on Faku, or you can get it on Amazon.
See, I don't know, chat, how I end up being like the most normal person on the podcast. Because you've got like these two weirdos over here, and it's like, I just want a doujin where the girl and the guy are happy, and they get married, and they have 1 billion children.
And there's me, Mormon lifestyle.
Gore. I want gore. I want everything, except for puke. That makes me icky. And I
think a lot of people don't like that either.
Icky. There's surprisingly a pretty decent sized community that does like the puke thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is, and it's weird.
It's kind of like with it's like how a large audience of specifically Japanese people really like scat for some reason.
Scat?
Poop.
Yes.
Poop. Oh.
Coprophagia. Yeah. That's one that I don't think I could ever understand, ever. Like, people have tried to explain it to me. I don't. I had a friend, they're not lewd anymore, but they tried to explain it to me. I don't get it.
I don't understand.
I don't get it at all. Because, like, I looked in, I read about it, because I was like, I feel like that will make you sick. And yes, if you consume poop, it will make you sick way more often than not. Because poop is what your body doesn't want. It's all the shit it doesn't want. It's like picking your nose. You're not supposed to put things that are not going in your mouth back into your body. Ever.
Mizu needs a coffee cup saying, how am I the normal one when it comes to doujin? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
These two weirdos over here into like the strangest shit on the earth. And I just want the doujin where the first 2 tags are wholesome childhood friend.
Come on now. Listen. I'm not that weird.
You're the reason I have Clussy art now.
Can I wait? You mentioned at the beginning of the show something about your past experience. I was curious about that. I know I'm kind of changing the topic. I don't know if you want to talk about it.
I try not to get too much into it, but I will say that throughout high school, I was sexually assaulted multiple times by one guy specifically. And one day I finally had enough, and I tried to get the principal to listen to me. And I was basically told that he was just flirting, and that I was just homophobic because that's just how gay guys flirt. And I was like, no, he literally pushed me in a corner and tried to strip me. And he's like, no, you're just being homophobic. You should try and be less homophobic.
Oh, God.
And I had to deal with that for the rest of high school. And at some point it got out that it had happened, and the story became around the school that I was just super homophobic.
No. Wait, that's horrible.
I spent my senior year literally hiding from school the entire year. I genuinely don't know how I passed. I hid in the art room with the one teacher that liked me and just like hid there.
That's...
Yeah, I think remember about you being trans part. I was like, damn, did I misremember that? Was it? Yes, the trans part. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know too. But so that explains why you were probably upset at the other story that came out, because you felt like it was diluting the whole assault part, because you actually got assaulted.
Yes, multiple times.
And there wasn't real consequences to it.
I was victimized from it. So
Yes,
like, I
which is
understand when people
awful.
say they're victimized from it because people don't believe them. I've never been like, oh, nobody believed you, you deserved it. Like, no, people don't believe you sometimes because they just refuse to accept that somebody could have done something. And then, yes, for like a couple years, I thought I was trans. I lived my life completely as a woman and on estrogen for like 3 years.
Oh, okay.
I still have my sprolactolin and estradiol bottles in my cabinet.
What made you stop?
I just realized it probably wasn't for me. I was probably perfectly fine just being a guy that dressed like a woman. And I realized I didn't have to be a woman to like dress like one.
Very important. Femboys do. Femboys get to live the best of both worlds. They get to act like it, and then they get to get back to their day job at the end of the day.
So, like, typically I still do dress as a girl when I can and try to stay, like, very feminine looking. I know Akko and Lumi have seen me when I'm all girled up.
I have. You do a good job.
Mizu is very cute.
Do a really good job.
Nice.
But I just realized I didn't have to, like, be trans for that, and that being trans wasn't necessarily making me happier.
Okay.
It was the dressing up that was making me happier.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
You just like the aesthetics.
Yeah, so I dropped it. I'm still in a bunch of like trans discords and communities because I had made a lot of friends there. So I'm not like just dipped on them. And it's also why I've never had like a problem with people being trans, even though I'm still marked red by Shinigami eyes on all my previous Twitter accounts.
What do you mean Shinigami eyes?
Oh, do you not know what Shinigami eyes is?
There is a Google app that somebody made to detect what websites and what people are transphobic. So if you download the app Shinigami Eyes, when you go on Twitter, certain people's names will be displayed in bright red, and that's supposed to tell you that they're a deeply transphobic person.
And it's, if I remember correctly, granted I haven't looked into it, it's all user, like...
It's self-reports.
Yep, self-report. So
people
you can just say
someone as.
Okay, that's dumb.
And if you ever see like people taking pictures or screenshots of Twitter and some of the names show up red, that's because they have Shinigami Eyes installed.
Okay.
We know a few people that have it installed, ironically.
Yeah, some people. I had it installed for a while because I was just curious, like who was getting marked, and I had a lot of my trans friends that were marked red by Shinigami Eyes, and I was like, really?
Come on.
They are literally trans.
Yeah.
I know they are. They've been trans for like 6 years.
Well, don't forget, it's similar with, like, you know, Blair White and Buck Angel. They're both trans, but they're also, like, known as transphobes because, you know, whatever.
Yeah, that's...
Yes, again, that's the purity test. That's, I don't know, the meaning has changed so much throughout the years. It's kind of crazy because Buck Angel is one of the old school trans, and then there's the new generation of trans that... you know, have their own sets of values and...
Well,
do you know who ContraPoints is?
Yeah, I love Contra.
Did you know that ContraPoints only transitioned because their community bullied them?
Really?
What?
There's actually a stream where they talk about this, but they openly say that they never plan on actually transitioning because they think dressing up and doing their makeup how they do it is all the, like, the trans validation they need, and their community heavily bullied them for months, saying they could not be a real trans person if they didn't transition. So they just decided to transition to appease their community.
Wait, I'm surprised that ContraPoint's community, because they're heavily they're pro NB.
He has a
and
very,
for NB
or he, she,
people-
I can't remember which way they transitioned. I think they transitioned to
don't-
female. She has
to
a
female,
heavily
yeah.
trans medicalist community, which are people that believe you have to medically transition to be a real trans person.
Wait, I feel like that's Blair's white community though, and they're on opposite spectrums. But I didn't know about this. You should send me that. I actually love ContraPoint.
Yeah, it is a wild, like, rabbit hole. It happened.
I actually
years
enjoy
ago.
watching Blair's White's thing too. I think she's really entertaining. I don't agree with all her point of view, but I think she's a great entertainer.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying.
Yeah,
Contra
It's
regrets
funny
it, by
because
the
I
way.
watch both of them, and they're both on
Mm.
opposite viewpoints
Yeah.
of the
That's how
spectrum.
that's how you should digest rough topics like this when talking about the trans issues. You can't really just look at one side, because I
Yeah.
personally don't believe that one side has all of the answers for it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
as talking with somebody that had dysphoria, I don't think that it should really just be a left or right issue. I think it should be a personal issue, and people like to make it so. I don't know. It's just really interesting to see how both sides fit into it, because you've got the one side that like says it's absolutely wrong, but then they will accept some of them if they give the right opinion. Then you got people on the other side that they can't argue what being trans they all argue what being trans actually is, and if you try to put a label on it, what a part of that side will try and cancel you for it. It's really crazy.
I think a good person that's pretty in the middle of the road is Buck Angel, because he's been like, through it since basically the beginning and stuff. Went from a butch lesbian to a pretty passable transsexual male.
Women pass way better than men sometimes. All they gotta do is get some hormones into them, and I've seen some that like really do a decent job. I mean, men do a good job too, but like it just seems that women are able to shift into it faster, I guess.
Well, one day I wanna interview Buck, because we're mutuals on Twitter. He's so nice. He
does seem like a nice guy. Reminds me of
ironically,
a
the problem
lot
is,
of old friends that I had.
The problem is cheekbones when it comes to transitioning.
Oh yeah.
Because with guys, when you're transitioning to a guy, you can typically cover up your face with a beard, which is why you see a lot of female to male trans people have beards, or tend to have like big beards, because that basically gets rid of all the feminine cheekbones. With guys, the only chance you have is you have to literally break bones in your face to bring them down to a more feminine stature.
Yeah.
It's a more process. I don't know. Were you aware that ContraPoint actually dated somebody that also became a really popular YouTuber, has like a British accent? I can't remember their name. Do the exact, like they copied Contra as a whole brand, and they transitioned too. In a matter of a very short time. Yes, I found that recently. I actually wanted to get more into this rabbit hole. I don't know what their name is. I've seen their videos though. I just can't get into their videos as much as ContraPoint's, because I don't know. ContraPoint uses humor.
Tube.
Yes, that's what it is.
I have seen that person, and I see what you mean. I didn't know that they actually had like any real relation to ContraPoints. I just thought they happened to have the same shtick.
Like there's a clip of them like while they were dating ContraPoint. She tweeted about it, but then she deleted it. The only thing that's not based about ContraPoint is that she keeps deleting her tweets, honestly. But she Philosophy Tube didn't look like that at all. They like broke up. She copied ContraPoint's channel concept, and she changed her look a lot. I mean, you get to change your look, whatever. I don't really care. But
it just feels like it's ContraPoint.
Yes. Yeah, it's like, why are you copying somebody else's personality?
Because it works. ContraPoints gets
I
views.
guess. I mean, this Philosophy too. I'm looking at their channel right now. They're getting a lot of views too. Holy shit.
I think the thing is, because ContraPoints is so niche, the only person you could really say that's like ContraPoints is ContraPoints. So if you steal that, you are now one of only 2 people in a niche. There's not like a whole bunch of different places for people to go.
I mean, what I like about ContraPoint is that she doesn't sound condescending. I think people, what they hate the most, and even me, who's grown up in a lot of LGBT communities, a lot of my friends were trans before it was like a thing, before it was trendy. I talk to people online, and they say you're like mispronounce somebody because you don't know them, you've never spoken to them. You saw them get into a Twitter feud, and they're like, it's they, by the way. Like they'll interrupt you as if you've committed a crime, and people just don't like feeling like feeling like they're criminals. You know, they don't like feeling like they're being talked down to, or they don't like feeling like somebody's condescending to them. I think because of that, sometimes the LGBT community fails to relate to a lot of people, but she does it in a way that it's humorous and it's funny and it's approachable, and she like probably would never correct you because you didn't use the correct pronoun. Like she's not gonna go around the circle saying my pronoun is she, please address me as such. But if you ask her, she'll tell you, but that's not gonna be the first thing that comes out of her mouth.
I know like a lot of people that are like really heavily into the LGBT stuff really hate to hear this, but a lot of times you do have to be the bigger person and be like a good spokesperson for your community, because you are trying to get that like wider acceptance. And if you just immediately start throwing down with everybody around you, the people that are more on the fence about things are going to see that and be like, okay, well, you're just kind of violent and crazy, so I don't really want to get involved. I'm just going to stay over here away from you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like, it sucks. Trust me, I know it sucks to have to be like the spokesperson for your community, to be the nice one and always be the bigger person. But if you want the societal acceptance, that's going to have to happen with somebody. Eventually, someone's going to have to do it.
It is annoying. Sometimes I feel like, you know, what do we have always to be the rational one when everybody's like acting fucking unhinged? You know, why do I have to have principles when everybody's just, you know, making shit up about your character or whatever? But at the end of the day, even though it is harder, there are some people who appreciate it, and they're there for you because you're authentic to those things. So I try to remind myself of that. Yeah, I don't know. It's easier to lash out for sure.
Oh, I agree. And it's something that, like, again, as somebody who had dysphoria and had to like figure out that, like, in my mind, I just didn't accept myself. I understand that people definitely are seeking acceptance, and I agree that we should all in some capacity seek acceptance. I will say though, the internet may not be the right place, because as a melting pot of multiple different cultures, you are not going to be widely accepted here. It's just not going to happen. I would say that the most satisfying acceptance that people often overlook is the acceptance that can come from people that are immediately around them. And I know that, like, especially when it comes to the trans stuff, I mean, like, my parents weren't judgmental. They just wanted to make sure that I knew what I was doing before I became an adult and could choose for myself, which is why they were like, oh, I need you to go to therapy for this. But, like, and while I understand that, like, there are parents that will never be supportive, you will find people that you can create a community with. But trying to seek, like, a wider swath of people is only going to hurt yourself, which is why it's always just hurt me to see people.
Yeah, my mom sucks.
Damn, wise words, Mama.
Thank you. I know everybody likes to use the that one clip from when I was talking about non-binary people, and as I said on Twitter, my
I haven't seen that.
You have, or you haven't?
No, I haven't.
I said I didn't get non-binary people, and people really got mad.
That's not the only thing. I think I referred to it as gender blob because of the way that my mind works, and I don't obviously think that anymore. My thing now is just, I don't understand it, but if you are happy, that's great. I'm happy for you. So,
I maintain my position. I don't get the point.
You can be happy for them and not get the point. Is what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say.
that's the thing. It's like, is it even worth fighting? I mean, it.
Well, that's the thing. It wasn't a fight, which is why it was weird that it blew up so bad.
Yeah.
Because we have non-binary friends, and I've always referred to them as they, them. And I've never cared, but I've always been like, I'll refer to you as they, them. I'll refer to you by whatever name you want to use. I just don't really get what you're doing. And people
like,
got mad at that. They're like, no, you have to get what they're doing. There is no other option. It's like, what do you want from me? I don't get it.
Yeah, like in my family, we have, because I am very Christian. I used to be Mormon. In my family,
you were?
Yes,
Damn.
I used to be very heavily Mormon. I served a mission. I went out and I preached the gospel for a couple of years. But in my family, we always believed that even if you didn't understand or accept what people did, you can still love them and still appreciate them as a human being. Because at the end of the day, in my family, we believe that we are all children of God. We are all like brothers and sisters. So we should all have some form of respect for each other, where we're not openly bashing people. The only real exception is when you're doing something that's illegal. But I have always believed that I can respect people no matter what they do, as long as it's not illegal. I can just not agree with it. And a lot of people get upset that where I just like, oh, I can respect you but not agree with it. It's just like, no, you have to agree with my lifestyle. It's like, do you agree with my lifestyle? And they're like, well, no, I don't agree with your lifestyle. I was like, okay, there we go. We can have differences of opinion, and I can still look at you as a human being at the end of the day. Like all the people that I bash on Twitter because of how morally outrageous they are, I still look at them as a human being that probably is just making a bunch of stupid mistakes. And I don't know. People will just be upset at me forever for that, but it's just like, oh, well, sorry, I changed my mind on it though.
Damn, I feel like I'm going through therapy right now. No, it's true. I am having. It's true that a lot of people, we seek acceptance from other people, but yeah, seeking acceptance on the internet is just it's never gonna end up working out.
No.
There's too much of a wide brush of people, and I think as soon as you realize that not everybody's gonna accept you for who you are, or even like you, once you're okay with that, it's probably gonna be some kind of freedom.
So I actually think that it's worse on the internet for the specific reason that a lot of people on the internet still have the old school mindset of, I don't care who or what you are. You are a profile picture. That is what you are, and that is all that matters. And this was like particularly popular in the old days of the internet.
Like, you mean you're not real? You're just a username?
You were just a username. You were just a profile picture. It was seen as an inherently negative thing to post your real name on the internet, to post a real picture of yourself. On places like 4chan specifically, it was seen as extremely negative to post what gender you were because it was seen as attention fishing. It was
especially
always,
if you're a woman, probably.
Yes, it was always. It's where the rule comes from. There are no girls on the internet, and a lot of people saw that as women can't use the internet. But in those communities, it was seen as nobody cares who you are. You are a internet person. It was not necessarily you are a man. It is you are a internet person. Your name doesn't matter. Where you come from doesn't matter. What gender you are doesn't matter. What race you are doesn't matter. You're on the internet. Nobody cares who you are.
And you shouldn't care what anybody else either. That's the part that I feel like a lot of people have forgotten is people on the internet, they just, and I feel like a good chunk of people still don't care. But people get really mad at those people. It's just like, bro, why are you seeking social validation from a person that will never probably meet you or care about you? Like a good majority of the world, the small bit of the internet I've touched, I know that I will never meet a good, like I will make active attempts to meet people that I have forged real bonds with. Like I know one day, Mizu and Lumi, we're probably gonna meet up because we are all friends.
We're gonna go to Japan and have a phantom three-way, and then we're gonna pretend to break up.
Yeah, so side tangent. We were joking about somebody, and we joked that we would all go to Japan. I would pretend to be Mizu's girlfriend. Mizu would pretend to pay for me and Lumi, and then I would break up with Mizu because I didn't like him anymore. And everybody made jokes about that.
So you might not have known this controversy, I'm not gonna bring up the person's name because we're not gonna like retread it, but they went to Japan with their sister and their e-boyfriend, and their e-boyfriend basically paid for everything. And then as soon as they touched down in Japan, she's on Twitter posting all this stuff like, oh, e-boyfriend is such a scumbag. I hate him so much. Like, completely unprompted. There's no reason she was doing this. She just decided she hated him as soon as they got to Japan. And then they come back home because apparently he wasn't checking Twitter at all. And he just sees that just the entire trip she was on Twitter talking shit about him.
Jeez.
And he's like, what?
People are not sharing everything online. Mission Impossible.
And it was like, are you really doing this when he paid for you and your sister to have an all-expense-paid trip across the ocean? I don't care how annoying you are. I'm at least going to suck your dick once if you do that for me.
Oh, yeah. A pretty decent way to bring back.
I'm at the very least not going to shit-talk you on Twitter. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Pretty much. Like, the amount of shit-talking that I see people do, and, like, I'm not going to reference any specific things, but, like, I often see people throw out Google Docs shitting on people, and it's just like, okay, bro, this literally could have been, like, a 5-minute DM between each other. The fact that you're bringing it into public, and I'm not talking about people that allege that they're being hurt or raped or assaulted or anything. I'm talking about people that just want to say, I hate this person. I think
this person is a horrible person, but they haven't, it's not serious allegation. It's just that they were being a bad friend.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, it's content for us. Sometimes we see this and it's just like, do we want to cover this because it's funny? And sometimes we will. But like, a lot of the times I just look at this as like, bro, I would prefer that you keep this off the internet because it's only hurting you and them. Like, yeah, I believe that the sane people, not the obscure people on the internet, that eat up all of that and are happy with all of that, but like the sane people, which is a majority of the people, don't like seeing that. And the sane people will tune out of you because of that. Like, you see a lot of smaller VTubers that get into controversy and throw out Google Docs. Those people have permanently kneecapped themselves because nobody will touch them after that. Because you have to think, if they're willing to call out somebody that small and you might think about being friends with them, what are they going to do with you? You know what I mean?
Lol, the Minecraft trees. Thanks for reminding me, chat.
Chat, you can. I made that stream easier to find.
Minecraft trees
chat.
on my base.
One of the people that we talked about, like, their reason of defense for being so butthurt towards this person they were calling out is literally, he built trees on my Minecraft build and it made me cry.
What?
Yes! I will send you the stream later if you want to listen to it. Holy crap, it is so funny. I think the same stream we were talking about how this was like when people were calling Ninja Sanji the N-word, basically. And this story had come out. It's just like, oh my gosh, you cannot be like, when Mizu told us that was a part of it. I was like, Mizu, you're shitting me. Like, I know you tell the truth, but you're shitting me. You're not telling the truth at all.
Because here's the thing, they shared the document with me, and they had read like the first page, and the first page has like some proper damning allegations like written into it. Then I read the second page. And I was like, holy shit, this is the worst document I've ever read. Like, they start strong, and then they just nosedive.
It's so bad. It's absolutely horrible.
They tried to accuse this guy of abusing this underage girl, and then they had all of their friends repeat the allegations in their own documents. And every single document, the first paragraph opens with, by the way, this girl was the VR chat daughter of the guy that's accusing him. And they just kind of drop that little tidbit of lore as if that's normal. And it's like, I'm sorry, the what? The minor was pretending to be your daughter on VR chat? You think that's normal?
Yeah, the thing that's like most bothersome about it is like, okay, did you hire this person? Because like, they don't mention if they're family or not. I'm on the side of they're not family at all.
No, we know they're not family. The question was, are they being paid, or is this like a volunteer job? And is it worse if they're being paid to pretend to be somebody's daughter on VR chat as
And
an
again,
actual
like,
minor.
I think the thing that like caught us off guard and made us more skeeved out about it is it's VR chat. And I know VR chat's like 13 plus, but it's VR chat.
It's
And
not
everybody
just that
knows.
it was VR chat. The guy they were trashing and accusing of being mean to this girl, one of their examples of him being unnecessarily hostile was he would get very mad at us when we were constantly doing sexual things in VR chat sims. And it's like, dude, if you don't like the sexual stuff, just leave. And my first thought, when I even said it like loudly on stream, was, were you doing sexual things with the VR chat daughter there?
What?
Because
Here,
that
Rima,
would
I'm gonna send you
explain
the
why he's
stream.
constantly getting angry at you guys and saying you shouldn't
wait.
be doing that.
Sorry to interrupt, but there's some breaking news.
Who broke what?
I didn't do anything.
There's a cover corp termination of a HoloStar
Oh shit.
What?
from Hisaki Gamma. I'll link it into.
Breaking news chat. We don't do that often, but breaking news chat. Oh gosh, it's in Japanese.
Yeah.
I want to learn Japanese so that I can read stuff.
It's in English in the comments.
Oh, is
Okay.
it?
Yes.
Oh, praise.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude for your continued support of Whole Life Production. We regret to announce that as of July 17th, that was 2 days ago. Are we learning about this now? It's dated for today, though. We have terminated our virtual YouTuber master agreement with Hisaki Gamma of HoloStars. As a result of a discussion between Hisaki Gamma and management, we have determined that it has become difficult to continue managing and supporting him. And with agreement from the talent, we have decided termination of the contract with him. What do they mean by it has become difficult to continue
Difficult.
managing and supporting him? To all of our fans and partners, we deeply appreciate all of the great support you have provided throughout his activities ever since his debut in March 2022. We will be closing Hisaki's Gamma YouTube channel and membership at the end of August 2024. We hope for your continued support and patronage of the talents of Whole Life Production as well as our company. All unicorns rejoice.
Typically, this means that the talent themselves is being difficult.
He is artist? Red artist guy. What do you mean? What is chat meaning?
I think they're trying to say who Hisaki Gamma is. Because I actually didn't know who he was either. I don't keep track of HoloStars all that much.
His
No.
Twitter account is very here's his Twitter.
Very what?
Small.
Oh.
Is he
I don't-
Japanese?
I think what really sets me off about this termination notice is HoloLive is very good about doing very neutral termination notices.
Oh wait, no.
Unless the
Someone
talent
else
was
yoinked his
like...
shit.
The
There
thing,
you go. There's his.
HoloLive is very good about being very neutral in their termination notices, unless the talent had some serious issues, like it was with Rushia,
Mhm.
where they basically said in Rushia's termination, yeah, she's a fucking pain in the ass. We had to get rid of her.
Yeah.
With this, the fact that they directly say we had to stop supporting him and we are terminating it from our side, that tells me that he was trouble, or they saw him as trouble and too much to deal with. Don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, Holo's pretty good about this, honestly.
He's made a
So
statement on his channel too, but I haven't found a translation.
like his most recent
That'll take
tweet,
some time, probably.
his most recent tweet that wasn't the notice is him saying that he's not going to be streaming because it's hot outside, which means that he probably lost
sure.
access to his account. Because like obviously all of these corporations like have access to the account, so it's possible that he.
No, he tweeted something 24 minutes ago. But it's on
No, that's the
Japanese.
graduation announcement.
Is
So
it?
my wondering, yeah, that's the graduation announcement. It looks like. So
No, because it
Um,
says, if you translate it, we received a message from Hisaki Gamma.
oh, then I don't know. I don't know. Somebody will have to translate it. Oh wait, somebody did. Well, this is a random comment in the tweets. So let me Here, I'll share this for you guys. That is a thread.
Oh, nice.
Ian through Deep L. I am very sorry for the inconvenience and anxiety I have caused to all the members of HoloStars, fans, and the
What?
management of HoloLive. Production due to my lack of self-discipline. I have discussed this with management, and they have given me permission to post this document. To all of Gamma's assistants, it has been a dream come true for the past 2.5 years. The time I spent with my assistants was a happy and irreplaceable time. I am very sorry to have to say goodbye to you all, but I have worked with all my heart and passion every day to achieve the goals that we discussed and work towards without regret. I am very sorry to have to say goodbye to you all. I love you all and will continue to love you in the future. To everyone who has been involved in my activities up to this point, I am very sorry to have to part ways with you so abruptly. I will never forget the memories of all of you, including the people who have followed me since before my debut. Thank you all very much. Hizaki Gamma. And this was translated through DeepL, which is typically considered the best Japanese to English translation software you can get.
Interesting.
So it's probably at least fairly accurate, maybe some grammar issues.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Yagu also put out a little status as well.
Oh, what did he say?
Here is the DeepL translation.
Thank you all for your hard work, Gamma-kun. Thank you to all the fans who supported us. Although it is unfortunate, I will keep in my heart Gamma's achievements so far. We hope you will continue to support Uproar.
That's crazy. DeepL isn't that great in my experience.
It's better than
It's
Google
alright.
Translate.
You kind of have to use.
As I said, chat, best on the
software.
market. Obviously, a real person who knows both languages is going to do better.
Yeah.
But
Oh, yeah.
there's only so much you could do with the translation software.
I unfortunately do not have a pocket Japanese person at my disposal to just translate for me.
Seems like a
I mean,
mutual thing.
I know one, but
The reason I'm pretty sure it's not mutual is HoloLive directly said they were choosing to separate, which is typically very uncommon for a Japanese company like that. If it was mutual, they probably would have said, we have decided to part ways. Instead, they said, we have decided to, like, push him out.
it's probably like mutual with some pushback from one party.
Yeah.
It's possible, yeah.
Because they directly
Does he
say,
have an
we have
Android?
decided to terminate the contract, which is very uncommon unless there's a serious issue.
Does he have an Android? Because, like, just like Rushia, I feel like it would probably go down in value initially and then spike back up.
I don't think any of the Hollow Boys actually have their own.
Here's the thing. Rushia had an Android because up until recently, she was still, like, the second most popular Japanese HoloLiver. She was, I think people forget how massive she was, despite all of her problems. This guy, nobody knows who he is. I'm sorry. It's hard enough being a Holo guy, but he's definitely a lesser known one. Like, he only has 150,000 subs on YouTube, which is a lot, admittedly, for like a normal person.
It's
But
more
for
than a lot of
HoloLive
people.
person, not great.
No, yeah. So, Rima, when
I like how I
one
search
day-
Rushia, the first video that pops up is Rima Evenstar.
nice,
Nice.
You
That's
have the
good.
top video for Rushia, the ultimate betrayal of Rushia.
Nice. SEO goes crazy.
You also have the fifth one, the rise and fall of Rushia.
Nice. Only fifth though? That's dog shit.
You have
1
a
and
highlight
5
on
is
the
pretty good.
6th.
A highlight?
Yeah, it's is Rushia now streaming with Wactor, Rima Evenstar highlights. I mean, I'm assuming this is your channel. It
It's
has
a clip channel then.
Oh yeah, that's my highlight channel. Yeah.
yeah.
Nice.
So you take the
Oh.
first, fifth, and sixth spots on searching for Rushia, at least on my search.
Well, there you
Sure,
go.
I'll take this.
Chio takes like the 10th.
My tweet bugged midway. Now I have to redo it. God damn it.
I decided to just look up Rushia, Rima's videos, the first, third, First, third,
I'm
and
surprised.
sixth.
Yeah, Rushia's YouTube still has 1.35 million subs.
I love Russia.
Did you see the recent controversy with Rushia dressing up as Rushia for her cosplay?
Yes.
Did you have any thoughts on it?
Rise is funny because the same day Rise Bread also dressed up as Yuko Yurai, so I was like, oh, it's a VTuber Blue Moon or something.
Some people were saying they thought it was a bad look for Rushia, and in my opinion, I think it was a really good look because she already has like the Minhara tag attached to her. So I genuinely think the more unhinged she is, the more popular she'll be. Anything that's a bad look for a normal person is going to be a good look for Rushia.
I mean, arguably, she's probably one of the most popular talent because of this, because even people who aren't into VTubers know about her now, even though it's for maybe not the best reasons. It's still press. I mean, that's the thing. It's sometimes controversies actually make you more like notorious.
Yeah.
It's like, I think she would have basically gotten away scot-free if it wasn't for the domestic abuse thing.
Yeah.
I think that's where a lot of people probably drew the line.
Yeah.
I still bought her Nendo. It's
Yeah.
sitting on
Oh
my
yeah,
desk.
all of us did.
We
All of us bought her Nendo.
because it like fell in value. It like lost a lot of value, and I think we're waiting for the day when it goes back up in value. I like literally have it on my shelf right now. She's
It's on my
sitting
bookcase.
she's sitting next to the entire cast of Little Witch Academia, and I think they're all afraid of her because she's got a knife in her hand.
Yeah, all of us decided we were just gonna buy her Nendo just because.
I bought it because
And
I
I
like
don't regret
Rushia.
it.
I didn't know who she was until the drama happened. It's like I don't count that Nendo as my first piece of VTuber merch. My first piece of VTuber merch was Koinu's shirt and plushie. I'm gonna miss Koinu when she leaves us.
Yeah, that's sad. You got merch, and then she's like, "I'm gone."
It is now a historical relic. I now have the brown dog for myself.
Oh, you should keep it in like a frame. or
I mean, I don't
something.
think I can put a plushie in a frame, but it's up in my plushie net with my other
the
plushies.
plushie net, right? Ooh, speaking of plushies, chat. There's gonna be a plushie that I'm gonna show off on Sunday.
Ooh.
Yes, it is a crocheted one. Here, I'll send a picture to you, Rima.
It's a crochet?
Yes,
You make
so
it?
no, there is a artist that makes plushies, and they originally made me one that was like 80 centimeters, and I was like, okay, I kind of want to do this but smaller for the fans, and they made me a 30 centimeter one, which I am going to be giving away one I'm going to be giving some of them away during my birthday.
You should get one, Rima. The prices aren't too bad. I just put it in the chat.
I will be honest though, the prices are low. However, you will have to pay for the shipping.
Wait, that is so cute, actually. I love that.
I still need to buy my new
That's
Yumi.
adorable. I will
They-
get one. That's a great idea.
They told me that my hair was the most complicated, which is fair. I'm
True.
fine with being told that my hair is literally the most complicated. I've told artists multiple times, you can charge me more if my hair is complicated. Most of them don't, but like, I get it.
Oh, they made a Hexa one. Look how cute this
Yes,
is.
they did. It's so cute.
Yeah, they
They
made
did,
my
they did.
Yumi one.
Oh,
that
it
got
is
lost.
cute.
Green woman love.
Green woman love, yes. Hexa's a gem.
Which
I hope-
centimeter did you get?
30 centimeters.
Mine was 15.
Oh.
I think they do better with like smaller work, in my opinion.
Oh no, excuse me. That one, the one I got is 15. I
Okay.
have a 30 centimeter one, which is the first one that they made for me. I'll have to send you a picture of her because she's absolutely massive. And
They are very soft and comfortable.
They are, yes. Although I would not sleep with her because the I don't want the eyes to fall out.
Yeah.
They're there for loving though.
Very cute. Wait, their bio is professionally Sanji hater? What the fuck?
Yes.
They're a very
Yes.
outspoken person.
Oh, really?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
You have to scroll like 5 tweets to find something about the cancel culture in American election.
Yes. But I know that Fishman bought from them and that Fishman likes them. Okay.
Fishman bought a lot of Fishman plushies.
Yeah,
Like
Also,
a
they make
lot.
also plushies that aren't crochet, because there's a
Yes.
jelly one.
yeah, they make a lot of different
Yeah.
stuff. They're really cool. Really, really
Oh, I
cool.
love your Oko plushie. Cute.
I do too. I
I
need to find
reposted
the I need to find the bigger one, the 30 centimeter one.
Don't hate the
Oh,
player, hate the game. Cancel culture is bad. It's okay when we do it. And the keyword, I don't get it.
Oh,
I'm
here
too
you go.
drunk to
Here's,
understand this.
here's the massive Fishman that they made.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Wait, I love the. Do they also do these plushies? They look so soft.
No, I think this was just for Offkai.
So I did
Very
talk to them.
cute.
They do plushies similar to that. They don't just do the crocheted ones, but those ones take a couple months to do and get the design for.
Okay.
And then you have to order them. So like if you want a like plushie to be made, I would talk to them about it, and you can get like an order in bulk. Because my plan is right now, if people want the little Akko plushie, I'm gonna be giving it away during my birthday, and then if people want to buy one from them, they can. But like when it comes to those ones that are like the Fishman one, I would have to raise a little bit of capital or do a pre-sale before.
Yeah,
before getting it
yeah.
done.
That makes sense. Because yeah, they're expensive to produce.
Oh yeah. Well.
Everybody I've spoken to about plushies, they say that.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, my queen ContraPoint has tweeted. Never mind, it's not funny.
So, tangentially related to politics, I guess Destiny noticed Kirsch's tweet, and Destiny responded to Kirsch.
Ew, gross.
What
I
did he
know.
respond?
Here, I'll post it in the chat. But like, so Victus, shout out to Victus if you're in the chat. They clipped Kirsch talking about how Destiny like literally made her have a moment, and then Destiny reposted this, and Destiny is definitely not upset that people are criticizing him. Oh, that's so funny.
People are so mad about that Supreme Court ruling, and it was the most normal ruling in the world if you actually read it.
Which one? They've made a bunch recently.
You can't charge a president for doing president things.
Oh,
Like, everybody wants to
yeah.
make it really complicated, but that's literally all it said, was you can't charge a president for doing things that we told him he could do as a president.
Pretty much.
People are trying to call Kirsha a Russian man with an AI voice.
A Russian man. Oh my gosh.
I'd fuck him.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm fucking... Listen,
I'm just going through the comments right now.
she's doing a really good job at it then.
So this is something I wanted to mention because somebody was like talking about someone that was catfishing people earlier this week using an AI voice, and this tweet you sent mentions AI voices.
Was it a Genshin drama?
It was somebody called Blue or something. I don't.
Yes, I saw this on my timeline. I was like, I don't understand anything that's going on, and I was like, oh, I'll guess I'll look into it later.
Here's my thing: if you get suckered in by an AI voice right now, not in the future, but right now, as AI stands right now, that's a you problem because they are not that good.
Not yet. No.
They're pretty solid. I will give them that. But if you just listen to them for 5 seconds, you can clearly tell it's AI. And if you can't, that's a you problem.
I agree.
So these people saying, oh, this voice is AI. No, it's not. You could probably argue that Kirsch has voice modulation if that's the route you want to take. You can't argue the entire voice is fucking AI. Get off your high horse.
Pretty much. I don't know. Like, I mean, obviously, I use voice modulation. A lot of people somehow don't pick up on it, which is bizarre to me. But like, I can tell when somebody's using a voice modulator. I have been
I
able
don't
to
pick
call
up
out.
on it. Wait, you're using a voice modulator?
Yes, I am.
I don't
Yes, I
know.
am. Some people are definitely surprised when I mention it. But yes, I am. I guess
Wait,
that means
I mean,
I'm doing
you're-
a good job.
Yeah,
Your actual voice isn't. your natural voice isn't that much different than what you use for stream. Honestly,
It's true. It's very true. See, what's crazy is if I use my normal voice, people would probably think I would be a woman more. But I don't want to use my normal voice.
you just
Why
sound like an
not?
adult woman.
It's crazy to me.
I'm too lazy and too stupid to figure out voice mods. I'm like, meh, whatever. I don't care.
Like, it's kind of a joke that I tell to my friends and family, but literally whenever I'm on the phone with some random stranger, they think I'm a woman. And I'm like, thank you, I guess. They're like, thank you, ma'am. And I'm like, it's like whenever I'm at the drive-thru, they're like, thank you, ma'am. And then I get up there and they're like, oh, I'm sorry. And it's just like, I don't care. There's
a
a clear
very clear
distortion.
I really don't hear it. I really don't hear it. Is it you don't feel comfortable with your voice?
No, it's just I wanted to sell the bit more when I was streaming. And I feel like my normal voice wouldn't do that good of a job.
Yeah, I felt like that at first about my voice, but then more people tell you that. The more people tell you that they like it, then the more confident you become with it. So
Mm-hmm. No, yeah,
It
I have a
does
very.
help.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, that's it. That's all I
Yeah,
have to say.
I have a very falsetto voice. In fact, when I was in choir, when I went to church, they told me that I had to stand closer to the women because I have a very heavy falsetto. I can go up and down.
That's good though.
Yeah. But yeah, if my mixer that is no longer supported ever stops working, I guess I will fall back on my normal voice because I do definitely see where people say that I just sound like just an older adult female, but like I don't know, I like the voice that I use for videos now. I'm curious if moms are like, okay, when it comes to voice modulation, I know there's a way to reverse it. I'm not going to tell you because I want you to seek it out for yourself if you really, really, really want to. But like,
You just have to use the same voice modulator and tweak settings.
exactly,
It's literally just doing the same thing, but backwards.
pretty much.
But
Excuse
it'd take a whole bunch of experimentation, and you would probably never know if you got the exact correct voice.
Unless I said or so, which I wouldn't, but you know.
It's funny when there's different spheres that intersect together, like the Destiny Kershaw thing.
Oh yeah.
I see
That was really
Azehara
funny.
frame one reply to that tweet. That's insane.
Yeah.
How is Azehara in every single reply?
Azehara
You're
is
so terminal. Azehara is so terminally online.
honestly, Azahara can say, "Yeah, I'm in the office right now," and then replying to 18 different tweets. I'm like, Azahara,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Oh,
I don't get
great.
she replied though. I don't get what it means. Too
He
drunk.
recently
It's too
did a
late.
voice reveal.
You did?
He did. He was on another podcast where he did a voice reveal.
Mm-hmm. Azahara is slowly breaking
I
out
bet
of the
he sounds like a
Vtuber arc.
femboy.
Wait, what?
I bet
Or
Azehara
femboy.
sounds like a femboy. I wasn't talking about you though.
Aw.
Aww.
No, Mizu, you already do. That's okay.
Yeah.
I always wonder if I actually count as a femboy because I do say some people say I pass as a woman when I dress up.
I would say that that's like a big honor though as a femboy. I don't
Is
know.
it?
Femboy is a
No.
new word. I'm not sure what it actually means.
A feminine
It's like
boy.
yeah, it's just a feminine boy.
But
So you
me and
could, yeah.
me and some of my femboy friends have discussed this before. but we believe in order to be a femboy, you have to intentionally seek to be feminine. If you are just a boy that is naturally feminine, you are a twink.
Oh, yep. You're right.
That is our
There is that
difference.
distinction.
And I have been seeing on Twitter lately people who want to deny characters being shotas or just calling them twinks. And I'm like, nope, there's a difference. There is a fucking difference.
I'm sure you've
If
seen
you
the
like-
chart before, where it's
If
like,
you like the shota, you like the shota.
So is Venti a twink or Shota?
Venti's a twink.
Yeah, I think he's a twink. I think he's actually a twink. I was gonna say that too.
Some people like to say he's a femboy because they say his outfit is girly, but canonically his outfit is actually just a regular bard's outfit. It's not actually
Yeah.
a feminine outfit.
No, it's not girly. And if you think that, you've never seen any Renaissance outfit.
Oh yeah, I love Renaissance.
I
outfits.
wish men still wore like stockings and like white socks like they did back then. I think it looks so
Oh, I
good.
agree.
I would.
Right?
I will agree with somebody that says he is a Shota, though, on the terms that I think Shota is going to end up like Lolly, where it's going to have a very wide spectrum of what can be considered one. I think if we apply that to Shotas, Venti is at the very far end.
Yes, I would
Mm.
agree with that.
It's like, okay, a King Shota is CL Phantom Hive from Black Butler. He is King Shota. He is the poster child of Shota. He's fucking great. And then Lloyd from the Seventh Prince anime is also a very keynote Shota. Fucking love Lloyd. He's great. Ugh, man. We don't have many good Shota representation. And
No.
I will take the few that I can get. And there's
Lumi-
like -3 Shota VTubers.
Lumi is kidnapping all of the Shotas.
I will. I'm gonna
I'm
put them in the
gonna-
snow globes.
I'm going to help the Shota VTubers get the representation they deserve.
They're each gonna have their own snow globe. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, so Lumi wants to do a fun little art project with him. I have a fun little art project. Since I'm embracing the Clussy now, I want to do an It project for Halloween where it's just me in my clown persona with a whole bunch of lollies trying to hand out balloons. I'll include some
Samurai
Shotas in
Shota
there,
not
too.
mentioned for sure. I haven't seen the Samurai Shota. Which show is it? I'll put it on my list.
There's a Samurai Shota? That sounds adorable.
Yes.
Now, the first Shota that I think of, because of how much hentai I've seen, is the Shota from Monster Girl Quest. That's classic, though.
Mm.
Where do you guys watch your hentai?
I find it on the internet.
Obscure places that are not blocked because by my state.
The thing is,
For
there were
reading
a
and
couple-
hentai.
There were a couple good sites, but a lot of them are starting to do this thing now where they're like, hey, I know we're a piracy site, but if you want to watch anime here, you're going to have to pay a subscription fee. And it's like, well, if I was going to pay a subscription fee, I would go to a subscription site. I wouldn't go to the piracy site.
Exactly, because the
Why
piracy
would
site
I
has
pay for prawn?
Imagine paying.
Yeah.
Actually, I do believe
I
you pay
actually
for
don't
your
get
porn.
it. I actually don't get it. Why do people pay for it when there's so much free ones? Or like, why do people buy OnlyFans when there's so much free ones going around?
I do believe in paying for
Because
the porn
they-
if you believe it's good porn.
I agree.
Like,
I
because
find
it's
it on my
ad free and it's like more curated, more high quality.
No,
I
I'll buy it
think-
on DLC.
I think in terms of OnlyFans girls, it's because they want those personalized videos and all that. Whatever.
Oh yeah, with
There are
OnlyFans, it's the
social aspects.
parasocial thing.
Yep.
The only porn you should be paying for is like video games and dojins, though. Real high quality artistic efforts.
Mhm.
hmm
I have a really good one
Mhm,
sitting on
mhm.
my desk that I bought at Anime Expo.
Nice.
One day I'll go to an anime convention. The only one that I went to was ASIN when I worked at the Funimation booth, but that's about it.
I think we'll try to go to Anime Expo next year. At least I'm gonna try and go. I told Mizu I would go next year.
If y'all want
the
to, you can
plan.
probably stay at the hotel with me.
hmm Now that I'm making some real money at my new job, I'm planning to go to Anime Expo.
Next year?
Yes, next year.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's a fun time. You just gotta be careful.
Oh yeah. Can't get scammed.
I got a really nice
Oh,
your
you-
pinup.
I think buying manga hentai is different than buying porn online. Like OnlyFans or something.
It is kind of different. I
Like
would
the
agree.
manga
Yeah.
is, there's like nice art and stuff.
Yeah.
There's a work.
And it's
It's
the paper
soul.
feel too.
Yeah, it takes a real artist to put the work and soul into drawing it. Anyone can just open their cheeks.
Now, chat. That said, you guys do still have to pay for my fansly.
You have a
Although
Fansly?
you won't be opening your cheeks.
I won't be opening my cheeks.
Damn.
He'll show his cheeks, but he won't open them.
I did that on Twitter. I don't care. You can get that for free.
You just gotta find
The
it.
fansly is for real content.
Based.
Mizu,
I'm gonna have to
pay
check
up
it
for
out.
Yeah, I just want a place to like stream some like hentai games.
Yeah, I want to play all the
Oh.
Rants Quest games on my Fansly, I guess, for the fishes.
I am considering borrowing an idea from another VTuber I saw and doing like hentai book club on Fansly.
That'd be fun.
Just like review a popular hentai of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you
Yeah,
should
that
do
would
that
be
on
fun.
Zagi. He's so and he knows all the hentais. Kiwasa does too.
I have a
Kiwasa,
friend.
stop fucking Kiwasa. No one cares about NTR.
I have a friend, speaking of Fansleys, that does VR chat stuff, and they're trying to convince me to do it with them, and I was like, see, I don't know if that would be okay. I mean, like, not like morally okay, but just like, I don't know if my manager would be down for it.
Oh, you have a manager?
Yeah, we all have a manager. He's in the background, but yeah, because of our group, we have a manager.
I am
We,
my
we
own
have
manager.
we have a very, very long leash.
Yes, pretty. So the way it worked is,
Mine's
I
basically
pulled
broken.
Lumi. I pulled Lumi
Mine
into
is
the
in
group.
tatters.
Yeah, I pulled Lumi into the group, and then we all started the podcast, and then we were like, we should bring Mizu in as well. Our manager Paco is very lenient. His whole thing is if it works and it gets you views, as long as you're not actively doing something that will damage the brand, I don't care. When it came to the drama podcast, he was like, you know what? I've never managed, because he's managed successful talents before, and I can show you a couple of them later. But like he's never managed anybody that's done drama of any kind, and so he just wasn't sure. He was a little skeptical, but he wasn't quite sure where this was going to parse. And I will tell you, he was very happily surprised with how things are going, and he is actively encouraging us to continue it. Back when our drama happened, he was like, "Listen, guys, I was a little skeptical, but seeing how you guys are doing, I think you guys should go tenfold." And I was like,
What
"Okay."
drama?
The thing in March.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Torah thing.
Yeah,
Oh.
because like he sat down with it, because like when that all happened,
Mhm.
he was a little concerned because he saw all of us were kind of like down, feeling really down about it, and we all kind of had withdrawn from things. And then he actually got into a call where he's like, "You guys are literally stressing over the littlest of shit. If this is gonna scare you in the long term, I would quit. But you guys are doing fine, so please continue." And we're like, we're good with this.
The thing is, when you address controversial topic and you have controversial opinions, you just shouldn't be surprised when people disagree, and that's also something I've learned. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Thank God
people
you listened
disagree
to
with me
him
all the
because you weren't
time.
listening to me.
Well, here's the thing. I was just like,
Well, if
I didn't
it's your
wanna-
first time dealing with backlash, it is very scary. It is like, no matter how we say like, "Oh, I don't care about what some random internet strangers think about me," it is odd to think that some people you've never met already made up their mind about you, they have a bad opinion about you, and they're spreading that opinion to other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting, and all of us. I mean, like Mizu has gone through this before.
Oh, really?
and so-
Oh, okay.
Well, probably not in the same way, but Mizu is used to people not being nice. I just think me and Lumi were
That's
just
kind
like,
of sad.
Yeah, and that I just learned not to give a shit, and then I somehow ended up as a co-host on Archcast.
Look,
that
my teenage years prepped me for being a VTuber and dealing with people who didn't like me. Because what I used to do, and I still have the folder somewhere on my computer, is I have the avatar I always used, and I have 4 different edits of it. And I would use the avatars based on what website I was on for what would piss off the most people. So one of them is like traditional like Russian colors, and it's got like the communist sickle on it. And then anytime I would like make an account with that one, I would choose like a very deeply Russian name. I have another one that's the same thing, but like for Nazis. And I would choose like a very heavily German name. I have one for China as well, because people hated China for a while back then, and I did one for that.
Mizu is the kind of person that loves to troll other people with that, just
I
because
thought
it's
it was
funny.
That
It
was
is
great.
funny. It is. It reminds me of Mr. Medicare when he did the brony that got bullied at school and nobody believed it. And then he had a fake girl that came in and said, yeah, he really is getting bullied. You guys need to cool off on him. It was great.
I have a very famous tweet that went viral in the furry community that I would not be able to say because literally any furry listening would immediately know who I was. But I genuinely made a tweet that was such a hot take. Basically, everyone in the furry community knew who I was.
It's fucking hilarious.
You got me interested now. You'll have to tell me later.
I'll see if I can find the picture. I know it's
Okay.
somewhere on Kiwi Farms.
Wait, the Press Nuzagi por QRT Gamma thing, it says Gamma from HoloStars Upward got terminated due to difficulties in a working relationship. Did it actually say something about the working relationship?
It said he was difficult to work with, or it was difficult.
Yes.
The specific wording, I think, was it was difficult for us to continue supporting him.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. That's really interesting.
I am not 100% sure what happened, but I do feel like, for whatever reason, HoloLive thought he was a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll have to see if anything ever comes out.
They don't do that often.
Yeah. I'm not even saying if HoloLive thought he was a problem, he was a problem. It's completely possible that they were just being a company trying to make money. And he just wasn't making enough money, so they got rid of him.
Yeah.
But either way, the company thought he was an issue, and that's why it happened.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. For sure.
Man. Oh my god. I always feel so sorry for anyone who works with Lumi and her god-awful amount of hair.
The other
Because look
movie.
at this.
Maybe he just didn't have time to stream anymore. He was like, I can't, I don't know.
Oh,
it could be
really? You're getting
anything.
it done too?
Yes.
As a
stole your
result
idea.
of discussing between Izaki Gama and management, we have determined that it has become difficult to continue managing and supporting him. It could also be that he just can't give enough hours to his script. I don't know. I'd have to look to his channel, but
If he
Look-
couldn't
looking
give
through
enough
his-
hours, I think they would be more positive about it. And my reference would be when Sana had to quit for medical reasons.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Because
I think
they divided in an extremely positive way with her and was like, we wish her the best. We hope everything's great. She's a wonderful, lovely person. She was fantastic to work with. And with this one, it's just, he's a difficult asshole.
Yeah.
it's like I was looking through some of his statuses, and it looks like he has a second job doing delivery.
no, he's streaming a lot, actually. Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
So it
interesting.
might be a mix of difficulties because of possible like burnout and stuff in terms of handling things on managerial side. I don't know, because I'm sure we know a bunch of people who put on a very good face when it comes to like live streaming, and then it's like a whole nother story when the camera is.
Oh, yeah.
Chat, I hate to break your immersion. Graduated means their contract was cut. Graduated is the word the company uses when they leave on good terms.
Yep.
Mhm.
If they leave on bad terms, they're terminated.
Mhm.
Rushio is terminated. Sana graduated.
I miss Sana too, chat.
I don't know who any of these people are. I don't watch corporate VTubers.
Sana's the black girl with the big titties that's always portrayed as being space-sized.
Because
I don't know
isn't she
who
like
that
supposed
is.
to be a planet or something?
Yes.
They're like the Hollow Council of Space. I forget what the exact name they used for him was.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Myth, was it? Was it Hollow Myth?
No, Hollow Myth is the first one, isn't it?
I thought the first one was just called Ian.
No.
whichever.
I'm gonna look it up.
I don't ever remember the names. Look,
Yeah,
if
Hollow Myth
Sana
is the first
actually
set.
did die, that would technically be her leaving for medical reasons. So I'm pretty sure I'm still right. Council, thank
Gyaru.
you. It was Council.
Gyaru, yes, Gyaru. If she's Gyaru, that's awesome. We need more Gyaru VTubers that are cool.
But yeah, if they leave on good terms, it's a graduation. If they leave on bad terms, it's a termination.
Wait, doesn't he reply to Azahara?
Yes.
Azahara, you're famous.
Azahara,
Who's-
congratulations. Get into a fight with him.
I don't really understand your tweet. Criminal immunity from committing war crimes. What do you mean by this?
Yeah, no, I'm looking up Sana's graduation, and every single thing I can find mentions health issues. I'm 99% sure I'm right when I said she left for health reasons.
That's what everybody seems to have said, which makes it even more sad. Akko, no.
What's the
Free
drama you
content?
guys said we were gonna talk about on stream?
Which
You two were discussing something in
Oh.
chat. I
the flippin', I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Baffa?
Baffa. I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably
Apparently
Baffo.
it's spread across like 6+ different docs, and I haven't had a chance to read any of them. So it's something that we're probably gonna have to come back to, because it's a tangled mess of webs that involving VTubers I've never heard of before.
A lot of them I've never heard of before. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, he is like I think he's a black VTuber. I know he was part of the Black VTuber Awards, and a lot of people were just like really salty with him, and because of that, now there's docs out there. Now I will say, if he did do something morally reprehensible, if he's graduating, cool. But like I am gonna wait and read what these people have to say, because a lot of people seem to be dogging him, and I don't understand it yet.
I don't know. It all started after the Black VTuber Awards happened. It's like that was the sparking point. After that, I don't know. It seems like a lot of inner friend group drama or something. I don't know.
It always
But
is.
he nuked all of his accounts. So it's like, it seems like he's like getting the Torah treatment, but not in the same circumstances. Like just basically chased off of social media, and he just deleted everything.
I will say
That's
the guy was
never to
dealing.
play.
The guy was dealing with. Apparently, he was dealing with family stuff, and so I
Something about his
imagine-
brother being sick.
Oh.
Yeah, I imagine that this didn't like weigh well on him, and he decided to just leave because of it, which that sucks. No one two ways about that. But we'll have to wait and see what's really going on.
Yeah,
I don't know what I
that
expected. I just searched for Baffo on Twitter, and literally everything is demon horsecock porn.
Nice.
And apparently some
but-
football player.
Yeah, it's like the two people that I seen being dragged recently was Static Tokyo and now this guy.
Static is cool.
I just think it's funny the Black VTuber Awards happened, and literally every single controversy about it has nothing to do with people being racist. Well, I mean, there's black on black racism, but that's not my fault.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that, Rima? Have you kept up with that?
No. I know that some people were. I just know that when it was announced, there was some talks. I think because Kershaw was wondering, is it the pilot that's supposed to be black to be eligible, or is it the VTuber avatar?
I think it has to be the person behind the avatar.
The controversy that happened afterwards was the girl who did it, who scheduled everything. People found out that she was half white because she's mixed race.
What?
And
they got mad at that?
People got mad at that because she's basically she's not real black because she's only half
She's
black.
not. Yeah, she's not black enough for them. Basically,
bro,
that was the drama.
So lame.
And it's just
then
lame.
A couple days later, she posted a picture of her parents and then herself, saying that she's proud of her family and everything. And then that was found out that she's Robert De Niro's child.
Yeah, she's a famous person's child, which is...
Wait, really? Actually, I thought you were making a joke.
Yeah.
No, nope, that's...
We legit can't have nice things, though. I don't know, somebody took the time to organize an award and they mad.
Yeah, and here's the thing that's crazy. It's already controversial because they are segregating themselves to one race. But if they have fun, I don't care. They can have fun and they do their own thing. But they're all fighting with each other because none of them can agree what is black enough for them. And then along with that, all of them feel only a couple, because that was one of the things that with the BAFTA guys, he won a decent chunk of the awards. It's well, yeah, he's probably one of the biggest black VTubers out there. And it's just I don't know what you expect. He's probably going to have a lot more fans than some of the people that are smaller in that space.
Oh, yeah.
And all of them were just fighting with each other. It's just you guys made this event because you didn't want to participate, or that you didn't feel like you could participate in the bigger things. And all you're doing is fighting with each other. And it tells me that I don't know what it tells me, honestly. It just is sad to me. Because I want to cheer on people that do their own thing, even if it's kind of weird that you just can't participate in the real thing. But why now everybody hates each other and shit, and it's just okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I like Static Tokyo. I actually known him for a while. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. So, but do you guys feel do you guys think that Static Tokyo is part of the VTuber fandom, right?
I feel he just talks about it. I know he has a model, but I don't know really how involved he is. I do think he's a decent person, though. I like him.
I know the model that he got was made by a fan of his, and they did such a good job.
Yeah.
He did.
But
I think his videos are getting better and better each time. It was nice seeing him grow.
Yeah, it's he's very middle of the road and stuff, and even when it comes to some situations that are more he's friends with some of these people, but he's still gonna talk about it. It's I forgot which video is for. Some people were oh, don't talk about this. Oh no, don't talk about this. And he's I'm gonna talk about it. It's on Twitter.
Yeah, it's
well, he took Kenji's side on the whole Kenji Sayu situation. That's why I was asking that. And he kind of took Shizzy's side too.
Did he?
I thought he was a bit more neutral on the Shizzy thing.
Yeah, he sounded a lot more neutral.
Well,
instead
he
of
is because he's a reasonable person, but he's still kind of defending him.
And then when the Shizzy thing got worse, he's just yeah, no, this is shit. I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it went from somewhat genuine criticism to just straight racism, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then he started quadrupling down. And insulting everybody. And then it's oh, okay, he's just doing it for attention.
I don't like him. I personally
don't like a lot of people.
He's the eternal hater.
Listen, we've talked about this before. I'm currently batting 100 on not liking people. and then later in life turning out to be assholes.
Yeah, Mizu has never been wrong about disliking somebody, which is kind of scary. So if
Yeah.
Mizu dislikes you, you should be worried because he's never wrong, which scares me.
Yeah.
Also makes me glad that he likes me.
And
Yeah.
like so far, it's been batting 100 because like there's two different types of dislikes for me, right? Like there's my dislike for Alara, which is more of like a personal beef, and then there's like just this deep internal dislike I've had for certain creators that I can't explain, and then a couple years later they get outed for like something heinous every time.
Mm-hmm. Praying Mizu doesn't like me.
I have a friend that reminds me a lot of Mizu.
I've met a
One of
couple
my
people
close
like
friends.
me, and I hate everybody like me, but we're all friends and we all talk together when we meet. Like me and Jenny, when we first met, Rosa Cottel, got in a massive fight. I think she's great. Love her. Would talk to her any day of the week.
Yeah, that was funny.
And
That
if you
was
read our
honest.
Discord conversations, it's nothing but like us writing essays at each other about how stupid the other one is.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, and while I'm thinking about like random stuff that has happened recently, Rima, you remember the whole Lola thing, right?
Yeah.
She's coming back on Saturday to streaming,
Yeah.
so that's a lot sooner than I thought she'd come back. I guess she has a remodel planned out for, I think, October.
I think
I hope.
think a lot of YouTubers should just shut up. Even
Yeah.
Lola, I think she just, participated in the back and forth or talking back, and it's just
Yeah.
it never ends well. It's just
She definitely did.
stop. Just stop.
it's
No
like,
one
to be
cares. It's
honest-
not high school.
Yeah.
I was with
it's like,
Lola
I
and
hope-
then she lost me. It's kind of like the same thing
Yeah.
with Lydia and Salvi when they had this spat. Just
Mhm.
stop. Just the thing is in your fan base, they see you're a content creator. Everybody
Mhm.
wants to be a content creator, and you're just out there. Even though it might be valid, okay, all of it just never works out well when a creator complains about their problem. It just
Yeah.
never does.
Mm-hmm. I agree. That's why
They don't care. No one
cares.
cares. They don't actually care. Like, the
Yeah.
problems, talk to your therapist, talk to your parents, talk to your IRL friends or people in
Yeah.
DMs. Don't vent to your audience. I do it sometimes, even my Discord, and I regret it all the time. It's just not worth it. So imagine doing it over Twitter and to
I
people
know.
that may dislike you. It's not going to work out.
No, yeah. Not only may
like, I
people
hope-
dislike you, but they'll use it against you.
Yes,
I hope we learned
exactly.
from all of this because, getting into the exact same drama 3 times does not look good on anybody.
Oh,
So
no,
I hope
absolutely not.
she does genuinely learn and grow to be her actual own person, because
time.
building a fan base of almost 10,000 people just off of drama is not good.
Well, not only is
Yeah.
it not good, but those aren't real fans, because I do
Yeah.
believe that, like, if you grow, if
Mhm.
that, not like reporting drama, but like if you grow off of drama,
Mhm.
if you create the drama in order to
Mhm.
get big, nobody's going to remember you for your personality. Because, like, I feel like, and this is the problem she's going to run into if she does actually, like, try to be genuine now, people aren't going to, like, say, oh, you're that girl that's got this super cool model or this personality, and you're the girl that copied Shy Lily, and that's all people are going to remember you for. And so you're going to have multiple years of trying to remove yourself from Lola, remove herself from that, until she can actually, like, get people that are happy with her for being her. And that's an issue. So, like, I never recommend people to just start drama in order to gain controversy, because it never works.
Also,
Ever.
it's super emotional, and everybody tries to drag you into their beef, and like I don't know, I don't have beef with anybody, so I'm really not interested.
Mhm.
But the other part of it too is that I guess it's because I see the variety of opinion, and I see a lot of unhinged opinion on people. even though they're valid, like when people have like meltdowns or they vent on their Twitter account, there's always going to be a group of people or percentage of the people that are going to look at that and they're going to be like, she's attention seeking, she's attention whoring, she shouldn't have said that. Oh, woman, you know, it doesn't look good in the end. I don't know.
No,
I don't really know how to explain it.
I agree. No, I 100% agree. It's just like it never, ever works out for you. It's a very... It reminds me of like when businesses make a lot of short-sighted decisions for growth that is very short-term. And that's exactly what it is. It's a very short-sighted choice, because when people are like, oh, get into drama, you'll get a lot of attention. There are very, very few people that actually get into drama like that actively still maintain an audience and grow off of it. Yeah. And nobody likes them. Nobody likes any of those. And I'm not just talking VTubers, I'm talking all kinds of content creators. If you just get into drama like that, very few of those people will actually be successful. The rest of them, everybody just hates and forgets about them.
Yeah.
Never plays in the long run? Absolutely not. It never ever does. Because I especially with VTubers, because I can recall a couple of times when we've talked about people, and you know, after the drama that hits, everybody forgets about them, and the only time they're going to be relevant is if they get into more drama.
I mean, I feel maybe there's something that's okay with kind of like how the live stream fails creator do, where they kind of they react to each other and they respond to each other through videos. So because of this, everybody kind of grows, because there's a lot of attention. Like Asmongold will respond to, I don't know, I'm saying bullshit, like XQC, and then XQC will be like, well, Asmongold had a bad take here, and then he's gonna say why. But it never devolves into people mass reporting, into emotional meltdowns. You know, it doesn't become that high schooly for some reason. I guess it does sometimes, but
that's because it's all fake.
It's fake. Yeah, it's like wrestling. It's not real.
They all
do it for views.
That
they just want to do content, either that they're farming content. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. So there's two things. Some of it is like, quote, real beef, in that they actually do dislike each other. But
like the Asu Tectone stuff.
Yes, but they both understand that by perpetuating the beef, they can both get headlines and get attention, so it's beneficial for both of them.
Yes.
However, there's also a large number of creators, typically on the more like high octane for kids side, where the whole thing is WWE, and it's all manufactured from the ground up. All the beef is totally fake.
And if you take a look at it, you'll be able to see it.
When one of the Drama Farm creators got invited to one of the Discords for one of these groups, and it was just all of them planning out their beef for the week with each other.
Oh, what? Really?
Yeah, they were planning out, like, I'm going to tweet this, you're going to take offense to it, and then I'm going to make this diss track, you're going to make this diss track. Like, the whole thing was staged, start to finish. And it didn't affect their bottom line when this came out, because all of their fans were like kids. So all of the kids just ignored it, and they're like, no, my favorite creator would never be a part of that. All these Discord screenshots are clearly fake.
Kayfabe, yes, it's kayfabe. And again, you see it all the time because like I barely believe, like, the only drama I feel like that is genuinely real is some VTuber dramas.
Because those ones psychotic.
Because VTubers are psychotic people. But like a lot of the drama that you just see on YouTube or with other streamers, none of it's real. None of it at all. It's crazy. I mean, I don't really care, but like people have to understand that it's like it's a soap opera, it's a show. Most people are here to make money, and you're giving them clicks.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep the intent when you're doing content creation, and not get too emotional, even though it is very hard. It's easier said than done, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, I agree. But we'll never do that.
Fun of everybody.
Yeah, we'll never do that, because like I would feel really scummy, like if I felt like, oh, let's manufacture, because like some sometimes I
I'd be
think people think
scared. I don't know. That's so weird.
If someone approaches me with that, the first thing I'm doing is posting on Twitter that they approached me with that. Immediately, all the screenshots dumped. It's like, yeah, no, they approached me for fake drama.
Yeah, I would never do it because it's just like it's not fun, in my personal opinion. But it makes a lot of people a lot of money, so you know.
You don't need fake drama when there's real drama to go by every single day,
I agree.
especially in the VTubing world.
Yeah. It's like I would rather it be fake drama at that point.
Oh, and
Because,
ironically, I hear so many horror stories from VTubers, indie VTubers. Now that I'm branching out more and I'm meeting a lot of people, I'm actually seeing it firsthand too, and I'm like, damn,
Yeah.
you guys are cooked.
Oh yeah. It happens a lot with you, because like you don't see it a lot with the corpo side, because with the corpos they know how to keep a lid on their shit, but with indies, nobody has been given a PR manager, or if they have, it's a shitty PR manager. Nobody tells them that, hey, maybe you shouldn't tweet this, maybe you shouldn't like say this on the internet. So a lot of them just don't know how to do it. So you end up seeing a lot of stuff where it's just like, are you sure this is something you wanted to say? No? Okay.
Yeah, they're very
Also, just learn to talk to people. Jesus Christ, my DMs
Yeah.
are always open.
Exactly.
I can search my name on Twitter and find 8 billion people trying to talk about me.
And it's just like, you don't want to talk to me, you want to talk about me, which tells me how invested you really are into this. It's really funny.
The year of YouTuber getting out for crazy stuff? Probably.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
covering the story of Yakirisu. I told you, Misu, when we first started the call.
Yeah.
It's gonna be my next video. She was an indie VTuber. Ended up being a huge backstabber. She got like 11 Google documents.
Jesus.
Some of it a bit more mild than others. Some of it is just like it's her edit. I think it's funny that like even her editors comes out. It's funny when somebody gets canceled, everybody comes out of the woodwork. It's like the editor even comes out saying she doesn't pay him enough per video, and she asked him for a lot of revisions. Like, really, do we also need the video editor's opinion on this? I get it. She's a horrible person.
I will always say this: if somebody is underpaying you and you have not asked for more money, that is your fault.
Yeah, if you accepted
Yeah.
the job, that's totally on you. That's why I'm like, in my video, I'm like, I'd say that's the weakest claim, but I'm like, are people gonna get mad at me? They're gonna say that I'm
Well, because everyone says you don't
victim-blaming.
support artists then. And it's like, you're right. I don't blanket support artists, because just like there's shitty VTubers, there's tons of shitty artists. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna mindlessly defend you all just because you drew.
Editors are dangerous people. Shut up, Kiwasa. What if the
Yeah.
editor's an NTR? I don't know. People are like, it's funny that they do it longer for that.
Yeah, there's just a lot of things when you
Kevin
look
has
at
a new
it.
sus asset out.
Ooh.
Oh, the popsicle one?
Deep throating the popsicle.
Yeah.
Nice. I actually subscribed to his Patreon today, so I can have the assets. But
So you can deep
people,
throat popsicle.
yeah, like actually, people don't care even about my drama coverage anymore. They like the sussy stuff more for some reason.
And they want your
I
clock.
don't get it.
Yeah,
I think I'm
they-
not being inflammatory enough
I
in
mean,
my
so
reporting.
when it comes down to it, like you really have to like figure out how you want to report things. You can be a Keemstar, which is kind of what we do, but we just don't dox people and we don't reveal personal information. Or you can be like a commentary YouTuber, or you can just like tell the things as you see it. And I feel like you do a decent job of just like telling it how you see it. People are
Keemstar
still
is
gonna
my
get-
idol. I strive to be like the killer Keemstar.
We all need to get silly Keemstar. Well, I already have a Keemstar hat.
The pipeline is real from like newstuber to loottuber. I love your drama vids. I hate when people call me a drama tuber. I'm a commentary VTuber.
That's
He's
drama.
a news tuber.
I think I wouldn't mind it if I was in the VTuber community. In the VTuber community, they use it to insult you.
They do.
It like if a comment starts with "you drama tuber" are all the same, I just immediately check out. I'm like, you're a troll and you're a bad faith actor.
Well, the thing is, anyone who covers news to them is a drama tuber because they don't like people talking about the negative sides of VTubers.
Yeah.
I think
Yes.
what's far more of a problem is there are a couple news tubers who tried to be like, I only talk about the positive stuff. And then, first off, ignoring the fact that they didn't only talk about the positive stuff, if they didn't like somebody, they would immediately trudge up every negative thing they could think of. But then when you only talk about the positive stuff, problems just don't get fixed. Right?
No.
Yeah.
You have to be adults enough to talk about the That's why like so many people like afraid of failure, but it's just like, dude, failure is part of life. You have to highlight the bad stuff sometimes. And it just irks me so much. I'll be like, oh, I'm just a say so wholesome. I'm only gonna tell the good stuff. It's like, bro, that doesn't work. And people don't care. Here's the thing that I don't think a lot of people realize. People don't care about the good stuff. Like, the reason why news stations cover negative all the time is that's what sells. It sells to talk about the negative stuff along with all of the other stuff. Obviously, talking about positive stuff is great, and we do like to highlight it when we see it. But the negative stuff is what really people want. People like looking at a car crash. You can't deny it, chat. You like looking at a car crash. You're going to slow down and take a picture of the poor family that got hit on the side of the road.
True. I do slow down, and then I'm afraid I'm also gonna get into an accident. It's just, it's funny because people will criticize the trauma tubers in the VTubing community, and then in the same breath, they'll say that they watch Asmongold or Moist Critical, who perma yelled that they're farming drama, and hell yeah, I'm gonna farm this drama today, big drama. They title their streams reacting to drama.
Yeah, and it's like
Asmon puts his stream. That's based if he does that. That's
yes,
awesome.
he does.
Yeah.
I love it. I like Asmon. He's really cool.
Turkey Tom. Well, I guess people probably have a less good opinion of Turkey Tom, but I think he's based, and he's just he has his channels like drama stream, like. But he's memeing obviously, but people would take it if you did it in the B2B community. They would take it so seriously.
But it's
I do
funny.
It like that sometimes. It's great. It's funny. People love it.
It's funny. The first time I seen like the Neander's past and everything was from a Turkey Tom video, and I'm just like, when did he start covering VTuber?
To be fair, he covered Neander's because she started as a 4chaner.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which a lot of people forget about.
He covers things that break out, but he covered that whole video. He just covered like some Neander's hate threads. Like I found those exact threads. I found the exact same breadcrumb. But he also has like less regards as to there was a lot of things in the video that were part of her like docs documents, which like if a VTuber actually showed this, they would actually get in trouble, like in deep trouble. But since he's not in the community, he can go all in. He can show everything.
Mm-hmm.
So there are some perks in being outside of the VTuber community and covering VTuber topics. You're less restricted.
Is the past live issue. Because a lot of times people get very mad if a VTuber talks about past lives. But it's like, sometimes we need to talk about your past life, because your past life was kind of shit.
I even got flamed for having the Delutaya and Manuel on the same thumbnail by Kurosanji, nonetheless.
Yeah.
And then their narrative changed to where they were like, oh, but it's only okay if we talk about past lives from Niji Sanji livers, not from any other VTuber. It's
What?
like, okay, how about it's just okay if,
What?
the VTuber is okay with it.
It's like I've been seeing a lot of VTubers like openly talking about their past lives. Like some of the VLure girls, they're still active on their past live account, promoting their new VTuber stuff on there.
I don't understand what's so hard. Like, some VTubers are bound by NDA, so obviously they can never directly refer to their past lives. But how many people watch the videos and they're like, oh, that's the new her new VTuber persona. Like, you'd be surprised. Even though really open secret, a lot of people don't know about them. And then they go subscribe to them. Like, your goal should be to send the fans to the VTuber. If you care about the VTuber, you should send them to her new account or their new account.
I agree.
I don't get why it's gotta be some kind of hidden secret. Unless it's against the VTuber's wish, obviously. No.
Yeah, it's like with
Chat will
like
get mad at me if I say it again.
it's like I know a VTuber who, like, you know, has a new life and stuff. I instantaneously recognize them, but obviously I'm not going to say anything because they, you know, lock down all their accounts and they don't talk about it, which like, okay, I will support you from the side because I know who you are and you are a friend of mine. But it's like, unless they explicitly either say or they just hint at it, yes, that's fine in my opinion. But if you're going out of your way saying, oh, this person is this person and everyone should know about it, it's like, don't be shitty.
Wait, Grums reported on Pikami yesterday? What did he say?
He brings up Pikami a lot as to the Hogwarts Legacy thing. I try and ignore Grums most of the time.
My chat, well, some people in my audience were saying Grums is like a grifter, and I looked at his account and he definitely is. He is so annoying.
Like, here's the thing, 'cause
he just farms outrage.
I'm unsure
24.
if I would consider him a grifter because I believe he believes everything he says.
True. Good point. Yes,
you're right.
He's just
a
dumbass. I don't know what to say. Yeah.
No, I have a couple of friends of mine who are on the left side of politics, and they tell me how much they hate Grums. And it's just like, listen, the thing you have to understand is this man's a grifter. His job here is to make money, and you are giving him what he wants by responding and being upset at him. It's just like, yeah, he says some stuff that I may agree with, but at the end of the day, he's a grifter. So I can't take much stock into what he says or what he believes.
He's a grifter with connections. That's the thing, you know.
He is. And a lot of people that I like also like him. So it's just like, I can respect the guy, but if he says something stupid, I'm obviously going to say that.
He still owes me a video game. I gave him $50 for that.
Oh, what?
That's right. He is former Blizzard, so he did. I guess he's working on a video game.
Robot kaiju fighting game. I gave him $50 for that on Patreon. I am owed a game.
But like, that's where he came from, and now he's making his own thing.
I don't know. I think it annoys me that almost everybody around me, I can just tell what side of an issue they're gonna be on. Without even having to talk to them. Like, it's so predictable. It's so fucking boring. Why does everything have to be so binary? Grums is, I always know which side of an issue he's going to be on.
Yeah.
It's always the same. I always guess it right.
Well, what's sad is, like, sometimes he gets it so wrong that it's just like, bro, you look like a fucking... Like, with the Final Fantasy stuff, Lumi, you said you finished the expansion, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Grums recently, like, was talking about how Final Fantasy 14 is all woke now and how bad it is, and it's just like, bro, you are so deeply wrong. Wrong.
It's not woke in my opinion. And plus he said he only had what, like 400 hours in the game. It's like, you're not even out of Heaven's Ward at that point, my guy. Please shut up. It's like,
there's a free trial.
Get out of the free trial, sir.
Because it's like, fucking words. Was the voice acting kind of subpar for some people? yes, the English voice acting could have been better. Did I switch to Japanese about 3/4 through? Yes, but they did pretty well, honestly.
You don't listen to normal Yashtola? I think Yashtola is the entire reason why I keep it to English.
Yeah, she's great. Her English is great.
Absolutely fantastic.
I switched it to Japanese after they were done with her for the expansion.
Oh, fair enough. By the way, Rima, what do you play on 14?
Black Mage.
Nice.
That's
That's fun. That's like that's the opposite of what everybody says in my raid group. But like, Black Mage, are you gonna move? Stop tanking all the spells.
I mean, the ley lines can't move. Like, well, they can move once now. But
well, what race do you play? I'm curious.
Fuck, it's been a while, I think. Oh, I'm a cat girl. Yeah.
Oh, you're a cat girl? Okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna guess Makote just by how the ears. Yep.
Why?
I just saw a tweet about you the other day saying that you were LARPing as a cat girl. You were not beating the allegations.
LARPing about it.
Rima, I'm gonna guess that you're on one of the EU servers.
No, I'm in America. I'm Canadian.
Oh yeah, I got the French part just ingrained into my head. What data center are you on?
I have 2 characters. Mm-hmm. One on Midgarstorm and one on... Shit, I don't remember. My first character is more advanced. Lots of RP in that server. I don't remember what it's called. What is it?
Crystal is the RP capital of the North American data centers because that's where all the clubs are.
The ERP was fucked.
Balmung.
The slave markets.
Okay, the slave back alley.
Oh, I was in Cactuar, actually.
Oh, Cactuar? Oh, so you have 2 on Aether.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, hey, if you... I don't know if you played the current expansion, because you said it's been a while. If you ever want to get back into it and stuff, and you need someone to carry you like the princess you are, I will carry you like
nice. Yeah, dude, I will. That's so fun.
Yeah, I'm still working through the current expansion, but I would love to. I'm playing one of the new classes, which is literally just a broke artist. So that's
nice.
No, literally, like it's just being an artist. And I like to joke that, like, while I'm playing, that I'm a broke artist trying to go through dungeons so that I can make money to buy more ramen.
Yeah, I like that. No, everybody's so nice in that game. I actually like it.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Everybody was so nice. Fun. And I think Grums did cover something about it. Was it because of that guild that didn't want any woke people and they were getting reported?
It was that, and also the fact that the voice actor for Woke Lamont is a trans female.
In the English only dub.
In English.
Which is, that's the thing that's like really funny. It's just like, oh, this game's woke because there's but like, bro, they did a decent job. Like, I don't see, that's the thing that like bothers me is like, I don't care if somebody is like a trans or non-binary voice actor. If they do a great job.
Yeah,
great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who's the best person for the job? Who cares, bro?
Yeah. And obviously, I feel like Square Enix has some standards when it comes to 14 because it's one of their babies. I don't feel like they would have hired just anybody. I feel like they hired what they felt like was the best person to do the role. So whenever I see, because just going back to Grums, like whenever he says that, I'm just like, bro, you have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I agree with some of the things you say, but you don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hey, MommaOcco released a new Eternity trailer.
Nice.
Yo, it's almost 4 a.m.
Doesn't time fly.
I'm having too much good time.
It is.
You're always free to come back. Not even for
I will.
stuff. We're just playing video games.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't play video games a lot because I'm always working on something, but we can play on stream.
Yeah, I mean, hey,
something.
If you want
to play Final Fantasy.
if it's like we can make it a drinking stream. We can drink and play Final Fantasy.
Yes, absolutely. I'd be down and talk. We can just yap.
Yeah.
we also
it.
sometimes just talk in Discord while we all play something different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're free to drop by.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was nice meeting you all. You're all wonderful people. I've had a really great time. I'm sure we're gonna talk again.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it's just the next time somebody says that we're mean and awful because we like to talk about drama, you can tell them, no, they're real people too.
You
Yeah,
can tell
they're
them
real
I'm mean
people.
and
No,
awful.
it's true. I do feel like you've been painted a little bit unfairly, and I'm glad that today I got to see a lot more of all of you, and I feel like I know you better now. And I don't know, I'm really happy about it. You all have like really cool backgrounds, really interesting experience, and I hope more people can see that.
I think the genuine people will. I definitely think the
Yeah.
good genuine people will.
That's
Mhm.
appreciative to hear you say.
Yeah, I've said this before. I only want genuine people as my fans because like when we had the problem that we did, we had a lot of people like, oh, I was your fan and now I can't. It's like, okay, then I don't want you here. If you can't handle me being crazy, then that's fine, you know. But I am definitely all for having the good genuine people of the world, and I feel like we've cultivated. You know, even though we've got people that are also shit stars like us, I feel like we have good people, and I will stand on that we build a base of good people. So I do appreciate you saying that.
Well, yeah, you don't want people that jump to conclusions based on, a 10-second clip. You want people in your fan base that are like, want to that they don't gonna hate you because they heard about it from somebody else. That's that's just stupid.
Yeah.
I also
Oh, yeah.
have that same mentality. I'm just like, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh yeah. What's funny is I had a lot of friends who were like instead of judging me, they like came to me and they're like, "Are you okay?" I was like,
I had some friends do that, and hell, I even had some VTubers come into my DMs on Twitter that like they literally said that they can't say anything in public, but they came to me in DMs saying, "Oh, like, what happened isn't fair. Honestly, you guys are right. Hopefully you'll get through this. Blah blah blah."
Mhm.
And I'm like, "Oh, thank you. It sucks you can't say it in public, but I appreciate the support either way."
Yeah, I have my thoughts on that, but it's gonna be for another time.
We can yap about that another time because I have various thoughts on that too. Because oh boy, howdy.
yeah, a lot of people are, just friends behind the scenes, but it's like, are you really friends? If because friendships are tested when something's on the line. So,
I
But
think
That's how
some
Google Docs come
people-
out.
but there are some arguments against it. Like I have some friends that were like, no, but we're actually close behind the scenes. So I'm like, okay, I guess.
Well, see, I thought about it, and I kind of have the idea of if you don't want to be seen with me in public, I kind of just don't want to be with you at all. Because
Mhm.
I had somebody that I used to stream with all the time, and one day they just sent me a message on Discord, and they're like, hey, we're still like really good friends and all, but I can't be seen with you in public. I don't want to be like associated with you like publicly.
Yeah.
But we can still talk though, like if you ever like you want to hang out. And I just said okay, and I've never talked to them again after that.
Yeah.
Because as far as I'm concerned, you're not really my friend.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a little lame.
It is. I've always held the position that it's just like, if you're not willing to be seen in public with me, you're embarrassed because of me, and it's just like, then you're not really my friend, because like a good friend is willing to stand up for their friend, unless it's very horribly bad. Like you should stand up for your friends, and like I watched a couple people that I thought were friends just like slowly detach, and I'm like, okay, well, I can't get that mad because it's the internet, but wow.
I mean, you could criticize them. You don't have to agree with everything a friend says. You could say, I disagree with that opinion.
I agree.
They're still my friend,
I agree.
I think that's better than just yeah.
Mizu, did he
it's
say
like-
why? It was because of the lolly stuff. And I've said this
It's always the
before.
lolly stuff.
I've said
Always
this
the lolly
before. It's
stuff.
funny because he's a Shotokan and he just refuses to acknowledge it.
It's funny.
Because I
Come
asked him, I was
on.
like, when he said that, I was like, but you're a Shotokan. He's like, no, I'm not. I was like, look at all the pictures you've sent me. You are a Shotokan.
How is it always the lolly stuff?
I don't know.
It's like 90% of the lolly stuff.
And it's
It-
always
it's
like
like-
people being a hypocrite about it. Because it's like every picture you've sent me of a male character that you think is sexy is a 12-year-old anime boy.
Yeah.
I don't understand why you think you have a high ground on me. What the fuck?
It's stupid, and it's like me, like there's stuff that I disagree with like Akko and Mizu about, specifically when it comes to like artists and stuff. We disagree on a lot, but we're still friends. And even after that whole situation in March, our friendship grew stronger from that. People wanted us to stop being friends. It was funny.
It's funny because Akko got most of the hate. Although, I think it's because everybody just knows I'm a, quote, bad person, so they don't even feel like they have to tell Lumi not to be friends with me.
Well,
But
initially,
most
they
of
all
mine
thought
was
I
like
was the one
personal
tweeting it.
friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like
And
a
I didn't
lot
tweet
of
any
mine
of
was
them.
like, hell, some of the friends that I lost were like not even VTubers. They were like, oh yeah, like I have friends that were affected by the Poppy situation. I'm like, how did Poppy come up in this bullshit? We didn't even
We
side
don't even
with them.
agree
What
with
the fuck?
them.
Oh, that was do you know what the Poppy situation was, Rima?
No,
The
Poppy
skeleton
from
VTuber
League?
guy? No, Poppy.
No.
Poppy the Lich King.
No.
He was
Here.
a
Oh my
skeleton VTuber, and his girlfriend released a document on him where a lot of people really focused in on the fact that there were some sections where he was being like homophobic or transphobic or whatever, but there were actual like phone conversations that she recorded through Discord where he was being openly like abusive to her, like domestic
Yep.
abuse situation.
It
And
was rough to listen to.
when we covered it on stream, we like really
Jeez.
honed in on that fact, and we're like, why are you all talking about him being transphobic? This is actual domestic abuse. Like, this is borderline,
proper
could be
crime.
arrested for this.
Yeah, this guy actually committed a crime, or like, and could have been arrested for it. But you're
And then-
focusing on
And then after the
Something
Tora
else.
thing happened, people like took clips from that stream, and they're like, look at these assholes defending Poppy. It's like, what are you talking about defending him? All we're
No.
talking about is how awful he is.
yes.
Yeah,
You
we
should
put
tell
him through
people
the ringer.
You should tell your audience when they see clips like that to ask for the time, for the full context or the timestamp. Like, that's how
I-
you combat misinformation.
You do. I don't like telling people to brigade stuff, though.
No.
It's
no.
not
always feel-
brigading though; it's just correcting.
Yeah, but
It's
also
like
most of the
not-
time people are like, "Oh, well, I just seen this clip. I'm not going to bother watching their streams because I don't want to give them the view." And it's like, "Please stop. You got this clip. You can at least watch the rest of it."
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, they probably wouldn't be in your audience anyway, so who cares?
No.
Yeah.
And again, it's just like, I don't care about those people. The people that are disposed to hate on us because of our opinions, I don't care about them. But like, it is kind of funny sometimes when people will lie and be malicious and clip things out of context and say things and like, I don't know. That whole drama it just showed me who I could really trust in the VTuber sphere. Because there were a lot of people that I like had some admiring from, and Mizu was like, "Oh, I don't like those people because those people like skeeve me out." But I was like, "Well, I can respect them." And then some of these people talk about us and say these things about us, and I'm like, "Okay, I'm actually happy that I was able to curtail who I would be interested in.
Mizu
Because
bet
now I'm
100 on
never gonna
finding
support
people
them.
sus.
Never gonna
Yep.
support them because of how they've acted."
It's like my internal censor. I just know.
It's like the gaydar, but for shitty people.
Exactly.
The gaydar. I have a gaydar too.
My gaydar is
Oh.
broken. I just assume every man is gay. Until proven otherwise.
Nothing harder.
I mean, the way that some male VTubers act, it's kind of hard to tell if they're gay or not. Especially when the whole, like, gay baiting is very profitable.
Yeah, my
terms
chat
of male
showed me that
VTubers.
Mystic clip where he talks about deep throating a dildo.
What the fuck?
I was surprised.
Also,
my
don't worry,
goodness.
Dama. We'll play more Grand Chase tomorrow.
I'm going to bitch. Thank you for having me. That was
Yes.
lovely.
Night,
For
Rima.
sure.
Enjoy your wine.
Love
Good
you
night,
Good night,
guys.
Rima.
Good night. Bye
Have a good
bye.
sleepy.
Yay. Bye bye, chat. Bye, everybody.
Say bye to Rima, chat.
All right. Before
All
we
right,
leave,
everybody.
before we
But-
leave, we should read these super chats.
And I'm also
because
gonna
people sent
post.
them.
I'm gonna post Rima's YouTube in the chat, even though I'm sure 85,000% of people who are watching us know her, but still go follow her.
Yes.
She does really good stuff.
Yes.
Would you like
Alrighty.
to pull up the super chats? Because I don't know how to do that.
I have them pulled up on YouTube. I don't really have a way to show them on the screen. I think that is a
I think that's through stream elements.
yeah, that's a thing that I don't have, but I will read them off here.
We can ask Rima how she does, because they know she pulls them up on her live chats. I don't know
Yeah.
how to do it though.
I would like to do that in some fashion. We'll figure that out another time, chat. We're still getting used to the whole super chat thing. We really appreciate the support tonight. You guys are absolutely amazing. I'll get started, go from top to bottom here. Nerdy text account for 2 says Rima needs more love. She's a great horse VTuber, and I agree. She is pretty good. Like I've said, she's pretty good at being not only unbiased, but like just telling the story, which is hard to find when you're trying to tell the news. It's just finding somebody that just tells the news. So she's cool. Douglas Diaz, thank you for becoming a member. Ira, thank you for the 5 gift memberships. It's very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Douglas, thank you again also for a gifted membership. Kawi, I'm going to butcher your name. I apologize. Kawi Sa for the 10,000 as a W. What is the W? Hold on, I'm going to look that up. Wong. Thank you for the 10,000 won. Just reject bad drama. Stay away. Don't harass. Don't interject. Don't insert oneself. The world has enough NTR to go around, so let's just enjoy that.
On 10,000. Oh, so we got a viewer from South Korea. Very good.
That's cool. That's cool. We got a couple from South Korea, so we'll read all of them definitely. Koisa again for 5,000 won. What if it's a Trump Biden NTR fan?
I'm sure there's one out there. We just gotta check archive of our own.
You know what, chat? I'll tell you this: if there is if there's something like that exists, maybe we'll read it as a member stream. It's cringy enough to be a member stream. Razor went for 5. Hello, it's the Fish Trio and one of my favorite VTuber coverage VTubers. Yes, Razor is correct. Rima is great. Kawisa again for the 10,000 won. There are people who never watch NTR, but there aren't anyone who've watched it only once. Did I read that right?
Sounds
There are
about
people
right.
who have never watched NTR, but there aren't anyone who've watched it only once. Okay.
Oh, and to interject real quick for no particular reason, Akko, what's your favorite animal?
My favorite animal?
Yes.
Obviously, it's an octopus. No, axolotls. Excuse me. Axolotls are my favorite. I
A
can't choose
mammal
myself.
animal.
A mammal animal.
Yes.
Bunnies.
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 Mizu, what's your favorite animal?
Sea bunnies.
Mammal
Mammal.
animal.
Oh, oh, come back to me, Skip.
Okay.
Okay.
And K Auguro for 10. I apologize if I said your name wrong. Wasn't there a Twitter space after the awards talking about the Black VTuber awards? Yes, there
Yes.
was. There were multiple, not just one. And all of them were just like having trauma dumps with each other, complaining about BAFA and complaining about the organizer, which again, very sad.
Static Tokyo did a video on some of them, so you
Mhm.
could go look at his.
I will say, chat, if the organizer for the Black VTuber Awards ever wants to talk about it, we will gladly have them on to talk about it, because like it's just one of those things where I feel like they were definitely mogged when they shouldn't have been. Like, Static brings up a point. There was some definite things you could criticize over, but I feel like that was overshadowed by the fact that everybody was just being bad faith. So, yeah. By the way, chat, thank you for 1,000 views on the stream here as we close things out, and the 100 likes. Definitely very much appreciate it. Appreciate everybody that is tuned in today, whether you're new or you're tuning in. Again, we definitely appreciate all of you. We've hit 800 subs. We're getting really close to 1,000 here. on the podcast channel. We deeply appreciate all of you. I apologize again tonight for my tardiness. So chat, here's the problem with me. New job. I work 12 hours a day, and I had very little time for sleep. And so because of that, I was gonna get a nap before stream so that I could not lose a lot of sleep tomorrow or today. But that didn't happen very well. So I'll make sure that the alarms are set better next time so that I don't show up late.
You're gonna need like 6 alarms in 10-minute intervals at that
Mhm.
point.
I will.
I love Miss Coco.
I will. But that's pretty much all it for me. What are you guys doing for the rest of this week?
Tomorrow I'm gonna be doing a short yap stream. Saturday, start Archcast, and then right after Archcast, going right into birthday stream.
That's right, chat. My birthday is today. Lumi's birthday is on Sunday. And you guys should definitely all go support her on her birthday stream.
I'm probably just gonna raid right into Akko when she starts her stream on Sunday, honestly, since I'm going from Saturday into Sunday.
That's right. We both will be doing birthday streams. So if you want to watch that, I'll be streaming for 12 hours on Sunday. And Lumi will be streaming. You'll try to stream for 12 hours, won't you?
12 hours or until I get EP, whatever comes last.
Hopefully I'll get a day off. My day off is Sunday. Sometimes, I'm not going to talk about where I work or what I do, because I just want to not broadcast it and everything. But my job is 5 days a week with a 6th day of overtime almost every single week. And they said maybe Sundays, but if they said that Sundays is optional, and I'm never going to take a Sunday because I need at least one day off a week to go to the store and actually get real shit going on. And thank you for the happy birthdays chat. We both appreciate it. So it's
Thank you. It's been a busy day today.
I will say, me and Lumi are going to appear on Razorwind's podcast that he is hosting tonight, since it is now 3 a.m. It's now 3 a.m. So that will be fun. I'll make sure to link that for you guys when you can
What
see
time is that at again?
it.
8.
9 p.m. EST, 8 p.m. CST.
Oh, I might have to push my Yap stream to after that stream then, because I was gonna do it at 7 for a short Yap stream. Because I thought it was later, so I'm probably gonna push it to like 11 and then just sleep in until I have to appear on Archcast.
Essential worker chat. Everybody is essential. Everybody is essential.
Exactly. I'm sorry, I've been out of it for like the last 10 minutes. I am so tired.
You're good.
You're fine. All of us are equal.
I'm gonna go take like a short nap.
Akko's
Then I'm
been
gonna
allowed
drive.
to be EP since Akko slept for the first half of the stream.
I am so sorry about
You're
that.
fine.
Like literally, okay, literally, I woke up, saw the time, and I about cried.
Thank you for
Because I
the
was
follow,
like,
Jake.
I legit wanted to cry when I saw that, because I was like, not only did I sleep through the first 2 hours of the stream, but like I just felt so embarrassed. And I know that Rima's not going to be upset over it, but like I just felt so embarrassed. Like, oh.
I mean, hey, I don't have the excuse of being EP. I had the excuse of I was doing the new raids in Final Fantasy.
You're right. I have more of an excuse than you do.
Oh,
fair.
sorry, Yuki Selmy. Thank you for the raid. I was genuinely, for the last 10 minutes, I have not paid attention to anything. I've been gone. I about just fell over, fell asleep.
It wouldn't be the first time I fell asleep on the podcast.
Thank you for the raid, but we are at the end of the stream. We've been going for 5 hours.
We are.
You missed our
Good
guest.
stream,
We had a
though.
really good guest. I hope some of you will watch the VOD when it is done rendering.
I'm gonna be
We had a
listening to
good
it.
conversation. Even if me and Rima were doing fisticuffs like half the time.
I mean, hey, a
So
good
what did you
debate is a
talk
good
about?
debate.
Lolly stuff, Alara stuff.
You talked about a lot.
Yeah, we basically came to an impasse where I don't believe just anybody who has a VTuber model is a part of the VTuber community. and she doesn't think you can gatekeep that,
Mm-hmm.
and we just aren't going to come to an agreement on that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Man, see, this is what happens when we leave Mizu unsupervised. He just starts talking about people he doesn't like, aka Alara.
It's a drama show. I'm allowed to talk about people I don't like
Oh yeah,
on here.
that's the thing that's what I tell
perfectly fine.
people. Obviously there's people I will not be talking about because I don't want to like start petty drama with specific people. But like, it's a drama show. We're gonna talk about people. Obviously, we're never gonna reveal DMs of
Yeah,
for very
that's
specific
cringe.
people because that's cringe and there's no real good reason to do it. But like, we're allowed to talk about people. It doesn't matter if we're friends with them or not.
Yeah.
We even talk about each other. So there's no holds barred for anybody. You know?
Yeah, it sucks that the main person I don't like is boring as hell. So
Yeah.
Person I don't like is very boring as hell too. They decided to stop talking about themselves on Twitter.
See,
which is
that's you two's
honestly-
problems. You only have one nemesis. I have many nemesi, so I have tons of people to choose from when it comes to hating people.
I mean, it's like I think the general dislike of Alara is a shared thing. The three of us.
It is, but
Yeah.
it's not a one-on-one thing.
Everyone I
Yeah.
don't like is morally wrong, and I'm the only morally correct person.
Okay, but before we go on a mumbling tirade of who we don't like, let's head to bed and we can go on a mumbling tirade of who we don't like on another stream.
Yeah. I don't know what to do with the YouTube people, but for the Twitch people, I actually do have a flesh tuber friend I'm gonna send you over to who I like. Who's
God,
playing
we
First
hate more
Descendant.
interesting people.
Nice.
It's not my fault. The most interesting person that I don't like is just a whore. But you know,
Literally.
it is what it is.
So
Literally.
Twitch people, goodbye. Thank you for dropping by. Super thank you for the raid, Yuki. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, Twitch people.
Good night, guys.
As for the YouTube people, once we hit 1,000 subs, we will start rating people. Actually, no. Oh no, we can redirect right now. Nobody's live right now that we like, but we can redirect right now if we really wanted to. So that's cool.
Yeah, so I
we
wouldn't
can't
even know
Do it for next time.
what to do about
I mean,
that,
I could do it.
honestly.
I would have done it because I have the page pulled up, but nobody's live, so
We could do it. We could do it.
anyway.
Night, guys.
Chat.
Should I redirect? How do I redirect? Can you redirect?
So,
Because you still have like
yes.
control of the
Yes, I
channel.
can. I have. I'm on the dashboard right now. All you gotta do is hit the edit button, go to customization, scroll all the way to the bottom, and you'll see the redirect option.
I'm gonna
You
let
hit
you
add.
do that.
Well, nobody's live right now, so I can't do it. But I mean, I could send people to a stream that's about to start, but that's about it.
Oh, fair. Not well. We'll see you
So-
guys later. You guys have a good night.
Night chat.
Bye.
Night.
Night.